Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, 7 p.m. on Saturday night. Do you know where classic gaming is? It's right here. And tonight we have perhaps one of the most important games we've ever played on the show. And it's a case where it's celebrating 40 years this year, and it's one of the big ones that I said, I can't ignore that one this year, and I'm not going to. We're going back to Super Mario Brothers as far as the franchise is concerned. We're going right back to the beginning as far as this, well, kind of, but where the franchise technically began. We'll get in that specifically. You're, of course, looking at Super Mario Brothers, which came out on the Nintendo Entertainment System on September 13th, 1985 in Japan. That was Famicom over there, but we got it on NES in, well, it was kind of scattered. It was October of 1985 for the US in select test markets, because if you remember the great video game crash of 1983, as we're having Yoshi popping up in with Gemini 96, so good to see you tonight. Just starting the spiel on Super Mario Brothers because we have our 40th anniversary celebration of this classic Nintendo game. I'm pretty sure you played it, but don't feel bad if you haven't. And it's one of those cases that if you haven't played it, it's only a matter of time before you do play it. Okay, fine. I know he's played it as far as it, because he's been on the show before. We talked before. So good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us for this great show. We're talking about Super Mario Brothers. We're playing this game four ways. We're playing it primarily with the NES version on the Switch Online. This is going to be our last show of Switch before the Nintendo Switch 2 comes out next week, where it will also be playable on that. We'll also take a look at its arcade port that came out in 1986, that being Versus Super Mario Brothers. Then we're going to take a look at the Super Nintendo edition in Super Mario All-Stars from Super Nintendo, and then I'm swapping off from Switch. I'm going to show you Super Mario Brothers Deluxe for the Game Boy Color, which came in 1999, which has tons of extras to the game. But before we start, I am going to go a little bit of spiel, because as mentioned, the great video game crash of 1983, in the words of Kazan22, that's from before I was born. And it's before I was born as well, actually. And maybe a lot of you out there, maybe not. You might have been there as far as it. But in 1983, after years and years as far as success of video games in the home, particularly with the Atari 2600, and then later with the television from Mattel Electronics, and Coleco got involved with the ColecoVision, and a lot of the cases, there was a glut of gaming coming out. It was the thought that there was a lack of quality for some of that, and for certain things there was, but with everything around it being 1983, where, as opposed to today, where you have internet, you have gaming magazines, you sort of had that starting a little back then, people were getting a sense that, okay, there's so much here. Is it a case where we're not interested and we're moving on to something else? In Atari's case, it was something where their unsold stock was sold or was buried into a landfill in Alamogordo, New Mexico, which was initially thought for rumor to be an urban legend for years. But then it became indicated about a decade or so ago that no, that actually happened. And they went and excavated and they said, yeah, we found old E.T., Centipede, and other Atari cartridges, because it was a case where they couldn't sell stuff. E.T., when that came out, was a case that was made in only 5 weeks by Howard Scott Warshaw. I should show that game and other stuff of Atari specifically. It was not well received, and it was thought that that game might have been the case with the glut in the market. There were a lot of people saying, yeah, maybe this is a fad. And even the idea of arcades at the time, they're kind of dwindling. So in Japan, in 1983, Nintendo launched the Famicom, the family computer. In fact, I have it over here, right there, which is what we got as the NES a couple of years later, although it was also going to be called the Advanced Video System, I believe, or the Advanced Entertainment System, because Nintendo was fighting a little bit of an uphill battle on this one, because they said they were trying to take this to retailers. Retailers said, we also share it with the stuff of all these other companies. Coleco went out of business. Atari's perspective shifted towards their computer market. Remember the old commercials where they said, and then along came Atari? I have one of those on the link list for the purpose of that. Jack Tramiel was heading Atari at the time, saying that's where the push is, because that's where a lot of development was happening regarding stuff like the Commodore 64, I should say, as well as the Amiga and other PC computers. The Macintosh had come out, or was coming out in 1984. The IBM PCs were around. Tandy, if you remember that. So a lot of PC gaming as far as that, but as far as consoles, it was thought to be nothing. So Nintendo said, we're going to release it in the US. They went to Atari first. They said, you had success before. Maybe you can help us. We can have a partnership. The way that Atari had with a lot of other companies getting stuff of theirs into arcades and things like that, and other companies like Namco and Taito and Bally Midway, in case we're doing that. Atari said no. Nintendo said, all right, we gotta get this thing into stores. Stores said, we don't want to have this. It is necessary to go into this, by the way, before we start Super Mario Brothers. They said, it's called the Nintendo Entertainment System. This is not a video game console, it's an entertainment system. because in the box came Super Mario Brothers. There are variances that came with the NES Zapper, a light gun, and Duck Hunt, and variances that had Rob the Robot, which was controlled with 2 games, those being Dynamite and Stack Up. Stack Up, by the way, being the video game equivalent of the Towers of Hanoi problem. If you're into computer science, you know what that problem is. I'll link below on what that is, just for reference's sake. And I guess maybe the retailers knew Nintendo was full of shit to a certain degree, saying, it's a video game console, but it's entertainment, really. They said, all right, we'll take a shot of this, but only in limited markets. So released in New York, released in areas in California, and it became a hit as it went along. There were a lot of games that were on NES, but one of the big ones was Super Mario Brothers. You're seeing over here the Versus Super Mario Brothers, the 1986 arcade version. But it was 1985 we got this in Japan, and then also in the US, and in Canada. And then Greece had to wait till 1991. South Africa got it in 1993. Brazil got it in 1994. By the way, Brazil was the country where the Sega Master System is still selling to this very day because of how the taxes are over there and the import elements over there. It's like, yeah, pull in the PlayStation 5, you're paying like $3,000, but a company called Toktoy said, we can sell you, and we can manufacture the Sega Master System and sell it to people for $50. And I said, okay, great. So you get your gaming fix over there, and it defeated NES over there, but in the US, it was a massive hit. Super Mario Brothers was a face of that, and with that, console gaming kind of returned, and was a thought that what would console gaming have looked like if not for the NES itself, but also this game, because it's the idea of they took the 2 plumbers from Mario Brothers, the arcade game from 1983, and Jumpman, as he was known in Donkey Kong from 1981, and said, let's give them their own game where you have to save the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom from Bowser, the king of the Koopas. It was a strange setup, but the wonderful perspective of this game, the magic of it, the fact that it was scrolling platforming, which was not actually called a platforming game at the time, was called an athletic game. That was the perspective of Shigeru Miyamoto, who was the director, the co-producer, and did co-graphics design. His first work, by the way, as we're pointing out, he did design and graphics on an arcade game called Space Fever in 1979, which actually got a sequel in a place I did not know it existed, in the Game Boy Camera, which came in 1988 for the Game Boy. The game itself, as far as Space Fever, was a Space Invaders-like game. He also did art on Radar Scope, Sheriff, Space Firelord, which were early Nintendo arcade games, and a little game called Donkey Kong, which he directed and designed, along with Popeye, Mario Brothers, and he later did design on Kung Fu Master on NES, Golf on NES, and directed this game, of course, and Legend of Zelda, and Super Mario 64. And the case that, this was a unique one as far as, if you play a lot of games as far as Atari, or even cases in arcades and things like that, you didn't have scrolling graphics when you went along. But with this game, you did. And there were only about 6 or 7 people worked on this, as we're pointing out. He was assisted, by the way, by Takashi Tezuka, who was the assistant director and assistant graphic designer. He did the graphic design on other NES games, including, I have a couple that are up here on the Switch Online app, Excitebike, for example. He also co-directed Legend of Zelda, which came a little later, and some of the assets from that game were used for this and vice versa, because they're in development at the same time. He also is the main director of Super Mario World for Super Nintendo, and later design advisor on Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo, all the Game & Watch Gallery games on the Game Boy line, so Game & Watch Galleries 1, 2, and 3 from Game Boy for the first, and then Game Boy Color for 2 and 3. And executive produced by Hiroshi Yamauchi, who was the head of Nintendo for 50 years. He passed away in 2013 at 85. But until 2002, he was the head of the company. And he did a lot of designing for early stuff in Nintendo's, because Nintendo's a company that went back to 1889 doing playing cards. And they got into arcade amusements like the laser clay shooting system and D1 Professional Drift Grand Prix. Oh wait, that's a game on the PS2 that he designed. I think it was only in Japan only. But he executive produced stuff like Wild Gunman, EVR Race, Shooting Trainer, Pinball, and Donkey Kong, as was the case. And it eventually led to Super Mario Brothers here. Because, as mentioned, that was not the first time we saw Mario. Mario is technically first named here with his brother Luigi, but he was in blue, as far as Mario Brothers from the arcade from 1983. But he was first known as Jumpman in Donkey Kong from 1981, but they all are on NES. And then he later got his name because I believe it was the landlord of Nintendo's offices somewhere, I believe. That's not correct. I'll say down here where that was. But basically they said, hey, we got this idea. We were developing a bunch of games on NES. Let's take all those things we put together. Let's make it into, as they said, quote, a grand culmination of the 3 years we did designing on Famicom with an intention of scrolling screens, larger character sprites than even the other games had. They ran aspects of the Excitebike engine for the purpose of this to make it look as smooth as they did. They wanted to cover a lot of distance. They wanted colorful backgrounds going on. Usually there are a lot of black backgrounds in games like this. They said, what do we want to do with that one? And as far as the name of the game, they went with it because they had the Super Mushroom item we're going to see later. They said, fine, we had Mario Brothers. Let's go Super with them because Mario Sprite, when you're seeing small, he was kind of small. They said, maybe we can boost that with a power-up. Gave him that. And that's kind of the start of history, really, when you think about it. And we're celebrating 40 years of this game. No question for tonight. And so glad to have you for sure as we go get the details, which we're pointing out this is kind of a close approximation of the original instruction manual, which is a kind of strange but hilarious read. I'll have it linked below as far as a PDF. But yeah, the plot is that the Mushroom Kingdom was invaded by the Koopas, which are a tribe of turtles. They're famous for their black magic. The manual does go into this. I was showing AJ42. It's like, what the fuck is this? He was laughing. He's like, there's actually backstory? He's like, yeah, it was. And I looked at it as far as the manual. I was like, yeah, this is it. And they replicated here. The people of the Mushroom Kingdom were turned to stones, bricks, and plants. And it was because of the king of the Koopas, that being Bowser, who initially, as we're pointing out, he was going to be based after, I have the name of the guy, name of what it was, right? Yes, I do. The Ox King from the 1960 anime film Alakazam the Great, which is directed by Taiji Yabushita and Daisaku Shirakawa, specifically. But they said, okay, we're going to turn them into turtles. And we have two plumbers from Brooklyn, as later indications of the franchise would go. Mario and Luigi, they came here. We have to save Princess Toadstool. She was known for the U.S. Japan called her Princess Peach until we started calling her that with Super Mario 64 in 1996. The daughter of the Mushroom King. Didn't really see much of the Mushroom King as is in this game or many of the other ones. It's up to us to go around across 8 worlds and jump on enemies, kick shells, and do a lot of the things as we go. So I think with that, there's other things that can go along specifically as we go, but I think we got to get started on this train. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing this and celebrating 40 years and chat for that case. Thank you so much for joining our show tonight. Feel free to let any memories flow on Super Mario Brothers. This one in particular, but I guess other ones as well. Did you get started with this one? What do you think of this one? Do you like this compared to some of the other ones? I don't know if I necessarily say this is the best one compared to some of the others, like 3, say, but still a case where you're not going to have a bad game as far as playing this. And if you haven't played this, you may have been either born yesterday or today, in which case, happy birthday to you, or you might be really young, but I think the case is everybody's going to play this game at some point. And if you haven't played it, you've probably heard of this thing, because it broke out massively in terms of pop culture phenomenon. It put Nintendo on the map. It gave them a mascot that you would not expect that we would have from Nintendo. Because you think, well, they wanted to have Popeye initially. But licensing questions were initial case of that. We're not having it to start. And eventually, it became more known in the US than Mickey Mouse for a period. And yet people know Mario, and they're going to know everything about this game is going to show. All right, so here it is. Yeah, 40 years. Can you believe it? I sure can't. And of course, I have the Switch Online pictures up there. We have to have Mario in the 8-bit look as far as it. And I do have to have the NES controller for the Nintendo Switch running this game, as is the case. And yeah, if you have a Nintendo console, there's a version of this game somewhere on it, unless you have Game Boy Original or Nintendo 64. But there are versions on NES, of course, multiple revisions of the game. Some actually are a lot of money based on what the pins on the back are looking like, or the screws on the back of the cartridge. There's a version on the Game Boy Color we're going to show. There's the arcade version we're going to show. There's the version in Super Mario All-Stars for Super Nintendo. It was on the virtual consoles of Wii, Wii U, 3DS. It's on Switch Online now. It is on Switch 2's Online when that comes out next week. It is an Animal Crossing on the GameCube, sort of, kind of, if you have an action replay device. It is on the Game Boy Advance itself because there was a classic NES edition that did direct to port this. Here's what we're seeing. There's no audio, but it was that case that, yeah, they're saying, well, we're going to keep you quiet. I guess the way we saw Super Mario Bros. 3 when we played that, which is, yeah, places everybody. We're going to get set for our grand adventure with Mario and with Luigi, but for single-player case, because that's how I'm running this, we're only going to see Mario, but I will give credit to Luigi. I'll probably put in a 2-player game later. And the way this is going to work, by the way, I'm going to show off full play of this one, because it's the one that started it all, and this is the one that deserves that attention. We'll show off aspects of the star course when we beat the game. I don't know if I'll go through all of them, but I'll show the idea of what it's doing to the game. We'll show off versus Super Mario Brothers, which is not exactly the same as this from the arcade that came out the year after. We'll show off Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo. We also show off Super Mario Brothers Deluxe for Game Boy Color. I will be also having timestamps to this for every part of this when we do the show and the edit for it next week on our YouTube site. So with that, enough of my talking. Let's get going. Press the start button. You hit the select button to select one-player game or two-player game. We're going one player. And as soon as I hit start, you're going to hear the music of Koji Kondo, perhaps one of his most famous pieces of music ever. And what a lovely audio hearing you're going to have. Let's go. There we go. My childhood's coming back, and it's not even one of those cases where I grew up with this game maybe as much as other stuff later. But in my case for Super Mario Brothers, I'm going to be very leisurely starting for this one. I'll also turn on my audio because I want to hear it on my end too. I remember the first time I played this. This might be the first game I ever played. I remember in 1989, I think it was. My family rented the NES. I knew this game came with it. There were cases where I often would rent stuff on licenses, like Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, which we played, Jeopardy, which is by Rare, at least the ones we played were developed by them, Dr. Mario, which my brother rented, and also my brother renting Adventures of Magic Kingdom for NES. So I got to play this, like, what's this weird case? But it's like, yeah, it's hard, but a fun time. Just moving left and right with D-pad, jumping with the A button, holding the B button to do running, and off we go. Hey guys, hey Leckford, so good to see you tonight for our 40th anniversary celebration of Super Mario Brothers, the NES game. But I also have versus Super Mario Brothers from arcade, look at the Super Mario All-Stars version for Super Nintendo, and Super Mario Brothers Deluxe for Game Boy Color for our 40th anniversary celebration of this wonderful game. As I got the Firefly, hit the B button to toss fireballs out. So good to see you tonight. If you would let mirror memories flow on Super Mario Brothers, this one, or any of them, awesome. Yeah, this is quite a game, and I said, we have to celebrate 40 years of this thing. I cannot believe it's been 40 years. So good to have you for sure. Hit us with anything you got. Anybody, hit us with anything you got. This is a big game. We're celebrating it. We're savoring it. Okay. First thing we do is I'm going to grab that. That's the invincibility star. Get that. You're invincible for a brief period. You can run through the Goombas or any other enemies fine, but do not fall off. Others are going to die. I do have the fire flower though, so I can throw the fireballs. We're in good shape as we go. And the way we're doing this is we're going to look mostly with this one, but we'll also look at the other ones as is the case. I'm also getting myself set because we're at the end of the level. You see the flagpole. Based on the number you have at the end of the timer up there, if it has a 1, a 6, or a 3, and you hit that flagpole over there, as well have the time running down. If you run out of time, that's a death, so I'm not going to wait that long. You get extra points. So let me get set down. 3, 2, 1, 9, 8, 7, 7. Okay, I didn't get it. And depending on where you jump on top of that flagpole, you get anywhere from 100 to 5,000 points. We will show the fireworks going on later. And you get more points for the purpose of the fireworks. It's 500 for each one you set off. As we're going down the pipe, we're going to the underground on 1-2. And it gets a bit darker because you do have a black background here, because they want to have more colorful backgrounds. But said with this game, well, let's definitely vary up where you're going. We'll have a scrolling screen you didn't necessarily have going back with Atari stuff, or even early Nintendo stuff before this. So what can we do with this to make it go? And also, I'll show that later, being able to bust the blocks so that you can go over there and climb up the top. With this, there's a star. You'll find hidden items and things all around, get coins. 100 of those get you likes, by the way. I hear them describe this game as if people haven't played it, but it's also a case that, I don't know, I'm not going to assume, as I always say, a case of that, but I will also give a sense that, a brief idea of what we're doing here. Bust that though, and there's an extra life. I don't want to get that for sure because, yeah, there's no continues, although there is a way to do that on the title screen. I'll show that a little later. I grew up with the All-Stars version on Super Nintendo, didn't play the NES original until the Wii Virtual Console days. Ozzy, how can you hate this game? It's a classic. Yeah, I get that for sure, and you know what, that's a good point. I think that's the idiom. I do know one aspect, which is I know people maybe prefer other Mario games more than this one. And also, by the way, I will show off... I'll show this now. You know, let's try to do it now. I'll show Midas World. If you go up top there, there's Warp Zone. Go in there, we're going to continue on our adventure. But if I break those 2 blocks there, jump right, or busted. I can rewind, we'll do that later. You have to hit your head in the back of that thing, and you're able to go through the wall and hit Midas World. We'll show that later. But that being said, to answer, like, why people not like this, as I am going to get at least 3 fireworks going on. I don't know, maybe it's a case where they like the other Mario games more. I guess. And I guess I'll be in that case, but it's also something that, I mean, sometimes this happens with a franchise, really, or something that became a franchise. And I guess, I don't know if anybody knew that this game was necessarily going to become a franchise, although, and I guess it was one before, sort of, in the sense that Mario was in Donkey Kong. He was in Donkey Kong Jr. as the villain. He was in Mario Brothers as well, but then the thought that, yeah, this became a huge hit, and maybe it's one of those cases where, as time went on, they kept elevating more and more and more, and it's one of those things that maybe going back to the original is something where you miss the stuff that's in the later ones. But honestly, it is still something that, it is a great game, you're right. It is a classic for a reason, and it is something that, even coming back to this one, just sometimes sitting here and thinking about just the specificity of how this is, and how it is a more challenging game than some of the later ones, but not a case where the other ones took it away necessarily. And something where it has this great feel to itself that it almost feels like maybe stepping back in time a little bit, even if maybe you didn't play it till later. You're saying you didn't play it until the Wii Virtual Console days as far as this original, but as you mentioned, Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo, bring it to new generations of people, and I think that's also a factor, I think, of this game getting into people's hands across the years, as I unfortunately got myself burned. If you get your health hit by something, you go down to Small Mario, and if you get hit again, you're dead. There's Bowser gonna run underneath him. I'm also gonna show later, well, shit, or die to him. Fair enough, although I'm also not necessarily being careful, I guess. I'm trying retro achievements as well, also, online. If you're using RetroArch to play retro games, there's fan-made achievements for them. Yeah, I remember hearing that idea where they will give a sense of games like this, where you played them for years and years and years, and then since, ouch, Nintendo does not believe in achievement concept, and I know they've openly said that. So you're never gonna get an achievement system out of them, I'm pretty sure. Until, I don't know, they then say we're gonna have one. The thought that, saying, what is the thought of what a skill of this game could look like? Because it could be a bunch of things. It could be beating the first level, it could be beating any level. It could be how they define it, it could be getting the axe, it could be killing them with fireballs. Which, by the way, I will also have later pictures that I've saved on the system of everything he turns into, because that's not the real one. Our Princess in Another Castle was to get a sense. Yeah, not every game has it, but a lot of them do. And I think, yeah, I get that idea, and I think maybe the thought is this, is that when it comes to games like this, there's always gonna be that case of thinking, well, because I know in some cases, I don't know if we've necessarily went into this a whole lot when it comes to achievements in gaming. Some cases where people really like them, and I like them as far as adding a challenge to a game, or additional challenges to do for a game. It gives me a reason to play classics, or a reason to go play them again, as well, I would think. Yeah, good point for that. But I know sometimes a case of, does it necessarily, I know Nocturne's argument is that she usually does not have a factor as far as achievements or trophies, in that it doesn't necessarily, I mean, I guess it depends on what game is designed for, how it's designed, whether by the makers of a game, or, I guess, fans later, as we're gonna know what it is, as we go along. The case of, I guess you beat the game, but it is an interesting way, you're right, to kind of give extra life for, you know, a game like that and seeing what it is. I kind of like getting achievements out of old games. Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to be said about that, too, of saying, try a skill maybe you've never done in a game. And I know we've talked about this when we did the Xbox listed shows, when it came to a lot of the old classic games that came out where they got actual releases from the companies, and they say, what's the achievement list looking like? And stuff, even with Sonic the Hedgehog, where it's like, yeah, I'd never beaten, with Sonic 2, as you're jumping on the spring, we'll show that later, some interesting stuff with that, as I did get the 6 there, so we're getting the full fireworks case. A case where I end up doing things I'd never done before, like in Sonic 2, the Xbox 360 version, that's no longer available to purchase anymore, because it's since been delisted. You have an achievement where you have to get, I think it's like 80 seconds out of Chemical Planet Zone Act 1. I'd never done that before, and I had to route that level. I was like, how do I do this? So it gave me another reason to go back, as you mentioned, to a classic game, and, well, enjoy the game as was the case, but also get a sense of, hey, I have something else I can do with it. As we're in our underwater level, as we have the bloopers here, I'm swimming backwards like a fucking renegade, as it is, I guess, and seeing the cheap. When you're under the water, anything can die by fire flower, but if you're not having that, you can't touch anything, so you do not touch them. But you're right, that I'm one of those cases where, I think it depends on what it is, because maybe we played cases where certain games you're thinking, well, beating the game for an achievement, that's one thing, but then saying, doing other special things. In fact, one case is that I'm trying to get all the achievements out of Star Surgical Vanishing Earth for Nintendo 64, getting most of them. Yeah, and I gotta get a copy of that game. I know you want to see it, and I want to provide it to you. I've seen it around a couple cases, but it's also one of those things that I just have to get it. and we definitely should play that, because I've heard it's great. And one that maybe didn't get enough attention when it came out. In fact, I know it didn't. It came out right when The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time came out. I was guilty as anybody else not playing that at the time. But yeah, you're right. That concept, I mean, sometimes we play games like, fine, I remember in the 360's early days, you played Madden 06, you get 200 achievement points for getting a touchdown. Okay, early case of that. You have Avatar: The Last Airbender, The Burning Earth. You can go in the practice mode, hit the X button for like 3 minutes and get all 1,000. It's like, it's crazy. People would sometimes buy games or play games or rent games because they're easy to get achievements out of, but then saying, well, some companies had stuff where they kind of think through saying, why don't you do some interesting things? I still remember Little Rocket Man out of Half-Life 2 Episode 2 from the orange box, where it's like, yeah, you get the gnome creature, gnome statue from the beginning of the game, carry that all the way to the end of the game, and put it in the rocket. I did it, and it was amazing. It's like, I felt a lot of satisfaction with that. I thought, that's something out of the box as far as that idea. Also, try being level without dying. It's harder than you think. Well, given what we've shown a little bit with Star Soldier on the show before, because I showed a little bit of it, a couple of them, particularly Super Star Soldier, and we looked at the TurboGrafx 16 Mini last year with our play of Splatterhouse. It was not an easy game, as we saw last week with some of the flight shooting games. I'm not necessarily the best at a lot of those, so it's something that, yeah, you're right, I'm gonna be curious about that. I will look for a copy of that. Well, okay, I was just on the edge of that to, get myself hit. As you go along, you'll have that going. I'll definitely look for a copy of that, because it's also one that I like the Star Soldier games I've played, which mainly are just those ones on the TurboGrafx 16 Mini. But that being a case, we're saying, hey, filling a niche on that system, and honestly, maybe on Nintendo 64, they're not being a whole lot of flight shooting games, really, when you think about it. We're at 3-1 next. And it's nighttime. So yeah, we do have the background of black background, although with a cloud. But in this case, I think Nintendo's attitude, they said they wanted to make this an athletic game. That was the idea. It was not called platformer. Nobody knew what that was yet. And they said, let's have colorful backgrounds. But in this case, they said, let's go for a night sky. So it fits really well to have that. But yeah, I get that idea, and I will definitely look for a copy of that just because I'd like to play it. And just in general, not even just for the show, I just like to play it. Because it's always one of those things that I have tons of stuff on Nintendo 64, but that's one of the ones I don't have. And maybe it's one of those interesting things I always get into as we see the Hare Brothers, which are the most deadly enemies in this game, I think. Ooh, that aren't Bowser. But if you wait till they jump up, when you have cases like them here, you're able to knock them from below. And also, based on the story lore, apparently the Mushroom Inhabitants have been turning these blocks, so are we killing them when we do this? Maybe. I don't know. I know Super Mario Maker, they do go into that idea of like doing the scream on that. I'm also gonna see about I guess I can show the extra life trick as well. But yeah, I get that idea, and adding new life to classics as well, and also then getting a sense of something creative when it comes to an achievement set. Something I was thinking of recently when it came to that. Also, this is a 10 coin block, sort of. When you hit it once, it sets a timer off. It's invisible. Keep hitting it to get coins, and you actually have to pay attention to that later. I'm gonna try and see if we can do this, which is okay, not quite. Jump right here. Alright, if you jump right, you can get yourself bouncing the Koopa against the stairs to get tons of lives, but if you do it too much, the life counter will roll over and you will not... Actually, the game will crash. I know in the game's sequel, fine, so its actual sequel in the sense that it was the one that came next for Japan. That one... you override the life counter too much, you get a game over, it counts as 0. As you're doing a kick of the Koopa shell, jump on it, it retreats into its shell. The green ones, by the way, they will walk around. If there's a pit somewhere, ouch, as I bashed into him stupidly. But there's a star. So I can kill him and see if there's something underneath this, or there's coins. Okay, that's a good case. Yeah, that one's the paratrooper, he'll bounce around, but there's a pit. As the green one, he'll run right off. The red ones will not. And the Goomers just kind of walking around, just bounce on them. So you can kick him, which it's worth pointing out. We're seeing a little bit of flicker. Yeah, there you go. I have to be careful. It's worth pointing out I'm stopping here because it's enough the instruction manual of this game, which is quite a funny read. They call that idea of hitting enemies with the Koopa shell, they call it the bulldozer attack. And they say, jumping on an enemy successfully is called the domino effect, or they say, quote, ask your parents what that is. So actually, the manual is kind of weirdly smart-ass for something from 1985, interestingly enough, from NES. And that trend would continue into Super Mario World, at the very least. But we got the flagpole, and we're at our next stage. Alright, so stage 3-3. And usually it is kind of the same theme you're seeing, where you have the areas where you're on the ground. You sometimes will kind of go over like a skyish area, and I'll show some of the sky areas as well. Because as I learned doing the research on this thing, one of the initial plans of this game was that you were going to be able to use, like, actually, fitting perspective, you bring up Star Soldier Vanishing Earth Collectors this way because, as there's the seesaw, you get too high, you can get yourself up there, but also can detach off. There were going to be space shooting sections in this game originally. The idea is you were able to go up in the cloud areas, the ones that they kept in the game. Instead of getting coins like you do now, you were going to be able to control a rocket ship and shoot at the enemies, which is something then that they would take and implement into Super Mario Land for the Game Boy. But yeah, so in that case, there was going to originally be a flight shooting concept to this, which I did not know until I was doing the notes on this. And I said, this game I definitely want to take some notes on. And also get myself up there to make the jump up. Yeah, I'm not getting the fireworks, but anyway, just getting the points. Which, for this game, the points are really, not really for much, but satisfying to see that number go up as we were at World 3-4 for the castle. Yeah, every fourth stage in World is a castle. Seeing the Potobos, those are the fireballs, and I fell down. Yeah, if you touch them, you get hurt, but in that case, I just fell down and died. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. So far, I'm going okay, but it's also something that, maybe because I played so much of Sonic the Hedgehog, not fine after this. I did play this first, but I owned Sonic the Hedgehog before I owned this. I didn't actually own this until 1994, when our family bought NES from a toy store that's no longer in business, unfortunately. But we did buy the system that came with this, buy the combo cart of this and Duck Hunt, and also there is a standalone version of this game. There's a standalone version that has 5 screws on the back of it that are worth a lot of money, and there is also a combo cart that has this, Duck Hunt, and crap, World Class Track Meet, which was the NES game that uses the power pad. I do not have that. I should maybe see about playing that and or getting one of those things. I don't know if the power pads go for tons of money nowadays. Maybe they do. I would like to think not. And I guess also a case that, I hate to say this, in my case, I didn't actually realize this until sort of now, but also sort of for a while, like over the past couple months, I said we're going to do this. We haven't touched NES as much as I think we should have, although as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, we'll talk about the context of the great video game crash. We haven't touched Atari, we haven't really touched that at all. I think we gotta change that at some case. To look at that, because there's a lot of great stuff on Atari, and not just remakes of stuff, although we'll get remakes of stuff going on in the question, as is the case. But also looking at the 2600 itself. It's probably one of those I'm going to too many games things at the end of next month, or this month when this uploads on the YouTube site. Which is also why we're not gonna have a show on the last weekend of June, by the way. Live anyway. We're getting that schedule. But maybe I should look for one of those. Maybe I should look for a copy of Star Soldier Vanishing Earth, which I've seen some of my retro game shops have it. It's about $60, $70. I mean, I have the most expensive game on N64, ouch, so I shouldn't be complaining. And I'm not complaining, I'm just saying, alright, let me get a sense of that, so see, like, what's the best case. Compare shop around, oh shit. I guess going to something you mentioned like just a couple weeks ago, as we got rid of that fake Bowser, and our princess is in another castle. But either way, we're saving the toads as we go along. You mentioned the idea of what's console gaming looking like now, because the Nintendo Switch 2 is out next week, or be out tomorrow when I edit this, or when the edit goes up next week on the YouTube site. Because it'll go up on the Wednesday. They usually go up on the Wednesday, unless there's a reason why I can't have them. Like the really long parts, like Shadow Hearts Covenant, those usually go up on Thursday just because of how long they are and how long they take to render the video after I edit. But also the case that when it comes to this, for, I guess, the cost of that, question of are we hitting an inflection point, maybe. There's something Lakitu, he drops the spinies down, they will hurt if you touch them, so don't touch them. Basically, don't do what I'm doing as far as it. And I'm sort of good at this game, but I do want to go get that mushroom. Woo, they got it. But, yeah, there they are. But as far as that, maybe why'd that one also go through the, if I went through the solid ground, I'm gonna have a picture of that going backwards, showing that. But the case of, I guess, this with console gaming, which is maybe just me, but I'm buying new games that I want to get, and also collections and things when they come around. But also cases where sometimes it comes to classic games, maybe for certain things it might be cheaper as far as getting a lot of stuff, even stuff I picked up for the show, like Turn and Burn No Fly Zone. That was a $10 game. at that point, it's like, okay, I've got the stuff to play it, and other games as well. In that case, I can kind of make out like a bandit, or maybe go stuff digitally if it's a case like that, as I get the Fireflower here. And by the way, we will show off the warp zones later, but we're showing off every level to start. I'll show them off, I guess, when we do the... Yeah, we'll show that for the Star Courses. Because, by the way, the warp zone for this area is right here. Oh, okay, I already fucked it up, so... Well, sort of fucked it up. Actually, I'll see if I can do this so I can pull this out. Hit these invisible blocks. Jump there. I'll see if I can't do a crouch. Do a crouch jump a little bit. Also, I want to see something here. By hitting down... Okay, good. I just want to make sure my classic NES controller for Switch is on the fritz, because I think I was ducking and I didn't get through. Yeah, okay. So you do this in small. I just want to try and see if I can't pull this out. Yeah, speaking of hard things to do... I'm gonna try one more time, then we're gonna go on. I was like, screw it, we're gonna go on now. Yeah, we'll show them off later as far as that. And then we'll get Buzzy Beetles. They are not able to be killed by the fire. The only thing they can be killed by is by being bumped into by another one, or by something else. Whereas the Super Game Brothers show calls them Fuzzy Meatloaf. I'll look at another one of those and get a sense of why is that necessarily. And we'll go the easy way, fine, the hard way. Fine, the easy way is going up there. And there is also a warp zone at the end of that fight. There he is. Boom. They act like Koopa Troopers as far as what they go, but also they will walk off. As far as under normal circumstances, like there, get him. I guess I should also try and prioritize getting lives, because I shockingly lost a lot in 3-4, which I did not expect to do. Yeah, if you bust up that and go over the pipe there, you can go to World 5. As far as the warp zone. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go here. I will show the warp zones as it is. I'll show Maya's World and all that stuff too. So yeah, we'll have that full element going on here. Yeah, but it was something I was thinking about, saying, okay, maybe retro gaming is a cheaper way to go. I guess also you have to pay console costs if you don't have a console, yes. And also be a question of how do you connect this to a modern TV. But also, I guess the case that there are methods out is that I have an upscale for the purpose that the RetroTechTV 5X is now out of date, as it is, but still a case where it works really well for what we need to do for show, and to show off really anything we need to show off at still really good quality. And also the case that, aside from that, I mean, you still can get the NES as a console, not too expensive. I mean, there's knockoff consoles and things like that. And even the cases I mentioned a couple weeks ago, about a month ago, I guess now, saying, I think I might actually buy a Wii, an old Wii. I was like, well, you have the Wii, right? Didn't you use that for shows? Yeah, I did. But it's the Wii, the version of the Wii that does not have GameCube support. And honestly, it's the easier way also to get component cable stuff going on the GameCube. Because otherwise, pay $200 for those component cables to that system. Or the other option for like a new modern thing. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, you also get a puzzle, by the way, starting here. You have to go for a specific path. I will show this. I'm not going the right way intentionally. So I'm going through here, and you can tell this as you go, because, yeah, see that fire there? Ouch. If you get hit by it, it disappeared. Like, why did it disappear? Yeah, it's a maze. You have to go down the path the game wants you to go. You go down this way and run through. In that case, because it's here. Actually, wait a second. Right, we have to... Wait, we have to go to the top, and then we... Wait, we have to go to the bottom then, I think. Okay, is that right? You made the game look easy. Do I? I guess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I've been playing it for so damn long. I guess. It is the top. Fine, let's try this again. Yeah, okay, I mean, I don't know. I died at the last castle a couple... Okay, there we go. I don't know why I didn't take the first time. Yeah, because what you have to do is you go to the top. In this case, you go up here, and then you go down here, and that's the way. Because I've been playing this game for so damn long, and except that being said, I do be a little more careful. Fine, I play this the way I play Sonic the Hedgehog, because I'm running the whole damn time. Which, in some ways with Mario, that's not a good idea always, as we're getting Potobos on there, and we're also getting, uh-oh, no, fire ropes. By the way, they are in Legend of Zelda as well, and uh-oh, I want to get backwards. I've not also fireballed a damn one of these things. Oh, fun. Oh, crap, I got burned. So, I get, thank you for that, I appreciate it, but it's also something where, maybe that's it. I mean, I don't know, well, this is, okay, I'll say this. I don't know if you disagree with this or not, you or anybody, as far as chat's concerned. Feel free to let me know. I guess, oh, okay, I was gonna say this is the hardest Mario game on the NES. Oh, that is a fucking lie. I was wrong in saying that. I was like, no, the sequel to this, Super Mario Bros. 2, the Japanese one. That's harder than this. But maybe it's one of those cases. I played so much of this game, and especially Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, which is going to show up a little later. So, I don't know, maybe it's that, or the case that I've played it so much that I know the game that much, but I will say, I've always made the element of the show is I somehow live through that. And I do want to beat it. I'm fine. We're going to say that I'm going to get a game over here, I guess, but yeah, I'm getting close to one. That being said, if I do get game over, we'll use the continue code. But yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that, but I mean, I guess then the thought of by just moving and running and what this game can really do when it comes to, I guess the thought of playing a game as far as a skill show, even though I'm going to get a game over here, most likely. But if I'm a little careful and clever, I can make this happen. Like I said, I'm going to let him go. Okay, now I did it, okay. And I'm going to go full blast of getting coins and making sure I can get a life out of the next level, because I need it. Because if I do get a game over, there is a continue code on the title screen. Hold the A button and press start. You start at the beginning of the world you died at, but you go back to the first level of it. Okay. Oh, whoa, there you go. Yeah, if you hit enough enemies like that, you get a life. I did not hit enough. I also should try and look for pipes to go down. You're seeing also the piranha plants there, those green things. They come out. They come when Mario is... Well, okay, if you're right next to it, next to the pipe, they will not come out. But if you aren't, they might come out, but if you're on top of it, they won't. Okay, we're getting the bullet bills. Which will tell you one thing, for years I didn't know that a fist on the front of them. I'm trying to remember the game I realized that. I think it might have been New Super Mario Bros. Was the first time I actually realized, wait, they don't have a thing for that. There's also a glitch I ran into. I'll try and show that off. Oh wait, up there, that is a pipe I can warp with. I'm gonna hit that, I think. Okay, it is. Alright, there is, health here. Oh no, coins. Oh, fine. It's a fine mushroom. Well, it is health. Because, yeah, it basically keeps you from dying. Now, getting over there, you do need to have, you need to be, Super Mario, the big variants, or Fire Mario. Because at that point, you're able to break those, blocks. Well, uh-oh. Yeah, that is a fist there. I didn't know it was a fist for years, as the case, but, alright. Alright, 1-1-1. Awesome. Maybe it's also this, going back to the idea of what this is, what making this game look like, I guess. It's that, fine, this is a genre I was born and raised on, and we've said this a lot on the shows, and we might see some of the glitches here. They go with the trampolines, because depending on how they are, you can actually get stuck on these and die on them. We'll see if we show that off live or not. But if we don't, I will go into that later. I was born and raised on these games, and actually in a lot of ways, we've talked on this show what a lot of our favorite genres are. There's mushrooms. Let me grab that. A lot of people I know, as far as on show, who've been on show, usually say RPGs. That's the game that you were either born and raised on, or they adore more than anything. As we have, right, the hammer brother there. He's not going to be jumping as far as that. I don't know if I'm going to make that look easy, because he's throwing out the hammers. And it's hard to get an opening as far as jumping through. But they're like, so let's say RPGs, that's usually the case as far as a lot of the people we've had on show. If I was guessing shit, I got hit, but I kind of expected that. But in my case, it's platformers as far as me growing up with them. So maybe I'm so used to that idea of that kind of game. And I want him up there, so I can hit him out. I guess punch the blocks. I'm punching to hit him from below. So in that case, I grew up playing tons of these kinds of games. As far as it, in the 8 and 16-bit era, I was playing tons of platforming games. And I guess my love of this game and Sonic the Hedgehog helped that, as far as me saying, I'll play everything really as far as this kind of a game. So at that point, I was so used to, or I'm so used to that idea. They've been coming back to this game, which does have a great feel and a great element of its physics. And I'm waiting him to go, try and get my way through and not die. I'll have to time that so when he jumps, go. Whoa, here we go. Also, gotta be careful when he jumps down, because sometimes he's gonna jump down onto the bottom area, and you can't easily tell when they're gonna jump until they clip through this platform there. And I think maybe it's also this, that when it comes, I'll tell you, I don't know if I've necessarily gone into the philosophy, I guess, or what I would say, I guess, is the philosophy of a platforming game. As I've been running out a lot of time. That's fine, I don't care. I care now as far as that. Look at this thing going crazy as far as the time. And that is the way the physics of this game work, there is such, you can feel the weight of this, but it's also something that feels so right. When you would jump, when you do running, and when you do walking and seeing, okay, how are your physics going as you do that? Would you skid to a stop and kind of go in the other direction? Of saying like, well, I want to go that way, whoop, or jump, or be in the jump, and he's kind of doing the walk there before stopping a little bit. So it does have there's a kind of heaviness to this, but I don't know if I'd say it's a heaviness so much as it's I mean, it's a weight that you feel, but it also feels that, it feels fair as far as how it's set up, but also feels weird way realistic to, I guess, this game that's not realistic, as in this level you have the bullet bills that just keep coming at random areas, so you just be careful where they come by. But also something that, when you understand kind of how it feels, and I guess, honestly, like we should say this with any game, really, when you kind of understand what is it really doing underneath the hood of itself, for any type of game, it's something that, when you get that feel, it almost feels like second nature. It feels like maybe within the confines, especially for a great game like this, where you get that sense where you get the sense of, okay, I'm jumping on that platform, I'm not clipping through the platform like, I don't know, bad games. Like, if it's not well designed, I stupidly jumped in that. That was my fault. I can also say that was my fault when I do something stupid like that, and game over, as we're gonna see. I can say, okay, I made that mistake. So it was a fair case, but I did get a game over. How this works, by the way, if you do get a game over, hit the A button on the title screen, hit start, go back to 5-1. So you go back to this, so you have infinite continues. So there's a continue perspective, but there's a code. So this is not a case where I'm gonna go through a game. Okay, I'll say this with this game, I'm not as good at this game as Sonic in the sense that this game I can't necessarily go through without getting a game over. You want to do it on my test, I said, okay, I'm gonna get game overs on this thing, I'm gonna resign myself out to that. But also something that, when I'm making a mistake, and we see a sense that it is something I did wrong. Specifically, but also feels like I'm still having a great time. You want to get a game over or something like this. You want to keep going. And admittedly, see, this shit about not clipping through platforms, okay, well, it's always me who does this. Edwack and Nikki said this, saying, you track the glitches, so you're right. I mean, that being said, now might be a good time to, and before I do this, before I make a fool of myself saying, oh, they're not gonna jump over me here, I always want to mention one thing while I'm stopped. Fine, wait for him to come, and when he does, yeah, get off my way, okay. I just want to say how this game was developed in the sense it was developed with only 256 kilobits of data, 64 of which were used for its graphics and its sprites, like for the Koopas there. But yeah, you're gonna run into cases, I guess, of strange things, but I've never seen that before, where I guess it was just in between that open area where the block was, I fell through. And sometimes you'll have that when you go into walls. Let me see if I can't make that happen. In fact, I will do that. No, I don't think so, because I can't kill him. Actually, let me try this. Okay, no. I was gonna say, sometimes you're hitting the side of a platform or something. Sometimes Mario will stop a little bit, and you might fall down based on you hitting the wall. But it's because you're hitting the wall. It's not because, oh, the game's not well set for itself. Okay, I'm gonna try and see if I can't get through this. Might be easier sometimes to do this if you're what did I say? Small Mario. You get that great sound of boing? I do love that sound, and yeah, wait for him. It's like, yeah. The Hammer Brothers are the worst enemies in the game in terms of handling them, but even in a game like this, it's one of those things sometimes you say, fine, I hate this part of a game in the sense that these enemies are annoying, but it's like, you wouldn't have the game without it. And I will show this, find the hidden vine and climb up it. Okay, now as I mentioned, when this was in development, the thought was you were going to be able to come here with a spaceship or rocket ship and shoot down Koopas. That would then be used in Super Mario Bros. 2, in the sense you pick up the rocket ship and go up with it for the US Super Mario Bros. 2. And in this case, they have you just collecting coins, and Super Mario Land would say, okay, fine, we can do this. You come up here to the clouds, you're able to get coins, and certain versions of this game, I think you get bonuses if you get all the coins. I don't think there's one of them. I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna hit that, because I don't want to be out of case of this. Whoa. I also want to do on the jump. I also feel that when I'm at the edge of a jump like that, I can make that leap, and I also don't get the sense, and sometimes we've had this with platforming games, some we show on this show, but others we haven't necessarily, which is that as you went on, yeah, upside down, and you can do that, that is sort of intended. Also, yeah, I do want to knock him out that way. You can jump from the edge of a platform, and it's one of those things that you don't get the sense that sometimes the game will eat your jump when you get to the end of a platform like that. all the time. And I mean, usually it's a case where if you get to the edge of a platform, like, yeah, I didn't make that. You get a sense like, okay, I didn't make that. Like, I don't know, there. I hit that basically right as I was walking off. So at that point, me not making that made sense. And also me getting hit by that also made sense. And at least there is a mushroom over here. I do want to grab that. As I said, then maybe it's just this, the idea of that feel of the game that I guess I'm so intimately familiar with it. And because I know this genre so well, it's something that I will usually play every game in the genre like this when I can get away with it. And maybe with Mario, because I know I can get away with it, I will sometimes throw caution completely out the window, as is. That being said, I do want to go over here and get up here so I can grab this. Alright, one, there we go. I was gonna get a game over your score sets, but that's either way. Alright, so I have a firework. I'll let Bowser know we're coming. Okay, and right, in this one, we have those big fire ropes, which, yeah, in that case, I don't think I care necessarily about doing that. Actually, I want to say this. By the way, I don't know if you use Twitter specifically, but a lot of the time, when an artist follows me, I follow them back, they seem to think I want a commission. I get annoyed when an artist only follows me because they're looking for that, and I get that they have to make a living. But if you want a commission, I'll direct message them and say, can you do this and how much you want. Don't get to know me and then basically ask for commission. Yeah, I mean, to answer that, actually, when it comes to this show, I haven't really established much as far as social media outside of myself personally. And actually, fine, I'll go back to one thing I know I've mentioned on the show before, because you're probably thinking, where did this go? I mentioned this a lot. The Discord site, I built it, but I also did not get a case of getting it set up for things. I need to do that, and at that point, we can have more stuff going. I mean, honestly, I guess then... Okay, I did have it when I was in my teenage years, but I ended up honestly not using it that much. And... crap. I guess then... I would say for the purpose of the show, I probably would use it for the purpose of, I guess, I don't know, advertising the show out. Fine, I have the YouTube site, as I missed that jump, and that was my fault for the jump. But honestly, even when I did, I don't think I necessarily got a sense of people asking for me when it comes to follows. Even cases where, I will indicate this, I've mentioned this a little on the show, as I'm getting the game over and going back to the start of this world, which is fine. And for the purpose of the discussion show, I don't really mind. This actually helps that go on. We'll keep going, hit and start. I'll usually follow back just to be polite. Yeah, I mentioned this sort of before as far as the show, because I did used to do, before I did the show, because my thought was, actually weird enough, I had my old tech equipment, the Game Capture HD, that I used to use for recordings. I had it for a while. I actually initially was kind of doing stuff with like mini game discussions of things that I thought was not known with my friends through Instagram. And I haven't done much with that actually since, even at the time I was thinking to myself, I said, maybe I want to stream some of these weird things I have, and also I got that Element of Life, which sometimes I jump there and I miss it, but I don't know if it's a specific, it might be a specific case you have to hit it at the side, or it doesn't always spawn based on sprites on screen. I do know this game, and Super Mario Bros. 2 for Japan also have that element where if there's cases where there's not enough memory for something to load like that, it might not load it. It's something I even thought, like, well, I might do stream case, and then I said, fine, when COVID happened, start show, let's do it. And I just said, let's just do this on a shoestring, really. And then it's kind of grown as it is. But it's usually those cases, even as far as stuff like that, it was mostly just, I guess, my personal elements. So it's not something where, I guess, even when I followed people, I don't get a sense like, hey, can you commission necessarily, you know? I mean, it's not just where I'm seen at as well. Discord does that as well, in the sense that I'm like, guys, I'm not a streamer, I don't have any money as far as that. Yeah, I mean, and fine, in my case, I think you know this, I've mentioned this before, but just as for the purpose of the record, I will mention this as I can't avoid hitting that thing. I don't know if that's, fine, you can get past that, I've gotten past it before, but either way, I'm just not having luck doing it tonight. But I've mentioned before, I don't do the show for pay. I don't want to do the show for pay because they said, oh, let's go up here. I was still trying to climb out of that, as is the case. But, fine, I don't know, maybe that's it. Maybe it's a case where, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm so openly saying, no, this is something I do as a personal case. I want this to be the casual gaming hangout. If people want to come to the show and find it, come to the show and find it. We'll have that aspect. We'll have what you have to say going on with that. Not because it's necessarily something special compared to other shows, I guess, but just a case that let's do that. And then it also means that, not that I don't know necessarily, I guess, if people who do this for a living, if they say themselves, they have to, I don't know, since you seem to have your ear at least to not being a streamer, but knowing that, I guess, other people who do, maybe they ask you for things as far as that, follow you as far as it. Do you get the sense that when it comes to people who stream for money and are able to be successful with doing it, it's usually the case that, yeah, you're gonna have to get really lucky that way. Would you say necessarily that they have to make, that they're mandated on what they can show on game in the sense that, they feel like they have to play something specific? As you're also saying, I do follow some artists, but only because I know them and I know them from a Discord server, or I'm part of or with friends on Discord as well. Okay, so more as a personal element. And I guess then at that point they think, yeah, I don't know, they think that it's something for that. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know about that. And it's like, I don't know if necessarily, because you'll see this as far as on Twitch itself, like, fine, this is probably the most, popular game we've played since, I guess, would it be Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed in terms of, and when I say popular, I mean game as well known as this. I mean, I know we played DuckTales Remastered a few weeks ago, but cases where Super Mario Bros. Is a big name, everybody knows this. So at that point, it's that kind of a game where it has a built-in understanding. Everybody knows, like, oh, it's Super Mario Bros. I'm streaming Super Mario Bros. Like, okay, cool. But, yeah, they're nobody gonna be streaming Road Adventure when we do that in 3 weeks. Yeah, it's 3 weeks. I just want to remember if I'm right about that. But I don't know if there's necessarily, you see them play games of, like, big-name games, stuff like some of the Call of Duty games, stuff like Fortnite, stuff like, I guess, some of the Halo games, and other stuff, maybe stuff that's new. But I don't know how many people necessarily categorize when it comes to their show or streaming for that. Something as old as some of the stuff we play, maybe out there as much as we play. I don't know if they say, I mean, I guess I'll take this as an example. Do you think there's a case where people do this for money? They think they can't justify a show where they show off something like Star Soldier Vanishing Earth? Because I don't know if that's a case where they feel like they can't do that. I mean, of streaming cases I'm familiar with this, which admittingly is more about, I mean, I'll look more at the retro stuff, generally speaking, unless I know people are doing stuff. Ouch. But I'm trying to think about this. When it comes to, I guess, stuff they'll go, I don't know if they necessarily say, I mean, do they necessarily play a game? I think I got myself killed again. And I don't know, is that game over? Oh, no, it's not. Hopefully I can get through this. If they feel like they can't get away with playing something like that, but as of the shows I watch, I know the RetroPal show, they will play, like, old stuff, and they'll get bits and things as far as how that goes, and don't go through there. Just be safe. If you want to make a living on Twitch, by the way, it does seem you have to play the most popular games. Okay. So I guess then there's a thought that there's an expectation that you're playing a specific game, I guess because it's, what? Is it because it's popular? Is it because it's, they think there's a built-in audience, I guess, for it? I mean, as I said, I watched the RetroPal show, and the way they categorize the show, because I was curious, do they necessarily put in, like, for specific game the way we do, in the case we can do, which is usually everything but the classic game compilations. And Tetris Dr. Mario, that one, they're like, we are not letting you categorize in that. I'm like, what? I can't? I have to say Dr. Mario, the Super Famicom version that came out over there. But they just put in the retro category. I don't know if then they think, well, they can show off stuff maybe even more obscure than some of the things we've shown. Uh-oh. I don't want to do this again. I really don't want to do this again. So, I mean, I guess it is a question that way of, but then again, I don't, maybe it's just me. My thought is that, oh, crap. Well, alright, we have to do this again. But it's either way, it's fine. We have a discussion going, it doesn't matter. It also shows how hard this game is, if nothing else, and that I'm going that aspect. But, yeah, because it is a thought, I guess, but, and that's maybe, I don't know, maybe okay, I don't know if I'm fighting against that really so much as I'm saying we're going to the beat of our own drum, and fine, when you've come and you said, I want to see these games that maybe other people haven't heard of, I take that as a case of, you know what, that's a great idea, let's take a look at this. People might not know this. And sometimes the Retro Pal show, they'll show stuff I've never heard of, or anybody might, you know. Is, okay, if you're playing a speedrun, maybe you can make a living on that. Yeah, maybe, there goes the life. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess it's a question to that, what that is, because I mean, alright, well, let me think about this. Let me think about, when it's come to our show, as I said, I don't necessarily have an element when it comes to being many views on a show. I'm doing this off of nothing. It's not monetized that way. So that's the idea. I'm thinking, let's think back to our most popular shows when it's come to, fine, YouTube site's one argument, because by that standard, it was, I always joke, it said, the Tower of Hanoi is the most popular game we ever played, because we played the Naked Museum collection on 360, and it got, like, over 1,000 views off of what that was in. Oh, I went through them. And then Top Gear 2, that was the most watched show on the YouTube site last year, like hundreds, like 600 something, off nothing. But as far as when we've done live shows, actually my most popular show I think was one before you joined our Super Bowl Game Saturday family life first, and that was when I showed off Rayman on the PlayStation. I had a raid coming in on people who loved Rayman. And I don't have the recording of that show except for like a little clip that somebody took of apparently advanced strategy they were going into, and they were loving the idea of saying, oh wow, you have a scratched copy of this game from PlayStation when you get to Bandland. It's scratching the music, it's repeating. It's like, I want your disc as far as what this is. And that was like in the 20s as far as how that show was. And other stuff we've had as far as a lot of viewers stuff. We had a lot with Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed a few weeks ago. We had some of the Pokemon parts, sort of, kind of, but not always massive with those. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Let's see. Actually, Lunar, we had some popular ones, particularly when we did that first part, specifically. A lot of VTubers also, by the way, play retro games, and they seem successful. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question to ask, and saying what that's necessarily like, because it's something that, even though I'm not going for pay, because then it means that I guess I don't have to be beholden to something I have to be beholden to that, I guess. But also, I can say, you know, let's take a look at something that maybe, you know, even I don't know this. I'm not going to say I know everything. It's, you want to see a game that people might not know. Let's talk about it. Let's get it out there. And sometimes, we've sometimes said, God, I wish this game would get a re-release. They get a re-release. You're like, how the hell did this get a re-release? But it does, and in a lot of cases, I might be really glad when that happens. So, and also my discovery, because I was realizing that when I edited the Title Legends 2 show from last week, which is a lot of games in that I didn't know. If I didn't get the request from you, like first week, I don't know if I wouldn't have not played it, but we wouldn't have done the show last week because I wouldn't have known it is worth having. We wouldn't have had the concept of the classic game compilation show we do every May. And there's a lot of stuff we would have missed, and stuff saying, hey, this is interesting. I was even thinking what you were saying last week, saying, where'd Taito go? And stuff like, fine, the newer Bubble Bobble game, Bubble Bobble with Friends, Puzzle Bobble Every Bubble, which came out a couple years ago, so that's sort of modern from them. But a question of, I guess, and it's good, I think we're using Super Mario Brothers as the vessel to talk about this. And I'm not going to get that because I don't want to get myself killed. And that is, Super Mario Brothers is a game that probably for a lot of people, it was not the first game they played, it's one of the first games they played in some form, whether it was on NES or not. And I guess then the thought of, as I said before, it is not an overstatement, I don't think, to say, without this game, without the success of the NES in this country, I don't know what console gaming would look like. I don't know what gaming would look like. It probably would be more a case of PC gaming. So we had stuff on Commodore 64 and Amiga and Macintosh and IBM stuff at the time. And maybe that's where gaming would have went. And fine, in this case, looking at it, seeing what are people playing that are popular games, stuff like Call of Duty, stuff like Fortnite as examples, but even stuff like Mario, I'm gonna assume there's something where, when you say playing popular games, this could be seen as that because this is a very well-known game. I think everybody knows this to a degree, or if they don't know it yet, they'll know it at some point. Even if they don't play games, they know it because of how it's broken into mainstream stuff with like movies, TV shows, merchandising, and things like that. And yeah, stuff like Call of Duty and Fortnite, as far as some modern examples of things that get a lot of attention, have definitely done that. And thinking that in some ways, the success of games like that, even though they were cases where I think Fortnite started on PC, I know Call of Duty started on PC before they put them all on consoles. And when they put them on consoles initially, it was not the same one that PC got. The Activision was saying, we want to have a unique aspect of the console versions for quite a bit of time. So the thought that they owe their aspect to this game, even though it's not even the same kind of game as what it is. And also, I will say one other thing is, I'm also being stubborn this way when it comes to this play, because I'm saying, well, I'm on Switch, can't I use that rewind? Yes, I can use it. I don't think I should. I think I should, in a way, have the experience of going the same way, unless it's like an hour from now and I'm still in this castle. In which case, then I will say, okay, fine, I'll swallow my pride and we'll do it. Alright, one thing I do is, as far as, fine, if nothing else, I can get a sense of Bowser's pattern. You want to watch for his mouth to go, because he will, when he does that close in the mouth, it usually means he's going to spit a fireball out. And you usually go down that way, but I do want to get the Podobo out of the way. No, just a second. No! It is tense now. And the tension of a game like this is... Jump! Oh no! No, okay, I'm nervous to run. No, hold on. I can't do it yet, I gotta wait for that Podobo to go. Next jump! Thank God, made it. Oh, there we go, thank God. Oh my God. Okay, I actually got some VTubers to follow me on Twitter even though I haven't seen their things. I think it's because I sometimes will randomly reply to other VTubers' posts thinking I'm a fan of theirs and thinking that it's... I guess thinking this, which is that this is something you like to do. You like to watch shows as far as this. Like, yeah, like this as an example, but other cases saying, hey, you love gaming, clearly, and that's why you and anybody who comes here, I guess, comes here in the sense that you like gaming, you like that, I guess, what we're doing here, and I appreciate that, I really do, in that you're saying, okay, I want to give a voice to people. Look, I do want to give voice to people as far as this. I don't want to just be me talking as far as it. Because then sometimes I've thought that that's what the idea is. But it's also the case that I realize this show has become what it's become because of you, Electric, because of Gemini 96 as far as everybody's been in our chat and been on the show. And at that case, I said, you know what, I want to give this idea to you and say, you can kind of drive where the show goes. And it helps me a lot because it gives a sense of, it broadens my horizon of gaming, and I'm learning more and more and more because of all of you. As far as that, while also giving, what do I know? Basically, share of ideas. It's a gaming town hall. I always say that, as it is. And gaming stuff is kind of reflecting that. But you're right. That case of sometimes they'll tear all this stuff to you, and I mean, I don't know if I've necessarily openly talked about this that much on the show. Sometimes we'll see in chat case that there will be a random comment that comes and says like, do you want 1 million views? Click this link. And it's just like a spam case, like bots as they indicate. And I guess, I don't know necessarily what tailors that to come to a video or not. But then I guess a question of thinking what you're saying, which is, well, and remember, Twitch is owned by Amazon now. And that is, tailoring content to users, saying, okay, what do you use Twitch as a site, as an example of what do you use for something else when it comes to any other service, really, too. For example, I found a random VTuber's post in my feed asking to call it Twitter or X. I call it Twitter because I think the name's better, and I think it's also the original idea that, I mean, crap, as I get eaten. Sure, so I get that as well. The thought of, you know, and then get 4 more followers on that. Well, then again, yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's true. I mean, so that idea of, like, tailoring that way, people liking, I guess they're hearing, fine, you have a lot of good ideas. You mentioned that before, as far as, fine, you have a lot of good ideas as far as the show is shown, but also having it to other people as well, through there anywhere, really. Maybe people seeing that. I mean, maybe not dissimilar to, I guess, what I am in the sense of the show, saying, if people come by and they say, wait, you're playing this game maybe I grew up with loving, and, like, well, do people play this? I'm glad to see it. So, I don't, or you take a request, the case of, fine, when people say a request of a game, I take that seriously, you know, like, I'll get anything, I'll do what I can to make anything happen for the show for you or anybody, really. I think they realized, wait a second, he's actually going to follow through on this. Because, I mean, it could be one of those cases I say, oh yeah, we'll do Star Soldier Vanishing Earth, and then, like, I don't know, the show shuts down next week, I decide, oh, I don't want to do this anymore or something, and we don't play it. I'm like, well, why waste my time? But then they realized, like, no, I'm going to be going through some of this stuff. I mean, at that point, it shows, I guess, the dedication of what I'm doing, even for something that I'm not getting paid for. Like, I just want to do this for, I guess, relaxing for myself, but also in case that people said, hey, they like hearing all this weird stuff. It gives me an outlet that way, number one, I guess, but also people like that, and then they sometimes say, hey, I want to hear what you have to say, or they have a great idea, or great insight, great memories, as you've indicated. Like, first that way, as we are in this, I just want to make sure that if there's a note I had to indicate somewhere here. And you are seeing how some of these castles are repeating a little bit, but some of the blocks that were emptied the first time are no longer empty, as I'm going to try and see, can I get that. Also, it's worth pointing out, if I get hit by that fire rope, and I go down to Small Mario, even though, oh, crap, I was gonna say, if I were to get hit by that when I was Big Mario, and I turn to Small Mario, if I do that and get hit that, I don't become Fire Mario. You only become Super. And I don't think there's a version of Super Mario Brothers that works that way that I know of, specifically. I'd love to do streaming someday. No, I get that for sure, and I think you probably have an eye for it. You'd have an eye, fine, for watching so much, and also what you have to go into for that. You probably have, I mean, I know you would, not probably, you definitely would have a lot to contribute that way for what you think you want to do with it. Because it's one thing, because sometimes people have asked me, said, okay, how do you do the show? And I think at some point I probably should just have something on the YouTube site, maybe how does Super Old Game Saturday get made? Which I've kind of went through on some of the shows we've done, to have something dedicated, like, okay, this is what we do, here's how it goes. But then, thought of getting a sense that, okay, this is how I'll do it, but then I've said to other people, some people have been on show who've either started doing streaming or they were kind of curious themselves. They sometimes have said, okay, well, what do you do? It's like, okay, I'll give ideas of what I'm doing. I'll give aspects as far as some of the tech background, like what I figured out myself for things. How do you stream old consoles? If you want to stream old consoles, what do you want to stream? I'll usually ask them a couple questions. I'll say, what do you want to stream necessarily? And they'll give me a sense of what it is. They'll say, do you want to have a discussion program the way we have it, as an example? Or do you want to say, oh, I just want to play something that way? Do you want to have like a camera case the way we do that when it comes to shows we do when we have them, and things like that? In a way, kind of finding their own path a little bit, and I can't give you the answer. It's going to have to be your case saying, what do you want to do? Sitting down and thinking of it, which is, I appreciate those words, Captain. Well, of course, and I do really mean that, because I'm saying, well, you and everybody else who's come by, just come to this little show and said, hey, you brought so much to me, and I do mean that idea that there is a voice that a lot of you have, and that's why I've focused on it being this communal element so much. And there's times where sometimes I'll have cases of a game going on, as I'm getting hit by a piranha plant, where I come onto a show, I don't necessarily know what I'm going to get as far as chat discussion, but also what's their memories, what do they have to provide for their own element. And the idea is it's going to be telling your story however you want to tell it, but also what is it necessarily you have to go. And I guess also in my case, it's the question of, okay, what do I want to do for a discussion of a game? Like with this game, let's take Super Mario Brothers example, as I'm going to try and get up there. By the way, you're bouncing on this thing, I would like to mention this. You have to wait till it goes downwards and hit the A button to bounce up a little higher on that one. I guess it's a question of, what do you necessarily want to make of it? Or like Talk said, life is what you make it. But the question of, but for this show, I said, fine, I'll focus on the retro stuff. It's like, not just always retro stuff. We'll show newer stuff. That's why I got the newer tech on as far as it. But it's also something I kind of was building up over time. I said, okay, I got Capture Device for the purpose of that. Actually, because to give an example of other people doing this, for Shander 64, he does it. He's been busy, so he's actually been taking a break from it. Nocturne's been wanting to do it. She's been busy and also taking a break from it. Gemini 96 said, I've done it before. And he kind of does stuff for speedruns. We saw that when we played Earthbound. He speedrun that game a couple times for a play of that. But then thinking, well, okay, he realized my capture equipment's not recording correctly anymore. He said, I was doing a speedrun on Earthbound again, because it's been a long time since he's done that. Actually, I think the last time he did it was when he did it for our show. And he was even saying to me, he was saying, I kind of wanted to do this because I know something popped. I was like, you're doing? It's like, oh shit, I should have watched it. I couldn't do it. So, question, what do you want to do necessarily, and what do you want to bring? And I guess, and I said, you were a big case of this Select versus this way when you kind of came in. Find yourself as now he's throwing hammers, so you're getting more dangerous. As I did run underneath him, that definitely was better than 5-4, I'll say that. And I realized that it is kind of about a lot of the personal experiences that you've shared, I've shared, other people shared, and I realized that seems like for this show and for myself, I said, that's kind of aligning with what I'm thinking I kind of want to go. I want to make it this idea that you're not going to get... When I say you and everybody else are the best channel on Twitch, what I mean when I say that is I'm going to try and see if I can't get that fire flower, but given that I don't have much maneuvering room to run, I think I have to leave it. And also, by the way, when it comes to this game, as I get shot in the face, you can't go backwards. It's something I realized that the reason I call you and everybody as far as the best channel on Twitch is because I said, well, let's have a discussion for this. You'll have a lot of interesting ideas and things. I want to wait for these guys. Okay, I have seen that happen before, which is the hitbox on the hammers of the Hammer Brothers are very specific, so sometimes it can look like you're not getting hit, but you just barely getting hit. In that case, I'll grab this. And I think it's because that's been the case. I think people maybe understand or realize what the mission of the show is, and honestly, it's not a case where when I started this, I said, what was my mission of the show? I was like, I just want to show stuff to people when I wasn't seeing them, as far as COVID is concerned, but I said, hey, let me show you some other stuff. Like, you've seen Super Mario Brothers, you've seen Sonic the Hedgehog, I love those games. Like, have you played Dynamite Headdy? Have you played, even stuff like the Rayman games? You played, I'm trying to think of like one of the most obscure things I ever looked at. Fine, a couple weeks if you played Road Avenger. I hadn't played Road Avenger until only a couple of years ago, and it's always a game I wanted to kind of get a sense of. And I said, I can show this stuff. I can maybe get some games out there. I mean, this is interesting. There's a lot to go into. And a way, there's the show My Life in Gaming. Let's talk about our lives in gaming. What's that looking like? Sometimes it'd be, when was the first time you played a game? Maybe a personal memory that goes. You've shared a lot of them when it's come to showing that idea. That's when I realized it was, honestly, I'll tell you, one of the defining shows or games of this show, Life vs. Kingdom Hearts, because of merely the fact your experience of this and saying, this goes to me very, very personally, and shit, I'm getting shot. I'm gonna see if I can't show the glitch I had. Actually, this is where the glitch was, which is, I ran so fast, the bullet bills came here, and I jumped on this. There's the mushroom in there. But I got stuck in the ladder. I'll show that later. And it's when you had actually all three of those things on there, the game's memory didn't know what to do, and they are disappearing now. So yeah, Mario's Magician. And that's why I realized, I said, this has to be the direction of the show, and I realized that people coming in, they're saying, I said, wow, this is something very sacred, and I also said, I'm not going to violate that. I can't violate that. I would take actions against people who've been on the show who are violating that. I'll do it in a heartbeat, and I've had to do that. But that being said, me saying that, well, I realize this is something different. And it's also the case that, fine, we're not going to ignore the game here. We'll give an element to the game. Some people suddenly said, are you going off topic on the game? I don't know. Well, maybe. But, because I've not mentioned much aspects of this game, I'm fine. I kind of front-loaded the show a little bit with that. I'll have stuff going on that later, as is the case. As you're going swimming. By the way, if you go down there too far, you'll get sucked in, and even if you're hitting that A button crazily to do the swimming upwards, you're not going to be surviving. I said, okay, it's tangentially connected with this one, because they said it brings up the case of, well, popularity of games. What are people streaming? Like, if you're talking about this, I'm not going to say to you, no, talk about what I want to talk about. I'm going to say, you're bringing that up, we're going to talk about it. And even if it was a case where I said, oh, I need it to be fitting with what we're playing, it is fitting with what we're playing. We're playing a game on Twitch, it totally makes sense, but even outside of that, I'm saying, okay, that makes sense. You're mentioning your experiences that way. I'm not gonna stop that, and I don't think it's a case of that. So I'm gonna also answer that and also say this, I'm not gonna half-ass your questions or your comments. If you're saying something that deserves this kind of crap, me getting stomped, and deserves this kind of a response from me, but also from all of you. It's not just me saying this. And it's not me saying I have the answers to everything. I've said that multiple times. I don't. I'm not necessarily pretending to have that. I'm saying, what is my answer to this? But it's also something that I want to give a sense that I'm actually thinking about what you're saying and saying, all right, let's talk about that. 'Cause I don't know if other shows talk about this to the degree that we do. And I think that that's something Above anything else, that's something I'm very proud of with the show. Above anything else, because we can go in it. I say, go in the guts of gaming. What does that really mean? It's like, that's what it means. It says, let's talk about all these things and generally go the idea of what does gaming streaming look like? What does it have to do when it comes to a classic game like this? What is the idea of what got us into gaming in the first place and the personal stories we have? So, fits perfectly. As we said before, pull Mike briefly, I just want to make sure nothing's not getting hissy. Even something like that was like, I'm doing that because I don't want the show's audio to get hissy. When that happens, it destroys me. It's like, no, I can't hear it on my end. I don't have like a headset for this. And I also said, I don't even want to have a headset the way other people have. I just want to have a desk mic. It's like, let's just sit here and play a game. By the way, when it comes to this level, there's another puzzle. We have to go bottom to top. Oh, we have to bottom, middle to top. And also, since I'm doing it this way, and there, okay, that is the new thing. And in this case, we have to go a little in reverse. A little. So you go up here, you go down here, up here, and then you go back up. If you don't do that, the level's gonna repeat. But I'm saying, no, we're not gonna not have that repeat. If you see the fire going on, you're good. And also, I'll say this, the other reason I'll go into this stuff with games, as far as, and also explain what is the philosophy of this. I mean, look, I know that as I'm getting stomped, and that is, I think that was my last life. Okay, but we'll do this again. That's the other thing. It also means downtime is not a negative, because they say, all right, we can, I'm showing some of the same levels over on, you've seen some of that, let's go into more as it is to make that go. So, yeah, I don't want to get a sense you're going to be bored of the show, and I think that is that, I get the sense that that's not really what's going on for people saying it's like, I don't know if it's like, hey, it's boring that way, but also said, I think maybe some of the stuff, even garbage we play, deserves this kind of look at itself, saying, let's question this idea of how great is a game, even I mean, I guess also, for this matter, questioning even a game like this. I wouldn't necessarily say, if somebody came in this and said, I hate this game, I wouldn't necessarily say, get out of here. I'd say, what are you talking about? They might say, fine, let's take Nocturne example here, because she says, I like Super Mario Bros. 3. I don't like this game as much as other Mario games. As it is, not because necessarily it does anything wrong, so much as the other one's just improved on it so much that this one is a bit heavier as far as how it feels. It maybe is a bit hard to go back to, and I'm gonna try and see if I can't get this. Yeah, okay, well, let's try and go up there. So it's something like that, I want to get that answer, and I don't necessarily even get a sense, like, fine, if you hate a game like this, I think, you asked at the beginning of the show, you said, like, she said, how could someone hate this game? I don't know, maybe they feel like it's, I don't know, they like other Mario games better. Fair case, I probably do too. They might say maybe they don't like platforming games, they're not good at platforming games. I know Edwack has brought this up, and I may as well indicate this. He said when we played a couple games, we played a Smart Ball last time he was on the show, he said that he thinks that the thought is that maybe youths of today would play a game like this, they would not know what they're doing, they'd keep hitting into everything, they get a game over, they'd be so frustrated to say, hey, I don't want to play this anymore, I'll go play, a Mario game. They might play something like, I guess, Super Mario Brothers Wonder's example, just because it's something where you can get tons of lives, maybe it's a little easier, you have cooperative play, you have the case where other people can help with, like, the signpost things that drop in that game, as an example. In the case of, fine, is a game too hard and will people put it down? Necessarily children or really anybody, really, for something like this. Or even cases where sometimes we've had people on the show say, hey, there are certain games they'll like more than others. They might not play something if they're getting a sense that, yeah, they don't necessarily go with this. Question on platforming games sometimes with people. But it's also one of those things, and I've sometimes said this, I'll go in this way as we're continuing here to get to the castle, and that is, sometimes I'll tell you this, I think I'm a believer in the concept that when it comes to, honestly, any game of any type, I don't let myself get jumped on. Yeah, so we're doing, it's reverse Mario. Mario jumps on the enemies, in this case being jumped on. Maybe I think it's one of those cases where, crap, we have to do this again. Fine, first of all, showing I'm not the expert necessarily either, even if I'm about as old as this damn game is, number one. I'm not sugarcoating the idea that this is not an easy game. And also the case that maybe there's other stuff people would like more, and, ouch. So now I'm also getting reckless, I guess. But I guess then, I do believe the concept that even if there are people who don't like a game in a genre, I usually will not take no for an answer in this sense. Because I believe in the idea that even if, say, you don't like platform games, you haven't played a lot, or whatever that might look like, okay, I like playing something else. I don't know, RPGs, say. We'll take that as an example just because that's the genre that's on my mind to start as far as other people on the show, or been on the show as far as guests and things saying games they like to play. So if that's the case, what is a game really in every genre that would be a case where it's a gateway game? Either they would get them into it, or they would say, I usually don't go for this kind of game, but I love this game. So I was going slow. I don't know why that was. I'm also curious to see if that comes back on the recording. Which is why, Crusader 64, he does not like Mario Golf. He goes bleh for that. Nintendo 64. I adore that game. But it's also something that, when that came on Switch Online, I said, let me show this, because we always show the Switch Online stuff. I show it. It's like, let's take a look at this. And I tried to sell it because I love this game, but I'm also in a weird case when it comes to that Switch Online version because it has button lag. And that's a big problem. I can't stand the fact that the version has button lag, which means we play that game for the show. You bet we were playing on a Nintendo 64. I'll be buying the Game Boy Color version. We will show off the transfer pack usage. I will see about showing the Game Boy Color version off because it's an RPG. But then again, I also said, because a lot of people, most people I know as far as who've been on the show or personally, they've usually said they don't go for sports games. Honestly, the one exception to that was Dolly Finn when we played Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. She's the big one on hockey, and I guess on sports comparatively speaking. But I also said, I'm not going to say no, we're never going to show a sports game. Because there's sports games I want to show. And my point of this is, I would think, well, for every genre really, I think there's that one game that even if you don't like that genre, for some reason, maybe against your either, I don't know, better judgment not the right word. You're against your defenses, perhaps, against something like that. Whether it's that or really anything. There's sometimes that game that will get you into a genre. And even Crusader 64 is like, I don't like sports games. He said, I love Mario Tennis on Game Boy Color. We had a saying, what's better, Mario Golf or Mario Tennis? I said, golf. I say golf is, as far as N64 is concerned. He said tennis is because he played the Game Boy Color version. So it goes to this aspect of RPG, but saying, I love that. It taught me ideas of like how tennis works, and it put it into this really fun shell that is a sports game, and I love it. As I mentioned, an ex-girlfriend of my brother, Inherent Knocked, she didn't like games, period, but she played Age of Empires 2. That's a real-time strategy game. You're like, okay. That seems like that's a genre that would be maybe impenetrable, but that game is not impenetrable. To me, I think that might be one of the most perfectly designed real-time strategy games ever. And I want to show it for the show, of course, for that very reason. But at that case, that was one of the first examples I really noticed that. I said, wait a minute. She's really liking this. She doesn't even go for games. Alright, that's when I realized. There's some games, and I think Super Mario Bros. Is a case of this for platformers, and I'll try and get through 7-4 again. Not that it's gonna go long. The other thing, this game's not that long, so if nothing else, me retreading a path in this baby is not a problem, really that much. I think that there's a case where there's really any game of any genre that somebody will come to, and some like Super Mario Brothers, even though like platformers, I think people would like this, generally speaking, or if they don't, it's a case where maybe they're so not into platforms, or they might like another platform. They might, for all I know, just taking an example, they might like the feel of something else. They might like, I don't know, Sonic the Hedgehog more because they like the fact that the way maybe that speed goes, maybe that attitude of that game goes, as an example. Or something else. There might be something that gets them into a genre of some sort that they might not go for normally. Even in a case where it's like, fine, a classic like this, maybe they don't go for. They might go for something else. Even something like, this is a weird case of a platformer, something like Limbo, which we're going to show off on our Delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 in November, by the way, because that version was delisted as a World 8. So we're coming to the end of the game. And good thing I'm going to get them over here so I can get free lives from this. So it's a good case of that. Okay, so let's get going. I do love that this has kind of engendered this idea as far as discussion on this, really. And I guess also, why is Super Mario Bros. An important game? That's really, above anything else, when it comes to the games we show on the show, there are usually a lot of questions I'll want to ask to kind of, I always say, get the game out there. And a game like this doesn't need my help because it sold like 40 million units, as it was, and I think if that was not all on NES, most of that was on NES. At least I think. I don't know how the sales figures indicated that element. And some of that also is because the game was bundled in with the console, generally speaking. But, I mean, sometimes it's just the question, what do we want to ask? Like, we're going back to Rez next week again, doing Rez Infinite, because fine, raw recording problems first time we did it. Like, first, I'm sorry we ran into that as far as it. If I had known when that was happening, I would have taken immediate action. Say, what can I do to fix this? So I said, okay, we can do the second chance thing. I said, we'll take a look at Infinite. I have it on PS5, so we'll have that. We'll have more. We'll go through the aspect of Rez. But I guess with Rez, let's take we can as that example. Let's say, thinking about what do we want to answer about that game, which is, if you never came to it before, what is it? If you've also never came to it before, why should you give it a play? Why necessarily, I guess, if it's something that looks too abstract, what does it necessarily mean underneath, if it means anything? I think it does, personally. How does that game go as far as your fandom of flight shooting games and music games, as an example? And I guess also, what does that game do to... Let me think about how I want to put this on that one. I probably should do this for next week's show, but just thinking this as a brief example of this. How does a game like that, I guess, advance gaming as an art form, and also how does the Infinite version enhance on a game that already was really good when it was on the Dreamcast in Japan, and then also on the PlayStation 2 here, when it first came around as, there goes the star, I missed it. And that is, yeah, I mean, and sometimes I might have an answer, but in also the case that maybe it's going to be a little bit of an intangible, necessarily. And I guess with Rez did find its audience, just like this game did, in a different way, yes, than this, that people got attention to it. It was popular enough later, admittingly, than what it was first. Because for a while, it was something that was actually a rare game on the PS2. When I first played it in 2007, like, I could not find a copy of that for the life of me. That game cost a fortune back then. Now it doesn't anymore because it's been re-released a lot. And then, I guess then... Because I remember when I first played that, it was at Otakon in 2007. And they had that surrounded by, like, around where all the music came from. That was when Guitar Hero 3 came out. That was when Rock Band 1 came out. So I said, okay, I have those games. I love those games. I said, they have this here. Let me take a look at this. I never played this. You hear, when you go in any gaming convention or any convention with gaming like that in it, you hear, usually having like a large airport hangar like area. And in the case of all these big games, a lot of noise going on with that because of like, hey, if you outrun it too fast like that, it bounces back, it hit me in the fucking face. Yeah, that's also the other thing. You get laughs as far as this, even when it comes to failure as far as this. You learn from losing, quote Lorelei from Pokemon Puzzle League, but also you learn from your elements of that, but also sometimes you see funny stuff that I'm not planning this show, I'm just playing the game, and just because I'm recording, just sometimes have these things happen, you know? But with Rez, just going back to that briefly, I was playing that, all these loud cases as far as that. I was playing this game, I was going through that first level as far as that, the first area. It felt like the world outside stopped, all the noise stopped, even though I could still hear it in my mind. And I was playing this game, it was like, I was transfixed on this. I was drawn in when the level came over. It was almost like I came out of a, not a stupor really, but I came out of a trance, almost, which is fitting for that game, I think. And then, at that point, wow, that's when I realized, oh, it was something special for itself. And also, I guess in that case, also, the other thing, which is, I guess I'll say, selling a game for you, and also sometimes when you said, when it comes to a bad game, saying, is a bad game really as bad as it's been, you know, indicated? And also, for that matter, why might a game be bad to somebody or good to somebody? Even a game that is maybe not really well liked. Like, I don't know. I guess Batman Forever is an example of that, just kind of coming off the top of my head here, as though Lakitu is back. I pronounced him as Lakitu. I guess Latiku. I guess if you say it fast. I don't know if there's necessarily a right way to do it. I don't know. Chad, if you know what it is, feel free to indicate that. And that's the other thing is, yeah, he's like, yeah, bye, I'm out. Oh, he's not bye. Also hit up here, there's a life. But you have to run across, and also as we're pointing out, when you are running at full speed, you go one block across, so you can run across those without falling. Let's get that in. There we go, got that. But it's also something that, I guess then, to sell the game when I think it's that way, but also even as far as a bad game, why would somebody like that? Because I don't like Batman Forever in terms of aspects of how it controls and how cryptic it is, and how the Super Nintendo game is more cropped off than the Genesis version, so it's harder to see things, and there's loading on the cartridge. In that case, I stepped right off on the edge just so I could do a run across and make the jump easier. Uh-oh. As I also got killed there. But also, why would somebody like a game like that? In fact, Emetics was the case that he said, I like that game growing up because I played it, but I also like the idea of its Mortal Kombat control method in the sense that there are a lot of hidden moves and hidden areas to find. Okay, and I said, you know what, that's a valid reason to like that game, you know? In my case, I guess it comes down to execution, but it's also something that, I'll say this, even when it comes to, and I was also asked this, why you play a game that's not that great? Sometimes, I mean, when even it comes to a game like that, we're gonna have a great time playing it. We'll make a good time out of it, even if something like Plumber's Zone, where Ty's like, would you want to play this? Probably not, but can we make a good time of showing a game like this? Absolutely, and I will always promise that. Regardless of what game it is. That way, even in case of saying, like, don't play this game, people said, don't play certain games. Sometimes like, you know what, let's play, if you want to see it just because seeing maybe that, I don't know, I'm not even gonna say it's a suffering case. Even if a game is really bad, I would say, I'm not suffering, I'm having a good time showing it, if nothing else. And fine, if I get frustrated as far as something like that, well, I'll show the idea that's frustrating, and I guess it's giving me a real case of it. I'll feel like, yeah, it's genuine, coming from the idea of what this is like. And same even with this game, where it's like, yeah, I make mistakes on this thing, and that was a good case, me not getting killed by that buzzy beetle right at the end of the stage, because in World 8, by the way, if you die anywhere, you go back to the beginning of the level. There's no checkpoints here. There are in Worlds 1 through 7, but not 8. You gotta be going through in one shot. But even when I die in this game, I'm not saying like, oh fuck, I hate this game, I don't want to play it. It's what, oh, like crap, I didn't do well, let's try again. Although I guess if it was a case you had to go back to the beginning each time, well, that's something that's been brought up. In fact, I think, what was the game that, let me think about this. Yeah, I guess, because as I remember in the game that came up, oh right, it was Sparkster, when Edwag pulled that out and beat it his first time playing it. And he also said, oh, by the way, they did a restock of Ride Night Adventures Resparked, so I bought a copy. He's like, okay, great. He said that to me this past week. But she said, okay, that's a case where you only have a couple continues and you die, you go back to the beginning of the game. We play games that are like that and he jumped through. If you stay close to him, the arc of his hammers will not hit you. So that's something also to kind of, yeah, this is a game worth analyzing for that, so you also get a sense of how can you be a better player, even watching it, but just me playing it. Even me talking about it as I'm going. You're saying, hey, you know, the idea of beating a game, or playing a game is, oh no. Oh, that was lucky. That was also lucky, okay. So we got another one. But you can also run into him, except he jumped. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately going back to the beginning of this stage. We'll see how it goes. But the case of, I guess the thought of is, you know, game over and going back to the beginning of the game, outdated content. And I guess with this game, if I really wanted to be playing it the old school way, I would not be using the continue code. I'd be playing the game over and over again, I guess. Although in this case, this is half a code and half a maybe intended feature. So I think in that case, I don't feel bad saying, okay, we're gonna keep continuing this way. But I mean, I guess we've sometimes played, with some games we played Contra Hardcore. That's a game that's like that, but also because of how well designed it is, it's something some of us, as far as Chad have played this game, we kind of get in the rhythm of that. And it went through him. I somehow have that on tape. The Koopa Shell going through them. They don't die from that. You're fucking learning. Only this show. Oh my god. That's also why I love doing this show. I never could have predicted some of the stuff happening. In this case, maybe when he's doing that, run underneath him. Although in that case, I didn't. We're going back to the beginning of this world. Yeah, that's the other thing. Just because I'm reacting to this stuff right on the fly, that's sometimes kind of what it goes with the show. Okay, so World 8 once more. And when we're done, we're going to take a look at Star Courses. We'll look at the extra areas around here. We'll take a look at the other versions. As far as Super Mario Bros. Is concerned, for the celebration. I guess also this really psychological dive when you think about this game and really a gaming period and other aspects. I think maybe that's the other thing, is if the game is real designed, you'll put up with really anything it gives you. And Electrix, you mentioned that when we played Contra Hardcore, saying that game is insanely hard, but something that you can learn the patterns, you can persevere, and you feel that great sense of accomplishment as you go. And I definitely did when I practiced that game. And then we did the shows up, because we played it a couple times for certain things to make sure we're ready. But also something that then you contrast it with other games. You mentioned Shinobi on PlayStation 2, saying that game is too hard and it's frustrating when you get through it. I don't feel the accomplishment of that. So, fair enough idea. And the other thing is that your reaction to a game, whatever it might be, it's going to be yours and yours alone. And I can tell you that I love Super Mario Brothers, but I can't necessarily guarantee to anybody playing. I said this when we played Shenmue. I say, I can't guarantee you're going to love this game the way I do in that one, or you might necessarily think the same way about this game as I do. You know what? That's okay, I think. And honestly, I think because it's a case where I encourage the idea of tell us why. Even if it's a case, it's not a popular opinion. It's like, tell us why. And I think it's one of those things that even if I would disagree with that, I'd say, you know what? I can get an idea of why you'd think that. I mean, fine, Shenmue, I said that. We played that. He would say, I'd rather play Yakuza. I feel that's more, fleshed out, or maybe the voice acting is stilted and I couldn't get into it, and I didn't feel that when the game got serious that I could separate that, perhaps. Or maybe it feels clunky by today's standards compared to, like, Yakuza, Like a Dragon, same idea. Or other games that kind of went that direction, perhaps. Or maybe, I don't know, as I did just barely get him. I jumped on the side of him, so yeah, he moved right in my way, so thank you, Lakitu. But by the way, when you kill him, he will eventually come back. When he's in the area of where he locates. Alright, so you want to grab that. And if I keep dying here, I will be able to come get that life more, as the case. But, you know what? All valid ideas, like, why would that not be a case? So, in my case, I'm saying, okay, this game means more to me than I can even say. But, also, why and what is it that makes it so that, for me, that is a game that, for me, feels like it's something that was made for me, even though I know it was not, and something that speaks to me in a way that maybe it might not speak to other people. I mean, we all have games like that. Like Chris, you said Kingdom Hearts is a case that you love that franchise, but also that first game. Say, that speaks to me personally for my aspects of my family connections with that thing, but also it just speaks personally to me anyway. And it got me into the genre, and it's something that I always hold near and dear to my heart. Gemini 96, you said that with Earthbound, we played it, saying that is a game that means so much to me. The idea of a game that, in a way, defines who you are, really. We're all going to have those games, and sometimes it might be a game you don't expect for that to happen with. For example, guess one aspect. They did watch the new episode of the Console Wars show today. They did Lethal Enforcers, which actually, I recently bought the Sega CD version of that one. Found it really cheap as far as their comparison of Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis games. It was like, yeah, it's a game I used to play all the time for the Sega Genesis. Like, it's better for the Super Nintendo. I pulled out the CD version. It's like, it's better for the Sega CD, which in some ways it kind of is. Or then maybe somebody else like, oh, I think it's better on the PlayStation. And the arcade machine comes up, it's like, you're all wrong. I'm the best version of this game. But they did say what their next episode is, it is Bubsy 2. They're finally doing Bubsy 2 next time. And it's getting re-released, so talk about perfect timing for them to do it. As I'm saying, I'm gonna go the highway, as far as avoiding them. I'm gonna try and see if I can run into them with the shell again. Hopefully they'll die this time. No, he didn't! Why is he not dying to the shell? And this is straight emulating the NES version, so I don't think it's... yeah, I don't know. Chat, do you know? If there's anybody who might know in this chat, it's Gemini96, I'm thinking maybe. Just as a thought. Have you ever seen that? Where the Koopa Shell doesn't kill the... what is it? Okay, that was lucky for me. He jumped down, and right as he jumped down, I knocked him out. Have you ever seen the Koopa Shell not killing the Hammer Brothers here? But yeah, with that game, I mean, I know Crusader 64, his interesting case, I'll tell you an interesting story on that one. Because we have not touched Bubsy as a franchise, and we should. And I will be buying that Bubsy the Perfect Collection, because they have announced, by the way. And now he died, and now I died as well. So he died by the Koopa Shell, I died by the hammer, as he was dying, as it is. I've never seen that happen before. Yeah, only this show. We played this show, I swear to God I say that, but okay, we have it on video. It's also gonna be a Twitch video cutout, saying all this weird stuff we have. I'm not even mad at it, I'm just saying, we're seeing this, I'm glad we're seeing this. As is the case. But going to that, I remember when Bubsy Paws on Fire came out. Came out in 2018, 19, I think. Edwek got it. It is actually an Endless Runner game. It's by the people who made Bit Trip Runner. I did not know that at the time we played it. He brought in for his Bad Game Thursday perspective for it. Oh, by the way, this has happened to me, but I don't know what causes it. So Gemini96 is saying, okay. Because we did say the way this game is handling memory when it comes to that, but there was not much in the area. It was just the case they kicked the shell. Fine, did the bulldozer attack. The manual for Super Mario Brothers indicates, or fine, Super Mario Brothers for NES indicates. I said NES, right? Make sure I said that. Okay, I don't know if it's that. Okay, we've seen it. He's seen it. But why has it happened? If I can find an answer, I'll find an answer. Because, fine, this game has been very well documented. So it's not one of those cases. That's the other reason we'll sometimes do a show, just to go on that as well. Maybe there's not as much documentation to it. It's maybe not known. Maybe maybe needs more love as far as it, or more elements talked about it. But just sometimes a case of maybe people don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe nobody knows. Maybe we're finding the answer out now. We have with stuff. Against all odds. But, that being said, yeah, going back to the Bubsy thing. We played Pause of Fire. Christian 64 was having none. They said, this game's awful. Like, what do they do to my beloved Bubsy? He's like, oh, you like these games? I was like, yeah, I gotta tell you, I grew up playing the ones on Super Nintendo, and it's like, the thought of like those games being, I kind of like the style of those. So it's like, you know what? I get that. As is, I've never played Bubsy. Well, we should play it. I'm getting that collection because they did say, by the way, what's going on in that collection. That was a couple weeks ago. I didn't actually bring that mention. I got shot. Sorry, Mario. They're putting in. They did announce what they're putting in. They're putting in the first Bubsy, Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, which was the original. They're putting in the Super Nintendo version, the Sega Genesis version, and the Super Famicom version, so the Japanese edition. And I gotta get that life right there. There's Bubsy 2, which is on Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and they also include the Game Boy version. They're putting Bubsy 3D in from PlayStation, and they're also putting in Bubsy Fractured Furry Tales, was on Atari Jaguar, which costs a fortune now. So, for that reason alone, that game's worth the money as far as that collection for it. As far as the way it plays, I have played it. I played the one version that's not being ported in that. That is Super Bubsy, which is on PC. It basically is the original with MIDI chip music as far as how it encodes that on PC, because a lot of games on PC, where they're on consoles, they would do that. And also, it does, as you collect TVs in that version, I don't know if Perfect Collection is going to have this. I hope it does. You get the pilot of the Bubsy cartoon that they aired over Thanksgiving weekend in 1993, 4, I think it was 3. That is Rob Paulson voicing him. That was it, and they never picked it up. But I don't know if that Perfect Collection is going to have it. I know they're notorious, but what I'm seeing, they look like generic platformers. And, well, yeah, I mean, they kind of are. I mean, well, let's take these one by one, because the ones I played one on PC, as far as Super Bubsy, and I played 2 on Super Nintendo. So, let's take those one by one. For Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, it is a platforming game a lot like Sonic. They definitely pull from Sonic in that way, because Bubsy runs extremely fast. He has an attitude to himself, as is indicated, because Accolade, who did the publishing on that game in development, they had their games with personality, as they indicated it, for the purpose that saying, they want to stand out against other things, saying, what can we do to stand out against a lot of other stuff, like, platformers are everywhere because Mario is so successful, and Sonic the Hedgehog eventually as well, when that came around. Said, okay, we have that. Here, it's a one-hit death case with how he goes, and also that you start with 9 lives, because he's a cat, like, hey, a cat has 9 lives. But also, based on how that game is going, you run really fast, like Sonic, so it's great to get up that speed the way that Sonic is, but oftentimes, there are a lot of things that come around, because you have only one hit before you die. It's something that makes it really hard to navigate some cases. You're like, I want to run really fast, but I'm going to run into something, I'm going to die. Or if I jump on the wrong thing, I jump on the cars, there's like, the yellow cars, jump on them. The red ones, you jump in, it's like a trap, and you're basically, it's like Stranger Danger of growing up, when it's like, hey, don't get in a locked car, don't get in a car with a stranger, because they'll have the lock on it, you're not getting out. It's that, weirdly enough, and there's specific animation going on with that, and you die. Or you have fall damage, because it's a game, unlike this one, where it's a 2D platform that has fall damage, where if you fall too far, you fall, and then you have, like, the cartoon perspective, getting, the accordion when you fall. Funny to watch, but it's like, you die, and like, I gotta start the level over again, or I have to get a checkpoint, and there are checkpoints as far as how it goes. So, the dirty little secret on Bubsy, I'll say that one, is that I don't know if it's necessarily as bad as its reputation, and at the time, it was a game that was generally well-liked. It got good reviews from the press, generally speaking. It was something that really, it was only kind of years later that people looked at it and maybe thought, I don't know, they thought it was perhaps that idea of 90s attitude and maybe a revolt against that, maybe? Or maybe cases where, as I mentioned, fine, on design element, it's a case where you have one-hit deaths as far as things and fall damage that way, and me stupidly jumping into that. So that makes sense. I'm small in this case. It's a one-hit death here because I'm small. I can get a power-up, though, to get myself updated. And Bubsy has power-ups, too, for lives and things, and invincibility and things. But it's also something that... It's not easy to play that with the way it's designed, but it's also something you want to go fast. You want to kind of go nuts the way you do with something like this, but... You get the sense that maybe the game is not really well designed around that. And then 2 came out. In 2's case, they had a health bar yourself. So that makes it a little better. But the way the level design works, it's a lot cramped and enclosed in compared to the first one. But you still have some of the same movement speed they had in that one. But you also have a glide button. So it's like, actually, before Tails could fly, actually, in the Genesis Sonic games. Actually, I think it was even before Sonic Chaos came out, so before Tails could fly, period. You know, I was not running fast enough on that. You have to go far enough to the left of that area I was at. Otherwise, you can't make that run correctly, so that was my fault. So when you die in that game, it's not always a case of like, oh, that was my fault, like you can say on this game. It's like, no, I feel like I got screwed out. And you also have limited continues. And there are oftentimes hazards on the ground that show up the animations, like you can run over into a box and you'll see tacks there. And you walk over it and you deflate, as if you're like, you know, a balloon or something like that. But like, yeah, you sometimes can't avoid those things. You break a box, there's banana peels, just slide in, you might slide into an enemy. So the way the game design works, it does not match that feel of what that game kind of goes for, and even its animation elements kind of get to a question of that. People think, like, I don't know, is it annoying him saying, I don't know, did someone call 911, or, wow, you still playing this thing? So it's like the game is even saying, like, well, why are you making fun of us playing it? Which then, that kind of smart-ass attitude plays differently. It was like, wait a second, there's something about this that maybe is a frustration to you. But then also something that Dirty Little Secret, as I mentioned, is it's not that bad a game. It's just that aspects of the design are a problem to itself. That is something that I do remember that aspect. Although even when I played them, I didn't necessarily was like, these things are bad. I'm like, it's whatever. But something that I still kept playing. So it's something that I guess, to its credit, I did still want to go. And as I mentioned, going back to what I mentioned with Pause and Fire, they said, let's turn this into an endless runner. I don't know, that one, I didn't have the element to it, and Crusader 64 was like, this game's terrible. It's like, I love the other ones. And 3D I've never played, but I do want to play it in that collection. They did say they're doing enhancements to all the games in that. Maybe making them better, perhaps, depending on what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. That's going to be the question more than anything else, I think. But... So it is an interesting thing, but I don't know if maybe that has something to do with what the reaction of Bubsy is and was, or maybe then the thought of saying, we can bring it back, which they did with the Woolly Strike Back. We did it with, they did it with Pause and Fire, and they said we can do it with this collection. And also, I guess, before 3D, 3D was the one that sent it off because 3D was not well received. Although, as I mentioned, it is Lanny Minella who's voicing Bubsy in that game, because it was Rob Paulson from Animaniacs, and also he was in, I think, what have we played he's in? Well, he's in Clayfire Sculptor's Cut. We haven't played that yet, but he's in that. But yeah, and then she was the voice as far as Bubsy that way. And maybe a case of this, thinking, alright, the thought that Bubsy was maybe seen as one of those platforming games that was really going after Sonic in maybe such a visible way that maybe it's resulted in backlash, saying it came to the table this way, acting like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, maybe, and it doesn't have, I guess, I don't know if I'd say it doesn't have the gameplay to back it up necessarily. I don't think it has the game design to back it up necessarily. I think that's more than anything it. Because I think it controls fine. It's just based on how it's designed. That's really the question about itself more than anything. But it is something that, it is an interesting game. It's something that you clearly can tell, and this is why it's one of those things you think, well, like first you said this, I think, very astutely when we played Majora's Mask, saying, can we call the games that people hate or games the worst of all time? I don't know if they even go that far on Bubsy necessarily. Can't call them that way, depending on how that is. Like, maybe not, because there's a lot to kind of go into. Alright, and A3, let's try this again. I mean, we will show them. I'll show that collection. I'm getting that collection. You bet I'm getting that. Just because above anything else, I never played Bubsy 3D. I want to experience that. I think I should. And also, the Bubsy game on Jaguar, Fractured Furry Tales, that costs a lot. Well, I said this when we did Pitfall: The Mind Adventure. I said, what can we do on Atari Jaguar? Ow, as I run on the hammer. I said, the console's expensive, especially the CD add-on. Question on how reliable those things are. Apparently it's really hard to emulate that, from what I understand. So, the fact that we're getting emulations as good as they are, I guess, through that collection, and I know an Atari 50, that is something that is definitely quite a statement to itself. But because of that, that's interesting that way. Seeing maybe we're getting more Jaguar emulation, and we can show off some of those things. I know one game I do want to show off, and actually, yeah, we could show this off soon enough, honestly, because I do have Atari 50 that has it, and I have Lamasoft, the Jeff Minter story, coming in next month, or fine, July is going to be. That and Tetris Forever, and again with the shell, and what's the other one? Megan Karateka. I have those coming in July. Chemist 2000. That game is amazing. I'd love to show that. So the case that's how our avenue can be. And when I can avoid emulating, I will do that only because I have a collection of something. But also because that system is so damn hard to emulate for anyway. It's something where I don't know if I'd have much success if I try, even if I tried necessarily doing that. I think that Bubsy case of itself, like, I'm curious to see what that's like. And also broadening horizon that way, because I don't know if I've actually explicitly asked this on the show. But chat, I don't know, what's your experience with Atari Jaguar? Have you ever played anything on it? Have you ever played the console? And I guess for that matter is, yeah, again with that. You know what, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm running underneath. I'm gonna stay here. Well, oh wait, I'm gonna hold again. Okay, good thing I didn't run yet. Wait, I'm a little gunshot. Okay, come on. Yeah, my experience honestly playing it is, it's Tempest 2000. And not because it was on Jaguar, just because it was ported elsewhere. Even before Atari 50 was ported elsewhere. It was on PlayStation, it was on, Sega Saturn. No! Shit! That's also I was gun-shy doing the run. Okay. I never played Atari Jaguar. Yeah, okay. Gemini 96, yeah, that's an interesting case of that. I know that I've made you, vicariously, live through Atari Jaguar myself when Atari 50 came out. I showed you, I think I might have shown you Tempest 2000. I know I showed you, Trevor McFerran, The Crescent Galaxy. That was hilarious. That's a flight shooting game, a horizontal flight shooting game. With, like, it's fine, it has a Star Fox milieu to itself, in that you have, a lot of, like, animals doing flying, and you have, like, this lion guy, as far as how it was. I know I showed you, Cybermorph, because that's in that collection as well, but yeah, well, the Atari Jaguar, that's an interesting beast as far as a console, because, and this is also how I make, me going through World 8 multiple times and not boring. It's like, let's talk about other things to go as I'm trying to, you know, work my way through it. We talk our way through the problems on the show. That's how we operate. It's an interesting beast because that's, I guess it's fitting to come up this way because I said, Atari, the case was that the great video game crash, it was thought that aspects of Atari were maybe part of the cause of it, along with customer apathy, confusion, and dissatisfaction with games that came out, or some things like that. I never played Jaguar either. Yeah, and honestly, as I said, I hadn't played it myself either, because it came out in 1993. That was the time when, along with Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, they were focusing on the idea of their 16-bit consoles, because NES is an 8-bit console. Ouch. And what happened was that there was the perspective of bits being indicated as far as consoles, which kind of stopped, honestly, after the Dreamcast, really. And the thought of, okay, more bits means better and bigger and better looking games as far as the proliferation of technology. particularly as far as gaming is concerned. And also, I believe, referenced processors within consoles for certain things. So, and then I guess then this goes to the idea of this, which is NES really, it was basically a resuscitation of the home console perspective. And it was something that, and then there's a documentary in Atari 50 that can go on this, we'll get to that, where they say, we were getting calls from people saying, we want new stuff to play on Atari 2600. And that was even with Atari saying, we made the 5200, we're making, made the 7800. With people saying, wait, there is a market for this. People want to play this stuff. And the return of gaming with Nintendo, with NES, and then Sega had stuff with, they had SG-1000 as far as that, but they also had the Sega Master System, as I mentioned, which dominated Brazil massively, based on how that was. But then the case that Atari said, all right, we have, even as far as Jack Tramiel's perspective when he took the company over in the 80s, saying, I think it's too serious. Fine, I think we need to be more serious in what we're doing, because how the process went when it came to Atari, and since I'm getting the life here, I can keep having this happen and being okay. The case was very loose when it came to the 1970s with Nolan Bushnell and the team originally, but the case that they said, no, let's make this more serious structured, we'll go the PC route. So he's not necessarily one who indicated much as far as the gaming division, but then it's a case where, fine, he saw that there's success with NES and thought, well, we can kind of tap into that. And in some ways they were right, saying, we have the Atari name, we can have that going. And they had elements of like Atari games when it came to a lot of Midway stuff that they'd help release in arcades and things like that. And so in 1993 they said, all right, we have a console we're making. It was called the Panther initially. The Atari Panther. That was initially what it was going to be called. It was going to be a 32-bit console. And this was, I believe... Okay, this was around the time the 3DO was released. That was Trip Hawkins making that from EA. His idea was a generic box for gaming for that sort of 32-bit CD interactive console. Same way Philips had with the Philips CDI. And his thought was $700 for this thing. The Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis are baby's toys. That was the marketing as far as that. And Atari's thought was saying, all right, we got that. And then I think the PlayStation and the... I don't know if the Sega Saturn had been announced by 1993. Or for that matter, if Sega of America knew about it, because I know there was a big case as far as 32X where Sega Japan indicated the 32X, the idea of what 32X became, as far as what their next 32-bit console is going to be. Sega of America said, no, that's stupid. If you're going to do this, make it an add-on like the Sega CD. And said, okay, fine. Sega Japan said, Sega America, okay, make the add-on for us. That's cool. So made 32X. They're making Sega Saturn without telling them. And the Sega Saturn, so you're like, huh? But anyway, 32-bit, that and with Sony saying we're going to get our revenge because Nintendo stabs in the back with CDI. So we're partnering for that CD add-on for Super Nintendo. Not happening. We're going to destroy them. So Atari said, all right, looking at the bit case, we had the 32-bit console we're doing, but you know what? Let's go further than that. Let's do 64 bits. And the way they did that was they had a 32-bit processor within the console as far as what became the Atari Jaguar. They added up the numbers of what they had, and they had their marketing campaign of do the math, indicating the idea of, hey, 16-bit consoles for Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, 8 for NES and Sega Master System, 32 for what 3DO was doing, and technically, I guess that's what CDI technically was, I think. I don't know if there's a bit indication on CDI. I'll have an indication down below if it is. I can just keep mining that life, so it doesn't matter if I'm dying here. And also, I don't necessarily think that just because I'm talking this through, I'm dying. I was doing this as far as it anyway. But anyway, they said, okay, we added this up. We're adding up to 64 bits, and they said, do the math. Like everybody else, they're doing all that. We're thinking ahead. We're doing 64 bits. So the console came out in 1993. And when it came out, okay, now in that case, I gotta die because I didn't get the life. But it's probably better because at that point, I was just kind of going back and forth saying like 2, 1, 2, 1, now 0. We can at least have a full set of 3 lives when we go. But they said, okay, here it is. It came out. They had some big support when it came to it, particularly for from Doom, or via Doom, because id Software made a version of Doom for the Jaguar. Which honestly, every console version of Doom at the time was in somewhere or another tied to. And they said, all right, 64 bits, let's do this. But based on how that system worked, it was hard to program for. I believe the way that it had to program Doom. They had to program very specifically to get aspects of the collision detection working, which you never know looking at it. At this point, I'm going to let myself die or kill myself again because I need a full set of lives for this. They said... And they didn't have music in that version. But anyway, the console came out. It cost like $250, so it wasn't as massive as some other stuff in terms of price. But Atari's perspective was they didn't necessarily have massive third-party support. I mean, they had some, yes. There was a lot of their stuff, and they had stuff like the Atari 2000, which was really good, and it was light. But other stuff like Checkered Flag, which is like a virtual racing style racing game. It looked a lot like virtual racing. There's other stuff. There was the question initially that, was this actually a 64-bit console? Didn't look like as much of a jump to people, even with stuff like Doom, and even stuff like Tempest 2000. Those definitely showed off what the console could do. Even Cybermorph, because that's kind of the Star Fox direction in terms of how it was. Even when people were saying, Star Fox came out this year on Super Nintendo, we have that 3D polygonal look of that game. So, is something like that special? And sometimes the question of, was Atari deceptive when it came to how they marketed it? I guess the answer is sort of in the sense that it was a 32-bit derived processor that it added up the other ones to say, hey, it's 64-bit, we're not lying because we have other ones that go along with it. But the way the console went, it didn't do very well. There were cases where a lot of games were not necessarily well liked. They made a CD add-on for that. That was the Jaguar CD. It was notorious in terms of not working. The Angry Video Nerd episode of that, about Jaguar, a couple of them that he did, he went into that saying, I tried to buy 2 of these things back when they were merely, I don't know, $200-something. Now they're way more. He said, I had people trying to help me saying, get this thing working, saying, let me clean the contacts between the Jaguar and the CD unit that goes in. Let me adjust the pins so that it's more secure. Let me hardwire the damn thing into it. And I eventually said, I tried the hardwiring it, and it gets the connection issue when it will load up for it, so it's not reliable. There were not a whole lot of games on it. And when they came around, there were people saying, like, what is this? I remember there's Highlander on that system where, of what I've seen in that game, it's something like, it's like Resident Evil, it's like a precursor of sorts to Resident Evil, almost like Alone in the Dark. But you look at it, it's like the worst looking thing you've ever seen in terms of graphics, even in terms of the kind of thing they were doing. Even for the time, it felt like everything was like a box as far as how it was. The way the colors were, it didn't fit as far as that Enterprise. That's a licensed game, specifically, based on the kind of weird movie series from the 80s. And when it came to that, that was something where it didn't do great, and at that point, well, they tried cutting price, and, well, it didn't go. And even in Atari 50, when we get to that, they're going to say, you know, came to the architecture of that system, he said, we had to do things, even for Atari themselves, the people working on that, saying, we had to do some weird stuff to even program for this thing. And that's, as a consequence, resulted in it being one of the most notoriously hard systems to emulate. I think it was a couple years ago I was even asked in some of it. There was, I think, a game store I go to every so often, like an hour away from one of them. They had emulation units set. And they said, we were trying to get emulation going on Jaguar. And they said, it's something, they're still working on that over 30 years afterwards, based on how the architecture of that system was. And for certain games, they're saying it's so hard to crack that thing. And not even necessarily a case of, I mean, I guess part of it might have to do with like a PC setup. I know, like what you said, when it came to emulating games on Saturn games for Steam Deck, saying, I'm trying to play Burning Rangers, I can't see the fire in this firefighting game that I'm trying to put the fires out for. It's like, yeah, that's not a good case. I don't know, do you ever get that figured as far as how it was? I don't know if that game is a case where it has a problem with an emulation as it is overall, or something that is to figure what Steam Deck compatibility that was going to look like for Saturn emulators. And that's another one also based on how they designed that as far as a dual processor that was kind of a weird one that way. As opposed to NES, where NES was, generally speaking, not too hard to understand. Well, okay, for the time it wasn't, anyway. So, I guess then, long story short with Jaguar, is the Jaguar was one of the last attempts of Atari for a new system, and they said, okay, fine, we're gonna just go on game stuff, kind of like Sega did. And nowadays, they're kind of come full circle in the sense that they have, like, mini consoles they do, that also have actual cartridge support for themselves. And that is something that... Crap. Maybe I should start rewinding. I was like, well, no, we'll go one more case, and we're still good. I'll make a decision in the next game over. But, as far as what the system was like, it almost, to me, of what I've seen of it and of the games I played, there's some good stuff on that, no question. And there were some good games that got, like Rayman I mentioned earlier, that got a Jaguar version. It was actually pretty good as far as how it was. But it's one of those things that was difficult to program for, and it didn't really show, I guess, the indication that. As far as I know, you still can't play Burning Rangers. As far as emulating that way, or just emulating, period. In which case, we'll play on the show, and it's worth pointing out the way we're going to play that on the show. I'm going to get the Japanese version, because it's like $50. As it is. But, and also it would be interesting, I think, to show that as is. But I don't know if, then, because I know sometimes that's been a question of games that, how they crack the emulation of that. And I know with Burning Rangers, I think that was heavily 3D as far as Saturn. It was late one for the system. And even with Sonic Team developing it, it was something that, I guess because maybe the way it was set up for the processor, because the Saturn, I've mentioned this a lot, it was designed initially as a 2D machine, but when they saw what Sony was doing, said, we have to have some 3D support for arcade games. They sort of had that for, I guess, rudimentary stuff of their arcade games. Then said, let's try this, but it also, as a consequence, meant a lot of games that were 3D based did not have... They didn't necessarily have the strength of playing them the way they did on the PlayStation, as an example. Anyway, Steam Deck, but then again, I haven't tried in a while. Okay, gotcha. So, I don't know if it's a case of that. I don't, as I said, sometimes I don't know necessarily what individual games look like, because even nowadays I'm seeing stuff where they say there's games that never got emulated because of how limited releases they were. There's something I saw, I think it was like maybe, I don't know, almost like a one-of-a-kind thing that just got dumped now, and that was like 30-something years ago. Even the thought people said, did this thing actually come out? So, I mean, that's a question, whereas with this one, this has been emulated a lot, and we're going to show a couple of them as it is tonight. Oh. Okay, I think I jumped normally there. I also am going to stop and have a picture saying, how to avoid getting shot. I'm not going to question it, but I did. Yeah, but it's not as obvious as, oh, the Koopa Shell missed the Hammer Brothers, speaking of which, hi again. Also, actually, wait a no. I'm trying to remember if there's a mushroom there. But maybe one of those things, you know what, I don't even know if I want to take the risk. Just go, I guess. Let's see if I can't get to the castle. If I can get to the castle, we're going to be okay. I hope. We'll be fine. I'll make it happen eventually. Yeah, I mean, so... And I'll tell you the thing, as I said, if someone said, well, what's the emulation looking like for the show? Is that the only case I don't use is usually I want another PC to connect to for this, as if it's a console, really. And also, just in case where I said, well, I have some of these things. I know people have them, so we can do it that way. And it's also a good enough solution. Okay, it's emulation within a collection. I guess within a official release, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Uh-oh, no. Now I'm nervous just to run over toward where they are. Yeah. Do I want to go up there? I was say I'm waiting to see where they go. Oh, now he's walking towards us. Shit, I never... Okay, that might be a me not knowing that thing. Well, I didn't know that, the the Hammer Brothers, they stand there enough they didn't start walking towards you. I wasn't merely taking my sweet-ass time going through that. Actually, no, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I am gonna do one other thing, because this also shows another thing. If you're having trouble like I am, well, you can bust blocks, or jump in blocks. See, maybe there's an item somewhere you can use. Maybe. Try to remember if there is. Yeah, right there, perfect. There is shit! And I died. But okay, good news is I know there's a mushroom, so I'll tell you what we can do now. We can take another case of this. I will come there with Super Mario. I'll get that. I will have Fire Flower, and then everything is going to die in a Hellfire. And I think it's fitting then, at that point, I can then kill Bowser that way. I think that's the way to go. Yeah, it is a fascinating thing. So as I said, when it comes to that, as I mentioned, there's some games we're going to have to emulate that way because they're not available any other way, and it's either that or we don't show it on the show. I own Dolly Finn Carnival. Grab. So I said, well, we got to use MAME for that. But it's also one of those things that because the way that game was designed, it was designed with FMV graphics. I know it has some quirks to itself, but I mean, it is, from what I understand, playable. So I don't know if it's a case of that. Of saying, you know, it's not functional. And it's also my case when it comes to that, since that's a light gun shooting game. I want to make sure, as I'm, you know, hitting the coop. So I have my plan, but my plan is also, yeah, Mario died of the Buzzy Beetle. Let's go this again. Nothing else also shows the idea that this is a very relaxed show when it comes to this, even when I'm getting game overs like crazy. And I'm going to keep the show interesting, damn it, even if you're seeing World 8-1 and 8 every one so much. Okay. But in that case, I also want to make sure mouse support is set because it's a light gun game. So that would be the only way we would really realistically play it. That is, unless I could like get the Sinden light guns for PC. And how do they run on PC screens nowadays? I mean, I'm having to realize that with Lethal Enforcers because I bought that on Sega CD and I realized there's not a single version of that game, I guess outside of emulating the PC version via MAME, where you have mouse support, and I guess it makes sense because it came bundled with the Justifier on, well, everything but the, actually, I don't know if the PlayStation version even had, the PlayStation had Justifier, I do know that, but I don't know if there was a bundle that came with it, the way there was on the 16-bit systems. So for that game, I said, I'm gonna have to use the controller. I can't use the light gun. I don't have it, number one. Number two, it's an HD TV thing. I can't use it on a TV like this, otherwise nothing's gonna happen, probably. So unless that thing gets a modern re-release or an emulation or something like that, which, as of this recording, is not, I'd have to show it that way, or I'd say, well, best case next would be, let's look at a version of a game like that there's a mouse support. Like Terminator 2 Judgment Day, the arcade game of that. I'm gonna get, if you want, when we get to that point or when you want to see it, I'm gonna buy that on Super Nintendo because there's mouse support, and I have the mouse already on Super Nintendo as is. As I said last week, I need more games that use that thing, so be on the ball on that, basically. I have two that are right off the top of my head that aren't Mario Paint. And that aren't, well, Tin Star's another light gun shooter that's like that uses it. But anyway, okay, plan is here. We have this set. I just have to get the life. And let's go. Oh, shit. I was like, yeah, let me get away from the spiny, but then I fell in the hole. Yeah, this game is not going to cut you slack, but it's also something that every death I'm having in this is my fault. Now, I will say this. I did practice the game as far as how it was, but it's also something that I do know also that I'm not going to be great at this game anyway, even with all the cases I did. And also, I said, above anything else, this is something I know well enough I can kind of go the way I'm going, as opposed to saying, oh, I'll practice 15 months for it. Also, I said, we gotta do 40th anniversary of this now. I hit that. Oh, there we go. Lucky hit. Also, where is, Actually, I guess okay, I gotta remember which one of these blocks has a mushroom in it. There's one that, I think it's this one. Perfect, there we go. Now, hold on to it. That's gonna be my challenge. So if I can hold on to this, and then go get the fire flower in the next level, I'll be good. Also, I will mention this. Go back to the game for a sec. The bullet bill, bullet containers, they usually only shoot out if you're far away from them. If you're right next to them, I don't know if they usually shoot. At least not in this game. In that case, I think also the memory constraints is like, think I jumped through that without killing him? I think? I don't know. Maybe I'm just completely out of this. And yeah, I'm gonna go this way. In this case, you can also be very specific, saying, hey, look at me, I'm standing on nothing. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm walking in air and now I'm jumping. Okay, yeah, made it. I'm also gonna say, okay, I've got a time limit, but also I can be a little more careful with this. Okay, jump. There's Goomba. Hi, Goomba. Yeah, we're also getting, yeah, all the Mario mainstays who become, household names nowadays, as far as how it is. But even back then, it was like, yeah, people knew who Koopas were. They knew who the Goombas were. They knew who Mario was. Like, other people's like, yeah, who is this character you're playing as? Okay, I made it here. So, and I got those, which is good. So, here's the challenge. I do have 2 lives left. I'm gonna be careful making this walk. I'm also gonna avoid getting shot. Damn it! You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna rewind. Sorry. This is one case I'm gonna make the exception. So I said I'd only do it in an emergency. That's gonna be the emergency. No, I have to do this now. So, all right. The rest of it's gonna be legitimate. Oh no, I should not have done that because now he's gonna jump up. He's not gonna jump on anything. But if I can get over here. Good, there we go. Now we're set. Now the game is almost won. Oh, just do not get hit. And also make sure that my D-pad of this... Actually, I don't know if it's not working. Alright, fine. That's the one case it's fine. We're rewinding now. Just for that. But everything else is going to be legitimate, I promise. But also, here's the other thing. I also didn't come in saying I'm the best at this game. That's the other thing. I don't want to do that because otherwise people's like, who cares? Yeah, about you. Oh, there's another one. Okay, so on this level you can find another one. So that's good. Okay, so fine. They don't necessarily die from this. They will die from that. Okay, boom. They're dying off screen. So this feels really good. That's the other thing about, having the Fire Flower. It's something that, yeah, it feels so good saying, yeah, these guys gave you trouble, and it really empowers you. No question. Boom. There you go. Also, hidden block here. But not very well hidden. There we go. Okay, so now I just need to make a very tight jump. I get the slope, the speed up case, but either way, I'm feeling relaxed. I'm feeling good. Okay, here we go. Finally, we got to 8-4. Alright, let's bring it to Bowser. Okay, so for 8-4, here's how you handle this. It's another maze. You have to go down specific pipes and use this. Try to see, like, yeah, I can burn Bowser in this case. Alright, so the pipes you want to take, I will tell you that. Oh no! Okay, okay, we're not gonna burn him, I guess. How many lives do I have left? 1. Okay. Can we do it on 1? I think we can do it. I hope we can do it. I don't want to come all this way and say, no, it's not gonna work. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to go in this pipe right here. If you don't, you loop that area. So now, for the rest of this, I'm also being very careful. You need to go to a very specific pipe that, and they're kind of indicated clearly enough. You get a sense of where it is. Like, I want them out of my way. No, crap. I'm not gonna run now. I'm gonna take that. So yeah, one more case. Yeah, you have to go in that pipe there, and then you go to another area, and then you have to go down another pipe, and then we'll go to Bowser. So fine, we're doing it one more time. Not gonna guarantee victory, but I'm gonna try my damnedest. Okay. And not necessarily a case of like, hey, I need to pay attention. Well, I think I do. I can handle this. I've handled harder games than this. No question. But either way, just enjoying the case of it. Weirdly enough, even though I did die there, and I'm feeling like, oh man, I have to go back to this again. And even though I died there, I'm not feeling necessarily stressed, which I guess is a good thing about this game. So something that maybe I'm saying I should just use this to bounce, find bulldoze as they call. I don't know why they call it that. I guess you are running them over with the shell. But I guess there's something to be said about the fact that they did not use that terminology again. But let's go down here. We haven't shown this. Alright, that's a one of those, not really much going on there, just coins. Also, in my case, I'll tell you this, I'm really good at jumping in between the enemies. Also, I think there's something to hit there, but I don't want to hit it. Yeah, also, I sometimes get nervous when it comes to the paratroopers. The Paracoopas, I should say. Well, there's paratroopers in other Mario games. But again, he says that, fine, because the way you bounce, it is kind of a short bounce. So, though you can bounce on them coming down, and I can do it. I've shown it happening tonight. It's something that, when I'm small Mario, I sometimes get a sense of saying, I don't know if I want to necessarily have that go. So in that case, someone's like, okay, I want to just avoid these guys. That's another strategy saying, hey, you can do that. Okay, so there we go. Alright, so 8-2 once more. Actually, it's rare I'll say this. I've been seeing this more tonight than I really ever have, which is I'll kick the shell into the pit, and the way it bounces backwards, it seems like it... Fine, I showed it bounce backwards to kill me. Uh-oh, no. Uh-oh. But I honestly, as he dropped it on me, I honestly have never really seen it happen that much, even in my practice. Alright, fine. Last case. I think we need to... Alright, I gotta take a deep breath. We gotta do this. And we will do this. But if nothing else, to say, I want to give you a decent amount of a show on this game. I don't want to... I mean, I'm fine sometimes with beating it really quickly. In some cases, that's happened. But with this one, I said, I can get 2.5 hours out of the show. Fine, about this one part of the game. And I'll also show some other stuff as far as glitches with this, and then we'll also find that I haven't shown already. And no, why do I keep doing that? It's like, I don't want to bounce on the other one, but it's like, no, I'll jump in between, and I keep not having that happen. Okay. That being said, I'll say if I get to the castle again, I will not repeat this going forward anymore. Whoa. Also, as far as where that takes you, yeah, it doesn't really take you far. Again, I keep doing the same thing. That's my fault, if nothing else. Alright, and I'm at 1 life. Fine, alright, let's, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Let's go speedrun method, why not? Since my last life, I'm gonna try and see about just being completely not at all careful. Something maybe I'm better playing recklessly, alright. So yeah, I don't know if I'm necessarily doing that now. Okay. Yeah, so screw you, I'm running under. There we go. That being said, I at least get the star, which is gonna be good, so let's do that, and go. Yeah, go Super Mario as far as that. Oh no, fine, Star Mario. Or Star Mario, as I call him, Stario. Or Sonic, or as I like to call him, Sonic. Yeah, this is Mario's time, because we did celebrate 30 years of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I probably should celebrate that one again. I should second chance the first one as is, because I had audio issues when we first did it. But that being said, yeah, Mario, your time to shine that way. Okay. I guess the question of what's next for Mario when it comes to franchise outside of Mario Kart World, because getting that next week. But, like, when the next big Mario game is going to come, are they going to do a 2D one again? Are they going to do, like, a 3D one like Mario Odyssey? I would like to think, oh, fine, they're gonna. Just what's it going to look like? Do we learn anything semi-recently about that? I don't know. I mean, they're launching the console next week, so I think they're gonna take some time before they say, oh, by the way, we have this new Mario game. But Mario is a case, and it shows, like, with this game, whenever a Mario game comes out, it's an event. Everybody knows what it is, and everybody wants to play it. I'm curious to see what something like Switch 2 can do with Mario now that Switch 1 couldn't, because honestly, I'll say this, going to that, Switch handled Mario very well when it came to, like, the big games, like with, stuff they ported or remade, but also for the original stuff like Super Mario Odyssey, that looks like something that is on, like, the advanced consoles, like the really new system, like PS5, Series S and X, almost. Mario Kart, fine, first new Mario Kart, honestly, since, well, actually in 11 years, when you really want to be technical about that, because Mario Kart 8 on Switch was redoing the Wii U game. And Mario Wonder, that really ran well, as far as how it was. Alright, 8-3, let's see if we can do this, and... Okay, you guys. Okay, I am small. No! Jump out of my way, please. Oh, good. There we go. Awesome. Okay, get this. Jump, grab it. We're good. And holding left to launch. There we go. Just hit those, because why not? You get 50 points, by the way, anytime you destroy one of the bricks. Duck. Okay, so let's get the other ones. Also, I'm going to be careful, because remember, when you're Super Mario, you can break the blocks, which maybe is a case where I should be more careful, or better. They're up there. Boom! Or do... Okay, perfect. Got them right where I want them. Alright, where is it? Oh, thank God I didn't off-screen it. Also, yeah, the other thing you can do is, yeah, you can use the bouncing property of the fire flower to your advantage that way. Alright, fine. They need to burn. Alright, burning time for Hammer Brothers. I do love that sound, like, it's so nice as far as how it is, but it's something that, it is a primitive case, but also something that still is appealing to this very day. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I didn't even hear that I'm running out of time, but okay. Time's not a factor, really. Okay, 8-4, I'm not gonna belabor this one. I'm gonna make sure we beat this. And I think we can do it. I think I can do it anyway. Fine, I know I can do it, I just need to, make it happen, that's all. That's the idea. When it comes to this kind of game, I'm making it happen. I guess then, I mean, I'm being legitimate because it's fine when I rewound, I got a game over anyway. So, at this point, we'll go the whole way and fine. Oh, right, he despawned. Sometimes that can happen anyway, but we got him. All right. That being said, when it comes to the Buzzy Beetles, they can't die from fire flowers. So, in fact, I'll show that. Yeah, they laugh in the face of my fire because they have the metallic shell. Okay, so now that I fire, I also can be a lot more cavalier. Okay, so here's what you gotta do. You have to jump on and find a hidden block. Okay, now this gets a little hard because we have the flying cheeps. You jump down this pipe here. Here we go, more in the water. Ooh, it's cool and refreshing. But there's fire under this water. Don't ask how that makes sense. I believe it completely. This is scientifically on the level, goddammit. I swear. No! Alright, I am also gonna... No. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna own my failure. I'll show Bowser burning later. In that case, it was also a reflex. Oh no, maybe I should have. You know what? Fine. Sorry. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if there's even a firefight. Fine, we're gonna burn him. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm not gonna burn him. Okay, now I will. Fine. Sorry. Sorry again. Yeah, he needs to die by fire. I've had enough. Sorry. And I put you through enough. I can say, yeah, I'll make this go. No. But, no more. Oh, right. Because I'm too big. Okay, fine. As I said, I wish I didn't have to come to this, but I'm doing it. Ugh. I mean, that's gonna be a laugh and a half when we get to Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan. By the way, to point out, I'll emphasize how we're playing that game. Is also be saying, like, fine, I don't want any part of him. I'm playing that game off screen 7 times, and the reason I'm doing that is because you have to beat that game 8 times if you're going the Famicom way, as we were going to, in order to get to worlds A, B, C, and D. And that game is fucking hard, so I'll be doing that on this, and I will also be, what is it? I will also be, oh, wait, why is that? Oh, right, because of the hammers. Alright, fine. Hit him with enough fireballs, he'll die. Boom, he's dead. So fine, Bowser, we got the real one. So the other ones we just dropped in, and we win. Okay, yeah, sorry I had to get that way at the end. Here's Princess Toadstool, Peach. There you go. That's Super Mario Brothers, ladies and gentlemen. We're not quite done. We beat the game. You get a new quest. Press button B to select a world. Okay, I'll show you how selecting a world goes. This is the star courses, as they call them. Let's play through the game again, and you are able to have a harder mode that also changes some of the layouts of things. Also, yeah, look at Mario, is so much bigger than Toadstool. Okay, so here's how press button B to select a world is. You go to the title screen again. Hold B button. I'm going to worlds 1 through 8 as far as what they are. I'm going to world 1. Relax, Captain, we're not going to reprimand you for using the rewind. It's true. I get that idea, but I at least want to be honest and saying, you know what, I want to balance between that idea and also get a sense of what that is. That being said, we all have our games, and fine, if nothing else, it does show that I do like this game a lot, but it's also something that I'm better at other Mario games. That being said, I will show what Star Courses do. Goobers are gone. They don't exist anymore. For the purpose of that, they are all buzzy beetles. They also move faster. I will show what we didn't show before. Go down here. Here's a coin area. So yeah, going down the pipes will get you stuff. And I'm also gonna show off Midas World. And other things and Warp Zone. And actually, I do need to use Rewind now, because I don't know if I'm gonna get Midas World my first try. I also do have some save state set up for that, just to show it, because it actually is a glitch that, for a while, I didn't know existed. I didn't actually know of its existence until, actually, issue 100 Nintendo Power, 1997, where they indicated it's a glitch of the game that a lot of emulation of this game still have in them. The Game Boy Advance version has it, because it's straight emulating this. Any of the Virtual Console versions have them. The Switch Online version has it. Super Mario All-Stars has it differently, from what I understand, because they fixed one part of it. And they have it in different ways. It's also something that's not easy to even get it to go. You have to be very specific. If I bust the blocks wrong, and you have to be large enough to get it. Okay, that was a good slide. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. It's way easier to use that way, going with the Goombas, but not with them. Okay. Also, because the palette element, there goes the life. It does look a little bit different. Okay, so we're gonna get... Oh. Yeah, that was better. Alright, I was gonna say, I just wait till it goes to the end here. I was like, no. Also, these platforms are smaller on the Star Course version. Okay. So here's what we gotta do. You have to bust these blocks because you need to have enough distance in order to get into this one. Chat, I don't know if your experience in the Midas World is. You jump backwards, sometimes you can crouch to make this happen. You jump back and then hit your head through that. Or, in this case, I'm gonna rewind now because if I bust that, you can't do it. It's hard. I know some people look down on the rewind case, but for some games, I feel like you need it, like Ghosts and Goblins. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. As far as just getting to that one, true. That's one where I will practice that game too when we get to it, but also in case that I might have to. That one's too insane. At this case, it was something where, alright, I had to make, I guess, a decision saying, I'm gonna try it the actual way, but I'm making... I mean, I can keep it, you know, not boring enough, and you do have to make this jump very specifically. But I'm also not making it right, which is, you have to hit the back of your head into that block, so basically you get sucked in the wall. So I'm gonna have to... This is actually a little harder to do than it might look. Let me, go backwards. And you might also need to be far enough so that you don't have the pipes for Warp Zone over there visible. I don't know if that's part of this. You do is you jump, you hit back like that, you go through that wall, if I can do it. Or if not, I have a save state. Like that. You basically go backwards, and you can crouch to do it. It's sort of precise, but it's a case where I've done it before. No, not quite. Chad, I don't know what your experience. I sometimes used to give myself an extra hit as far as using rewind. Yeah, that's true. Fine. That's why I used it here, if nothing else. And also because it found Burn Bowser. Okay. I would like to do this live on show if I can, because I've done it before. I've shown it to my coworkers in cases. Almost. Okay, stand here. No. I might have to use the save state. I don't know. Like the one I have. I don't know if I can do it. Maybe that's the case. Maybe I'm... Hang on. Ugh. I'm definitely not good at doing this, even though I can sort of do it. I have footage of myself doing it in All-Stars. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to load... I mean, it's the same thing. I'll load this one from back in February. Or... Uh-oh. Shit. Did I hit the wrong one? Or... Wait a minute. What am I rewinding from here? Am I rewinding from when I did this before, or am I rewinding from now? I've never went to the Minus World. Alright, you're gonna see it eventually. We're gonna make it happen. Because what you have to do is you have to hit in the back of this, and the idea is you're supposed to get sucked in the wall. Yeah. And it is an endless loop. Familiar with the concept. Oh, there you go. Got it. Okay. So what happens is that you are sucked in the wall over there. Now, normally what happens is that you go through this pipe. I will show this because I wanted to do this. You come through here, it says, welcome to Warp Zone. You can warp anywhere you want. Now, if when you get sucked in the wall here, before it pops that up, and it pops that up when you get that screen fully, if you go to this pipe, when you go through the wall, the way I just showed you, the game has not loaded this area yet. In Super Mario All-Stars, if you do this, you still get warped to the place you're expected, but there's a different variation of how that works. So if you do it here on NES, and any of the versions that are this way, go down. Here we are, -1. Awesome. Okay, I did do it. I'm glad I got to do it. It's not easy. It's maybe... Okay, I don't know if it's as hard as I made it look. But it's something that you do have to hit it specific so you go through the wall. So, how this works is we're playing World 2-2. The same so far. And I mentioned the concept of what an endless loop is. There's also one of those, since I have a computer science background, I learned all about that in my college days. But as far as what it means for the purpose of this game, it's the same concept. And I will mention a little bit about that when we get there, because I do have to beat this level. But so far the same. It's like, yeah, and even me going small, I'm okay. I don't need to have fire. Okay, so we went over here, and let's go to the pipe. Perfect, we made it. But we're back at the beginning now. Okay, so this is what Minus World is. It is an endless loop. If you're familiar with the concept of endless loop, you'll maybe an idea, but if you're not, I'll tell you. In computer programming, when you're doing coding, which it feels like it's been forever since I've done coding as far as it, but I have understanding of reading code as far as what I do myself occupationally, and also to keep this level, keep the show going myself that way. And me dying is okay. You just go to the beginning of the level again. Or, shit, right, drop there as far as, what is it, I think that's where the checkpoint is, or... Oh, it just took, that took a while. I was like, the game did crash. Okay, so it puts me there, which normally it shouldn't do, I guess, under normal circumstances. But the idea is that in coding, you want to avoid an endless loop when you're doing the development, because what that means is that your program will run over and over and over and over and over again, and it'll never stop. So if you make... I'm thinking like the basic case of this. If you've ever designed, I know, maybe one of my first cases as far as a program I made a text-based, service of, car rental, where it'll take, records you'd set, as far as make a selection, I want to rent a car, what do you want to rent? And then you select, okay, you've rented this out, and you're like, oh, I want to rent this, sorry, you can't take this one, because it's already been rented out by somebody else, by a user or something, as an example. But anyway, say I select a car, say, in that, and then it just keeps, saying, you got this car, but it doesn't stop, and you can't go back to the menu, and it doesn't actually save what your information is. It basically gets your program caught, and there's nothing you can do to escape it. This is a little less severe than that, because the thought of that, if this game was going to do that, the worst case of itself, that would be, you would come in this area, the game would maybe, I don't know, scroll through... Actually, I guess the title card here saying World -1, you'd just stay on there forever. It wouldn't come into this. What this is doing is basically meaning that anytime I go on that pipe, I come back to start. This level's not beatable. The only way to get out of this is you either lose all your lives and get a game over, or you turn the console off, and that's the end of it. But it's something that, just based around how this game is handled memory, and also the case that it's looking for the check of saying, activating when it says welcome to Warp Zone, saying, okay, it technically didn't load that into the memory yet. So because of that, when you go on that pipe, the idea is that the pipe's there, recognizes that the pipe is something you can go down. There's a program to be able to go down. They program the pipes in this game, the ones you go down, as well as being up here, you just hit this, I'm swimming and not doing anything. That's a glitch I love in this game to do when you're on the swimming stages. It doesn't know what to do with that. But also, here's the other thing, is that it keeps doing this, so your time keeps going down. So you're going to eventually run out of lives, or you're running out of time, you're going to get a time over. It's going to Sonic terminology. So that's kind of how it's working. So it doesn't program right into itself the idea that, oh, I should be going to World 4 by going to that pipe, because it didn't load the Welcome to Warp Zone. It basically looks for that Welcome to Warp Zone. And you know what? I want to show one other thing. I'm rewinding for a different reason. I'm rewinding to show a different way of dying. Me dying with getting time over. Oh, time up. Okay. So that's kind of the concept, and that's also one of those cases where sometimes, fine, I asked tonight, I said, I had glitches going on this game I'd either never seen before, or cases where I don't know I don't know what they are, or what triggers them. And what is the game necessarily doing to make that happen. In the case of Minus World, it's something that it has been very well documented. It is something that is kind of a little neat trick to find, saying like, hey, you know, this is something they didn't intend to put in, but it's kind of become a life of its own, and saying, hey, this is kind of cool, saying, I played 2-2 this way. It's like Minus World, and became known as the Minus World. And it's a case where there's a lot of games in the series that reference that. There's other aspects as far as gaming that reference that. I'm going to go up here. There's nothing to do there, but either way, just keep going that way. And if I die, I get a game over and go back to the beginning, and I will just keep doing that as it is. But as I said, going into the guts of what the code is, and fine, this is one of those games where it's been so well indicated that the answers are there, saying what's really going on here. As I said, if I knew on some of those other things, as far as what we saw tonight, I would say, oh yeah, this is what's going on here. But this one, at least, there's an answer. I'll show right there. From down at the bottom, I'm trying to do the swim, and you can't do it because you get sucked down. And it does take some time to load it. So it is also kind of, I guess, looking in memory, saying, wait a second, oh, what's going on here? But when you do get game over, the game does come back here. But I do still have the ability to do this. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show the warp zones off. So, actually I can't. Oh, okay, I can. I want this one because I went through the... Oh, wait a minute. I went into the pipe. Okay, so actually I can't use that one. So I have to use... okay, I have to do it again, I guess. Or... Uh-oh. Okay, I guess I can't do it that way. But I do have another one, which is here, so I have... It doesn't matter. I'm just going to go and go to the end of this. So I'm going to show the two warp zones with this. Also pointing out when it comes to Buzzy Beetles here, if you beat the game as far as on Star Course method, there's nothing you get, at least not in this version. The Game Boy Color version, they do something different. We're going to show that a little bit. But the first things we're going to do, just to indicate this, I'm going to show off all the stuff, all the versions of this that are on the Switch specifically. So that means, where is it? Oh, right, they removed the life. So yeah, the life that's supposed to be right on the square, it ain't here on Star Course mode. So I knew they changed some of the layouts of levels. Keep that in mind, by the way, when we look at the next one. Because we're moving up 1 year after this released. Because it came out on NES, it was a huge hit, but then where did it go? Well, it actually went somewhere you might not expect, and actually for a while I didn't know there was actually technically a different version. It went to the arcade, so yeah, we'll have an arcade version of this game, and it's not exactly the same as this. I mean, there was the Play Choice 10 of Nintendo's. That's basically taking NES and putting it in an arcade machine. That version is the same as this, because it's straight emulating NES. But versus Super Mario Brothers, the one we're going to look at next, that's not exactly the same. Okay, so I'm going to show the two warp zones I didn't show. And I'm also going to show what I said, oh, I'm not going to do yet, because... Not that it necessarily... Okay, it does remove challenge a little bit, but it's also something you can kind of do that's neat, saying, hey, I can bust the blocks up here. I can run in front of the scoreboard, which is really nice to see. It's like, that's cool. And the whole level down there, there's a whole level down there. If you want to get a sense, like, getting set for playing this game just the first time you play it, saying, okay, I don't want to do all that shit. I can just run off the top. Okay, so we're going to go to Warp Zone. It says, welcome to Warp Zone. So yeah, in this case, you can warp to worlds 2, 3, or 4. And if you jump in a pipe like that when you're doing a run and you hit down right as you come on it, it'll do that running in place. Okay, so we're going to do 4-1 again. And what I'm going to do also when we get to 4-2 is I'm going to show the one that I want to hit. I just have to hit the blocks very specifically. Okay, that was good. Okay, now this is how I should be playing Super Mario Brothers this way. Now I'm making this look really easy. It just may be the case that I just need to kind of get my legs ready as far as this. Boom, got it. All right, so we'll go to 4-2 and we'll show this in just a sec. Alrighty, so for this, I'll show what this is, because this is also how you speedrun the game. You want to speedrun Super Mario Brothers, and you're not going to go through every level as far as the category. This is how you do it. You go to 1-2, and you warp to World 4. Then you go to 4-2. Oh, that was nice. Being able to make that happen. You jump that block on the left. You do not want to obstruct that. So you basically jump right there and jump at every other one that's not there. So jump there, there, the hidden blocks. If I jump on the one in the center like we saw earlier, I'm going to try and get my way through. This is not going to be that hard to make. Well, it shouldn't be anyway. Come on. This is not as hard to make as the other jump, but it's also something that... Alright. Oh, wait, why? Wait a minute. I'm getting pushed back, I think. Hold on. What's going on here? Okay, because I'm doing that. I am doing what I gotta do. And maybe one of those things, maybe I should go and take a hit. Okay, I'm getting pushed back. I don't know why I'm getting pushed back. You know, I want to take a hit. Let's go back and... Yeah, the neat thing I did with the Buzzy Beetles getting them that way. I'm gonna let him hit me. He made me smaller. It's something that it might be a little easier to handle. Okay, so at this point, same deal. Jump here, 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 and here. There we go. So hit this one. There's the vine. Now I need to get up there, and the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to run across and make it. There we go. Okay, so we got it. That's cool. You get this nice mushroom area, getting all the coins, and over here are 3 more pipes, which take you to worlds 6, 7, and 8. So in that case, boom, go to world 8. So in that case, if I did want to be, you know, specific of saying, hey, I want to beat this game that way, I can do it that way. Okay, the other thing I want to do is, I'm going to go self-get hit, I'm going to reload this. I'm going to go to world... God, what world was it? I think it was 7. Okay, it is 7, because I want to get to 7... Wait, is it 7-1 or 7-2? Okay, I'm going to run like crazy on this one or the next one. Except this, and if I do get a hit this way and die, I'm going to rewind this because I want to show... I want to see if I can't replicate the glitch I saw when I was doing my tests on this for the past... a couple months ago. And Gemini 96 was in witness to this. You ever see this? And he's like, yeah, I have seen this. Oh, well, yes and no. Has he seen this? I think it was a little bit of a question of did he actually see this or not. Okay, right, because I have the... No, the bullet bill... Okay, I do want to rewind this because I want to make sure... For this, you want to have as many bullet bills coming out towards you as you can get. Or at least one. I'll see if this is enough. No, but I need to make sure I'm going fast enough. So in this case, I have to book it. Or try to book it. Alright, let's go back a little. It has to do with the spring that's coming up after those Hammer Brothers, second set of those. And I also got to make sure the bullet bill doesn't go off screen. I think I can do this with one, but I know I can do it with more than one. Oh no, stop it, guys. I want... Oh, no, I don't want to do that either. Let's go back. Perfect, okay. Oh, no, almost perfect. Okay, so there we go. Got... Okay, wait a second. Oh, no, I rewound it too. Oh, right, because... Right up there. Okay, there you go. Oh, right, there you go. I sort of made it happen. Where'd the spring go? I made it disappear. Yeah, if you have... I think I know what's going on here. Because of the way the game handles its memory when it comes to things loaded, if you have too many things on screen, which I included the Hammer Brothers and the bullet bills, the spring disappeared. And everyone, what happens if I jump on that? Nothing. I'm hitting A button. You're hearing this, right? I'm stuck here. I can't get out. And I guess I off-screened the bullet bill cannons far enough that they're not going to come out and shoot me. At the point where I want to see if I rewind this a little more. I was here a while. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, Mario's running in place. I can't do anything. So yeah, that's a glitch. You can get stuck on the spring. Actually, let me see if I can't do that, and then make sure I don't. And actually, I think, okay, the other thing that's happening, okay, I know that's the other thing that's happening. Right. That block right there, before I do that. Because I hit that, the fact that the bullet bills are over there, they're that way, I can't do anything, I got myself shot to death. So, the fact that the mushroom up there is loading when there are the bullet bills on screen, and also if you have remnants of the Hammer Brothers, well, it can be that, or it can be a combination of those things. You basically have it where the ladder disappears, or the spring disappears. And when you do that, I got shot that way, but in that case, the ladder disappears, you jump on it, you're stuck, you're running on it, you can't jump off, and if the bullet bill's there, you have to be shot. So, I'm glad I got to make that happen, because I just saw that by total accident. I said, we have to check what these trampolines are doing. When I came, I said, I can't just not have that element. But alright, that is actually game over for the case of this game. Alright, and for that is going to be the aspect of this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go home. I'm also going to show, well, the new setup of the Switch in terms of the interface, because they added Game Share for when Switch 2 comes out next week. They added some new options. They also added virtual game cards. I may as well give a brief indication of this thing. This is how they're handling your digital management on Switch and also for Switch 2. So anything you have digitally speaking will be loaded here. It's like, hey, here's versus Super Mario Brothers. I can load this. If I have a family group, I can lend it to somebody else for 2 weeks and play them. I can put on something else. I can pull it off if I want to. I can eject it. So let's eject Mappy briefly. It'll keep your save data, but you'll load again to play it. And it works with anything digital you got, and that also includes DLC for games you have that are physical. In that case, just load it in. Boom. So that's their method of, giving you a perspective of how do you handle your digital games. Which is pretty cool that way, as far as it. Because I was questioning when they announced this for the Switch 2 case. I said, how's this going to work? That's how it works. And I said, is it going to go to everything? The answer is, it is going to go to everything. He's like, that's kind of cool as far as that. All right, I'm going to briefly show Album, because in Album, I did have stuff when it came to this game. Yeah, all right, because what I'm going to show is, since I didn't burn any of the Bowsers except the last one, they're fakes, and this is how you tell, because you burn them with fire, they turn into something else. In World 1, he turns to a Goomba. World, okay, what's this? You know, I'm going to show this to see what the hell they have this for. It might be a funny glitch, because whenever you see funny glitches, I hold that capture button saying, uh-oh, what happened? And it means it's material for the show. There's material to show, like, I had this happen, you ever seen this? I just see what, oh, right, I jumped up on that. I'd never done that before. That was, I think, what happened. I never knew you could get up there before. So, oh, that's cool. Well, that, and also... Oh, yeah, that was it. Okay, yeah, he turns into a Koopa, by the way, in World 2. World 3. Okay, this is the life trick I was going to try to show, but I failed to show it. Yeah, that. You get the bounce going on enough, you can keep bouncing that way to get extra lives on 3-1. I'm better doing that, honestly, in Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan. Okay, that's how it works. If you're going long enough... I don't know if I show this happening, but if you die, your life meter will be glitchy. And basically, because it can't go past 9, I believe it is. In World 3, he's a Buzzy Beetle, so he can die to fire, so he's not a real Buzzy Beetle either. World 4, he's a Spiny. World 5, it's Lakitu in there. 6, it's a Bloober who knows how to use hammers. This, I don't know what I had on World 6-4. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I was rewinding even within this. I don't know what I did. Oh, right, I think I was saying count how many times it takes to hit him. As far as getting him, I think. I think so. Yeah, that was it. Okay. That was the 7-1 stuff. In 7-1, he is a Hammer Brother, by the way. Or 7-4. And then he's just himself here and dying. Oh, right, and this is when I was looking. I killed him and may as well eat it when they put on Survival Kids. And remember without fail for password of the Sword of Hope that came out last week when it came to that. Okay. So that's Super Mario Bros. On NES. I'll go final thoughts on the whole deal of this later. But next, I'm going to do another thing. I'm going to see... I'm going to do a category change on this, because we are playing Super Mario Bros. Still, but we're playing a different version. If I have this in one. Yes, I do. All right, so let me update that. Okay, next up on the list, I'm also changing controller. I'm going to use the Wii U, Switch Pro Controller for this. Let me close that. We had a great time playing NES game as far as Super Mario Bros. Let's take a look at its 1986 arcade version. This is versus Super Mario Bros. This is available on Switch, by the way, in the arcade archives from Hamster Corporation. It's $8, by the way, and it came out in 1986 as far as its arcade release. There are actually a couple of old arcade games and Nintendos up here. There's both of the Punch-Out games, Normal and Super Punch-Out, which are not the same as the console editions. There's Sky Sipper, which is a very obscure one from, I think, the 70s. Or the early 80s. I don't remember what the date on that one was. There's all the Donkey Kong games. 1, 3, and Donkey Kong Jr., where Mario's the villain. And there's Mario Brothers as far as the original arcade version of that. I guess we'll see if Switch 2 gives us other ones, because Hamster's got more stuff. They have their Arcade Archives 2 that are launching next week with Ridge Racer from Namco. Porting the arcade game directly to every one of the consoles, including the PS5 and Series S and X, if you're not getting Switch 2. But this one, this is the original mode for versus Super Mario Bros. We'll show this. It looks the same as the one we played. In a lot of ways it is. But graphically it's looking a little different. Also you hit the back button, or the minus button I should say. You have options of things you can do. You set the settings for wallpaper. I turn it off. You can do scan line filters of things if you so desire. I'll keep it at nothing. You can orient the display any way you want. You have game settings when it comes to setting number of lives between 2 and 3, extending the number of coins you get lives at. You can put it up to 250. Time settings, getting the time going as fast as you want or slowest. Continue in the sense of like how many lives you get when you go to continue. You get 4 or 3. Audio settings when it comes to adjusting sound quality of average, high up, or high range up or bass up. You're setting scores. There's also online modes for running scores for this if you so desire too. And also completely mappable buttons. You also have turbo functionality that you can set to off, slowest, normal, or fastest. I have that as far as other buttons, and we'll show that as is. Starting credits on L and R is the starting of the game. You have a digital manual going on here. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it's fine. We'll set it. Okay, so yeah, this is how it was in the arcade as far as a dedicated version. It's versus Super Mario Brothers. It's mostly the same, but there's things you're seeing a little different. For example, the counter for coins is now 3 digits instead of 2. And the graphics look a little different. Not completely, but a tad. So far it looks the same. I'm going to put a coin in. There you go. So press for 1 player. I also show 2 player because I didn't show Luigi yet, and I have another controller I can pull in for this. So let's pull that out. Hit start. Okay, here we go. So yeah, it looks the same as far as how it is. It mostly is the same. But there are some differences. A couple significant. Mostly with the placement of items. Some of those are actually a lot different. The life is still there. That's normal. But yeah, there's supposed to be a fire flower here. Not on versus Super Mario Brothers. There isn't. You put it right here, actually. The method of it going is still the same. I know, chat, what's your experience with this one? It's mostly the same as the NES game, but there were a couple changes to also make it so that... Actually, they changed aspects of the warp zone. I'm going to show that off, if nothing else. When I first played it, I said, oh, I know where the warp zones are. I can finish this game in like 10 minutes. Like, no, you can't. We'll show that as we go. But so far, it does look the same. Mostly. He said, I guess it looks more... I don't know if I'd say it's more colorful or more rounded, necessarily. Also, the fireball trick is... Or the fireworks trick is the same. I just didn't get on the case of that. I always show all of the level types, I think. But I will show on Warp Zone, as you're seeing here. Let's get here. Yeah, because some of that's still going to be the same, but other things... I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, right. The fire flower is not there anymore. Oh, right there actually is not a 1-up. It is a normal mushroom or a firefox if you have it. This mostly is the same way of going. But as far as warp zone is concerned, that's going to change a little, but I'll show it briefly. Also, you're going to see this, which is you're saying, hey, why don't we do Mice World in this game? No. The game says no. They literally get rid of those blocks. You need to do Mice World as far as that. You're like, no, you're going to go the normal way. You're going to go warp zone. I'm going to go 4. Oh, in that case, yeah, I'm like skidding to a stop, like skidding down the pipe. But alright, there you go. I mean, this is kind of fitting as far as an arcade game, I guess, because it is something that it is time-based. It is something that is conductive to showing off, I guess, a skill of sorts. I'm like, yeah, wait a second, what about 2-player? Yeah, we'll show that in a second. Also, I didn't show going down this pipe. Right, because this is one of the designs I didn't show when it came to NES, which is if you slide underneath it, or if you're small, you can do that. There you go. Okay, I'm glad I got to do that slide, so there you go, that's totally cleared out. That was lucky me being able to do that like it did. Also, I remember if that Paracoup was there on NES. Okay, they also changed this, which is that, yeah, there's a pit now on the arcade game. Alright, we'll show a firework, at least one. Still the same case as before, you do get 500 points each hit. And the way you go is the same, but for this one, it's going to be a bit different. I'm going to show that here. Although, I don't know why I was getting sucked away as far as the other case of itself when I was doing this on NES. I never saw that before. Even when I was doing, what was it? When I was doing Star Course. There we go. That's what I was supposed to do. Made it. Also, I'm also going to out-climb the vine. You can also do that on NES. I just didn't show it happening that way. But we got it. Alright. So yeah, so far so good. It seems like, yeah, not too much here, really. But, alright, wait a second. There's only one pipe. What? And it's taking me to World 6. You're only going there. You're not going to 7 or 8. So, okay, we're going to World 6. Fair enough. We'll do that. Why not? In this case, also, I'm going on a Fireball Massacre, because why not? Well, because looking at Mario's fire suit, this is more of, I guess it's yellow. Also with this. It's strange, but it's not something where it necessarily feels or looks worse. It's just a bit different. If you want the worst version of this game, it's Super Mario Bros. Special. There was a PC-88 version, but there was also a DOS version here. That is... Fine, imagine this game, this great game, if you didn't have the smooth scrolling, if you didn't have, I think it is going like on almost single screen case of itself. If you had a hilariously bad MIDI, no, not MIDI. Yeah, MIDI's too nice. It's that's like having orchestral music. No, it's PC speaker music. And look, I love PC speaker music from old days of old computers, which is why I have to do an old PC game show of some sort eventually. I want to have another PC stream that directly from, so I'll show all this old stuff. Yeah, listen to how, like, the internal PC speaker went. As I'm dying, and now we're pulling out... Oh, wait a minute! Oh, I don't get... Oh. Yeah, right. When I die in this version, I put in for... Wait a second. Did I... Hold on. Did I put in for 2 players? Hold on. I'm putting a coin. Because I want to show Luigi. Yeah, because I'm the whole way. It's like, yeah, we haven't shown him. We'll show him. I'm not going to finish this play of it without showing him. I'm trying to remember if maybe... Actually, I think it might be when you get a game over that then Luigi takes over, which I don't think it went that way in NES. Maybe I should go back and check that on NES. Yeah, we're celebrating 40 years of this game. I want to... Yeah, we're not leaving anything unturned on this one. Yeah, Goombas, yeah, we missed you looking at the star courses, because, yeah, the star courses, like, yeah, we don't want the Goombas around anymore. Also, I guess I should show off getting more coins than 95, or 99, I should say. Because it just resets to 0. Actually, yeah, no, I think the arcade does do that, because I know there's a... I know one of my retro arcades has a versus Super Mario Brothers machine at it. I don't think a lot of the retro arcades I have around me do have it. Except, yeah, in this case, I had to be more... Yeah, I had to do more of a jump when it comes to that. I do want to go get those coins to show it triple-digit-wise. Finally, triple-digit coin score as far as Super Mario Brothers. That's nuts. No, it's not quite. It just seems weird. Alright, jump. There we go. Yeah, I think they changed this level a lot so that you're not going to be getting through it really quick. Okay, so I'll tell you what to do. I'm gonna jump. Let's see. You run and jump. Okay, that's... Okay, never mind. I guess it resets anyway. I guess it's based on... Okay, because I guess it's based on the dip switch when it comes to, what is it? When it comes to, the coin thing. Alright, I got game over, which is fine. I just want to see something here. Oh, no, wait, I didn't, because I got a life. Right, okay, I forgot about that. Yeah, but they are changing aspects of level design, especially here. This is way easier for me when I ran on NES. So I guess they changed it to make it a little different. I guess preview to, next game in the series, technically. I mean, that's game over. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm not going to continue. You do have a nice continue screen here, but actually, I want to see something here. Because if I had 2 controllers set... You can also register online rankings. What the hell, why not? Oh, I have to hit the start button on player 2 for that. Got it. Okay, so fine, I made a mistake. So I'm going to do something totally on purpose. I swear I'm doing this on purpose. Run them into the first combo. Right, there we go. Okay, so with the Luigi, I have the NES controller. There we go. Okay. See, I haven't shown Luigi. He does have the overalls as far as the white overall that way, so he does look a little different. And he looks almost, by default here, the way that Mario looked like as far as fire, although outside of that, Luigi's the same. He doesn't have different attributes the way he had in Super Mario Bros. 2, the Japanese one, as is. Then he said, I am going to show him getting fire flowers too, but this looks the same, mostly so far. Okay, now he's totally Mario, so yeah, fine. He completely changed red. In this case, yeah, there's Luigi, but yeah, he gets brought back to his size as far as that. I'm trying to think of other stuff that might be worth showing in it. Well, as I mentioned, I said I should show a castle off. I should also show off... Yeah, I'll show the castle off and I'll show off water area. I think that'll be a good case of it. And I'll look at, like for the first case you said you played Super Mario Brothers. We'll look at Super Mario All-Stars Super Nintendo. We'll look at that specifically. We can do that as a full show at some point, but for now, I'm going to focus on Super Mario Brothers 1. But I will give lip service to that when we get there as far as what that offers. And also, I'm going to show it when we do that for a full show as far as Super Mario All-Stars. I'm going to show that a little differently. And I'll also mention that in a few minutes. Basically, I'm just going to keep going as far as what that is. And in that case, I'm not going to go to Warp Zone, but I will run on top of this. Also, I guess when it came to 2-player, my thought was, since I'm using the NES controller for the 2-player part of this, I thought that I had the run button only on the Y button for Y and the X button, but I guess I might have set this to this for 2-player for some reason. Or controller 2, maybe. I don't remember, but either way, I got it. So at least I can do running. My thought was, oh, I'm not going to be able to run with Luigi based on how I set those controls. Or I could just set it up if it was wrong that way anyway. Because you can totally have the buttons in this version, which is really nice to have. Yeah, it is interesting to think this, saying, well, okay, usually the thought of this, we mentioned this last when we came to Tidal Legends 2, which is what happened when they took a game from arcade and brought it home. What happened when they took a game from the home and put it in the arcade? Which you think, well, would there necessarily be a reason to do that? But then again, I think the whole purpose of arcades is like, yeah, there's supposed to be something down here to walk on. Not in versus Super Mario Brothers, there isn't. Maybe the thought of saying, let's have a communal element. This is, I guess, a communal element because it's not the same when we get it home. The Lonely Goomba, by the way, video on every version of Super Mario Brothers. Thank you so much, Likefers, for that. That'll go in the link list. I guess, have you seen, I guess the one I mentioned, Super Mario Brothers Special. It's hilariously, it's the Sonic Genesis of, Super Mario Brothers. Super Mario Brothers, generally speaking, was lucky to get some decent ports to itself, generally speaking. Nothing quite like that, and even then, it's not like Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, where that was something that was officially done by Sega themselves, and I guess by Sonic Team themselves, sort of, kind of, but it's never been indicated did they actually make it. Fine, he's getting burned. And it's interesting to think that, saying all these things. Okay, Luigi saying, like, our prince is another castle. You look like Mario. Also, yeah, in this version, unlike on NES, when you get to the end of a castle, you get... Oh, there's a pit there. But as far as right here. But when you get to the end of a castle, you get points off of the timer. As far as that, like a normal level. The NES version doesn't do that. There are other versions of this game... Actually... every other version we're going to show tonight does that. The NES version is the only one that does not do that. Which, yeah, I just stopped and thought, I was like, wait a minute. This does it, All-Stars does it, Super Mario Brothers Deluxe does it. Also, I guess going to what you provided as far as Lonely Goomba, we definitely has made some good stuff. I looked at his case on, Alright, I think you provided this for when we did Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. His look at a lot of those games, like, oh, it was a cool case of looking at all those things. But when it came to that, what is your favorite version of Super Mario Brothers? As far as, let me answer that question myself. Well, I like playing the NES game as far as what it is, but there is stuff to be said about what Super Mario All-Stars is doing, although there's also some differences in that are interesting, and I guess the question of do I like that part when I go back to it, and I guess also, in that case, I guess I just accept that as like a difference with it, like the difference in the level design in this one. And also, same with Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, well, that one is feature-packed in such a way that I really like that, and that's one I think is underrated as anything. Well, okay, it is in the sense that I don't get the sense people remember that one. And it's also something that has not gotten a Switch Online port yet, and it's one of those cases I would argue vigorously if anybody says, if there's a thought, can we talk about wasted releases potentially on Switch Online? I don't know, Chad, if you ever played that one. That is not a wasted release given the stuff they give you in that. It's amazing what they give you. And how they take a challenge of saying, how do we take a game like this? Fine, they took a game of, Super Mario Brothers in the home. They said, what happens when we put it in the arcade? What happens when we 16-bitify it? And what happens when we put it on a portable system? And we're going to get the answers to all three of those things tonight, as I'm also going to go see where I can go with Luigi. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, Luigi got hit. This is an interesting version, although it is, as I said, it's mostly the same as the original, but that's, I guess, a good thing, where I find Luigi's dying. Okay, so, to answer my question then, is that, yeah, you do... Okay, fine, I'm gonna make Mario die to the first Goomba. Fine, Edwax said before saying, somebody playing this game new for the first time, they'd run on the first Goomba, and then they'd die. As I said, I don't know necessarily. I guess for that matter also, if it's a case where, and I'm sort of doing this on purpose as is, would you necessarily say you're not gonna want to try more and more? Maybe because of my mentality when it's come to games like this. I did that a lot on purpose or by mistake when I was growing up. Because the first time you play it, you're not really not going to know what you're doing. The first time saying, okay, do I have to jump on that? Oh wait, I don't have to start. I don't want to hit start on that. No? Hold on. No, you're not continuing. Oh, there's no quick countdown. So, no countdown for Mario. Mario is going to be gone for now, but we will then go on later. Okay, so fine, we'll let Luigi go and we'll show Luigi's game over, and then I think we'll look at Super Mario All-Stars next. And in some ways what you're seeing is what you're getting, but it's also something that, for the purpose of this being its only home port, actually all that stuff on the arcade archives of Nintendo's, the only one that has an actual home port where it's actually directly porting the arcade version is Donkey Kong, which is in Donkey Kong 64 for the Nintendo 64, which has the arcade version of Donkey Kong original in it. It's the only one that has it. But right, that's the idea of versus Super Mario Brothers. It is interesting. It's only $8. That being said, they don't tend to put these on sale, so it's something you're going to have to pay the full price. But yeah, for a case of having this original take of Super Mario Brothers at home for you is a nice one. Okay, that being said, I'm also going to pull out the next one, which is going to be Super Mario All-Stars. This came out actually, wait a second. Knowing Twitch's case, hold on a second. They might consider this as a... What is it? Do they consider this as a compilation? Yes, they do. So I'm going to have to get fancy and say we're going back to Super Mario Brothers original for this. Right, because the way Twitch's categorization of games go, they don't take classic game compilations. It also means something like Super Mario All-Stars. They don't count as a separate game. Like, it sort of is a separate game, though. Even though it is a compilation of Super Mario Bros. 1, 2 Japanese, 2 Japanese, 2 English, and 3. I'll show that briefly. Oh, I was going to show the original release of this. When we get to doing that game for full, I have versions on Super Nintendo that was bundled with the Super Mario set when it came out in 1994. Retailed $150, and some of the units of that system bundle, which came with Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World, some of them came on separate cartridges, but there's some of them that came combined on one. We have one cartridge of Super Mario All-Stars and Super Mario World, which has a different title screen for the Super Mario All-Stars portion because they had Super Mario World in here. There's also some aspects of Super Mario World that are a bit different when it comes to Luigi's sprite being unique, and also some bug fixes, but that one's not completely for this. But for the purpose of this, we'll get to that when we play that on Super Nintendo. But let's take a look at Super Mario All-Stars. What did 16 bits do to Super Mario Brothers? And feel free to let memories flow on this one. I'm also going to turn the audio down, because this is a little louder for some reason compared to it on NES. So here we go. Yeah, this did come out in 1993 for Super Nintendo. It was developed by Nintendo R&D 4, Nintendo EAD, Entertainment Analysis and Development, who also made the original games. And it's the case of saying, hey, let's take a 16-bit enhancement of these games and bring them to a new audience. As we're pointing out, this game is the first way that I played Super Mario Bros. 2. Well, actually, both versions of Super Mario Bros. 2. Because this is also the first time they ported Super Mario Bros. 2 to the US, brought it to the US. It was not released here because they said, oh, it's too hard for the US. Maybe they had a point. We'll look at that eventually, and I'll also do the same thing when we get to that. I'll give lip service to this version, because, yeah, here it was. Super Mario The Lost Levels, that's what we call it for us. There's Super Mario Bros. 1, as well as Super Mario Bros. 2 US with Mario Madness over there, and Super Mario Bros. 3, which played that for the show so far of all of these. And we have played this years ago. I don't have a recording of this. We will do this again. I was going to do Super Mario Advance on the Game Boy Advance, unless, chat, you have a preference on which version of Super Mario Bros. 2 you want to see. I have all of them. We can show off this one, we can show off NES, we can show off Advance. There's a lot of stuff in Advance I would like to show off for, like, extras and things. But if you have a preference on a specific version you want to see, we can do that. But here we go. Here is Super Mario Bros. On NES. Hit the start button. And you have save files. Every game in this has save file. You can also change your controls and select for the purpose of this. Let's go in one case. Alright, so here it is 16-bitified. Has touchscreen music, which is remixing the Water World. It sounds almost like a bit of a carnival. It is nice stuff to see as you're seeing, hey, there's Mario in 16 bits. An interesting thing saying, yeah, you know, in Super Nintendo era saying, let's take these games from NES, let's give them a 16-bit makeover, and they look like they're native ideas to this system. But they have some unique things to them that are very unique and interesting, of course. And like before, you can have 2-player games as far as that in select, but I'm going to go 1-player. And you start with 5 lives instead of 3. And you get the great, kind of orchestrated sound of this music. It sounds really, really nice. There is that. Just get the great steel drums, which you kind of always got this with Mario later. This is one of the first indications of it. Also, the way the blocks work in this game, it's definitely different with the way physics are going. Because you jump into it, you stop kind of when you do it. So in that case, it kind of has a different feel. It might be a little bit of an adjustment. You also have the skid sound that you have in some of the other Mario games as well when you do stop and go the other way. I'm going to show off a bunch of things in this area. Yeah, so it is using the Super Mario World sound font. It does sound really nice. It does look great. And interesting to think the idea of how did they take this game and then enhance it. And definitely a better case of doing that than something like Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, which was on Super Nintendo as well. It took Ninja Gaidens 1, 2, and 3, but unlike this one, they didn't really upgrade the graphics or the audio that much. I mean, it was a little, but it was not a case where it was quite as good as you'd expect. In case you just played on the NES. Also, that game is a fortune, unlike this one. That's like $250, $300. This one, you can get this pretty affordably. It's also pointing out, this game was also ported to the Wii on a disc, so you can buy it on that. And it is on Switch Online here. And also, it's on Super Nintendo, and I mentioned that version that has Super Mario Brothers bundled into it. That costs a bit more. It's like $60-something nowadays. Now we're going to see how does Underground look. Yeah, well, you're definitely getting the fade-in like of Super Mario World as far as how this is. You get the enhanced version of the Underground music, the... You also have everything echoed underneath here, and all the Super Mario Brothers games in this collection do that. So you're seeing there as far as me hitting the top, it is a little different, because yeah, you kind of stop when you do that jump, so I kind of was able to go right through that, as far as that block there to make the jump over for the coin. Or in that case, just get it from the side. Where you hit blocks with the same as far as you're busting them down, as far as them having something in it. It still works the same. You also have the crouch, that way you can still do the crouch jump as is. Alright, there is your life as well. Also, when you go down the pipe, you get the nice peace symbol when you go down. Also, you get this unique piece of music. It's only in this version. I don't know if Nintendo's even ever remixed this, that I'm aware of. That will bust some blocks, show the picture of Mario, and also you get one of Luigi as well when playing 2-player. So yeah, it's interesting in the case that it takes a lot of what we know from NES, but then it throws a couple of surprises in here to keep you on your toes. Like, ooh, that's different as far as like the music. Or aspects of the physics. As I said, I'm kind of half and half as far as do the physics go that way. If I like to play this over the other one, but then again, when we get to Super Mario Brothers Lost Levels, it's something that, I like that one where you have to, what is it? You have to, I like the original, I should say, on Famicom, where you have to go through and, what is it? You have to beat the game 8 times in order to get the extra world out. This one, you only have to do it once. Okay, I'm gonna try Mayo's World on this one. Sort of, but it's not really gonna be the same. It's same deal, but also they did sort of fix it, and if I can't do this, I'll insert the footage of me doing it for my test play or my audio practice earlier. Yeah, I'll try this just to see. It's like doing an NES all over again. In fact, I only did it the once as far as what it was, so maybe I'm gonna have to do that. In fact, what I might do is I might even take the death I'm gonna have here. Just to try it enough. Oh, there you go. Got it. Alright, so I won't necessarily have to edit that in. Except in this case, when I go in this one, I go to 4-1 as normal. And I think there's other things it does when it comes to this, and also it's worth pointing out, I think I have a note on this, at least I believe I do. Okay, maybe I... No, yeah, I do. I think... Oh, shit, I wasn't watching them toss that out. The Minus World is in some of the other releases of this. Also, fine, one version I forgot. I got hit by that. Which is the Famicom disc version. Which actually, before we go on to Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, I want to check something. I want to check out the virtual... oh, no, not the virtual console. That's Wii and Wii U and 3DS. I have the Switch Online Famicom version in this. If that's of the Famicom Disk System Edition, because there's some that are. But that... what I was going to say is that one does have Minus World in it, but it works differently in the sense you have multiple different... Right, you have multiple different ways you can go. There are multiple different levels, whereas on NES it only does, okay, on NES it only handles, 2-2 in an endless loop. Other ones that can take you to, one of the castles, you can beat it, and then you get to Thank You Mario, but a princess in another castle, and Toad's not there. There's nobody speaking. So it's like your creepypasta take of Minus World as far as that, from what I understand. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to take a look at the Famicom one and see if they port the Famicom Disk Edition into this. And for good measure, I will show off the warp again. I will also show off yeah, since I'm small. Wait. I can't even jump up that high because I'm small, but alright, there we go. You have this, the climbing sound from Super Mario Bros. 2 US on this. Also, look at some nice stuff going on in the background as far as this one, so they did enhance it a lot. And also the Smiling Clouds more. Alright, so I can show the, right, because I do want to show Castle and Waterworld. We're going here. Right, you have snow here. So they do add elements going on here when you go, and also, yeah, also the fists swinging when it comes to the bullet bills, which actually for years I thought those were wings. Yeah, I'll show the water case. I will also show Castle, and yeah, those guys again. Yeah, they're annoying, but as I mentioned, it wouldn't be Super Mario Brothers without them. Whoa. Okay. Oh, wait, life. Okay, nice slide for the life, Mario. Ooh, nah, yeah, nice taking of the shot. Actually, yeah, initially I didn't think, when I looked at that, I didn't actually know the thing at the front was eyes. You know what, I'm also gonna see, did they do what they were doing on NES? Do they run towards, uh-oh. Okay, I also don't know if this glitch, if the glitch from before on NES takes factor with that spring like it did when we showed it earlier. That being said, the bullet bills still disappear when you get that, and also gives that idea when he walks in the castle. So there's unique animation when it comes to that. So all these unique things as well, which I do like. But let's go swimming. A nice wavy sound going on here, or wavy look, and then also kind of more of a waltz sound when it comes to the music here, which I do like. Yeah, it is the same idea. So it's one of those cases where, yeah, if you wanted to see what would happen if you enhanced the graphics on this game from NES, this is what it would look like. And I think, actually, this is technically the only other version of this game where they really redid the graphics like this, not counting, say, I guess Super Mario Advance 4, where they have the reader levels where one of them is, or a couple of them are levels from this in the Super Mario Advance 4 engine, which in turn is taken off of the version of Super Mario Bros. 3 that's in this. Also, one thing I didn't mention when we did this on NES a little while ago is that when you go on that pipe, you just instantly get sucked in. You know what, I will, since I have more lives, I'm not gonna cheese this one as much. And this one is a little easier because you get more lives, number one, and also, you don't have to do the code for the purpose of continue. You have infinite continues in every one of these games. Which, actually, that is not a factor in Super Mario Bros. 2 from the US edition. On NES, you had limited continues in that. So actually, that's definitely the hardest version of those. Or of that game, I should say. But in this one, you have infinite continues, and same also in the Game Boy Advance edition. Uh-oh. See, now I'm also taking the fact that I have multiple lives in this thing as me saying I don't have to care about anything. I mean, I beat the game already for NES, but this is more, as I mentioned, a showcase and a celebration of 40 years of Super Mario Brothers, and then by extension, that would be 39 years of versus Super Mario Brothers, and how many years is this? It would be 32 for Super Mario All-Stars. And it's still a good way to play these games, and a case where, and I like hearing this select for saying you were introduced to it with this game, which is the case that I think no matter what happens in terms of games, how advanced we get, there's always going to be a case where somebody can come back to this game, as there are the fireworks as well, and kind of discover it, and I guess also technically two ways to do it this way. Two ways in terms of graphics, really, which is this one and the NES, but other ones where they might have other things. I know, same with Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, where that's something where you might have had a Game Boy Color, as far as playing you play this old game, find the original version as far as that, and see what that's all about, and realize, wait, there's all these other things, and I will show them, don't worry. I have some nice stuff planned. Damn with the cheaps. But you're also seeing the nice stuff in the background. It's almost like this very regal palace case, which is something interesting. So it's not just updating the graphics. It's one thing of them saying, hey, we're going to run 16-bit for this thing. But then saying, what can we do artistically with this? Saying, let's make it look this regal case, because, yeah, we're going to go to the castle right over here. With flags going on there. Mario's taking a minute to say, hey, I'm here, let's go. And here we go with Bowser. And you get this more menacing sound as far as the way the sound font is. And also the bubbling lava, whereas in the last one, I didn't actually mention this. The lava in that game, it just took the water graphics from World 3 and changes color. Also, if you go the wrong way... Wait a second. Yeah, I'll give you that blip. So actually it gives you a hint aside from the way that the graphics are going to say, oh, by the way, you need to take the right path. And it does it in each area, so it's a case where you can deduce where you have to go a lot easier than on NES, whereas on NES you have to basically get to the end and realize, wait, it will repeat itself. Okay. I do have the attention to detail on the fireballs where they're dripping little embers off that way, though those embers can't hurt you. It's just the fireball that's still the case. And there's Bowser with his picture from Super Mario World. Also, Bowser has a unique bus theme here. And it's sort of a remix of the Bowser theme from Super Mario Bros. 3, sort of. And again, I think this is the only game in the series that has this specific theme to it. Oh, no. That I walked into him. Alright, so I will beat this. Right, to go down the bottom. I was like, wait, I gotta remember what I'm doing. And it's like, we're going this way. It's like I did this like an hour or so ago. And I do like the atmosphere it creates even with the echo, because it's oh yeah, we're in this dark castle, there's something going on. Also, some of the later ones, I think it's in World 8 actually, you get the lightning coming out of the window. Like, you hear the thunder crash. It's like, oh wow, now they're getting really serious. Also that, you see that crush to the ground, he's in the lava. And you get this new animation for Toad. He's in the bag. And you get unique animations, by the way, for each world when it comes to that. And you still get the time going on for the purpose of that. Okay, there you go. So here we are at World 8 again. Alright, I'm gonna let myself die. Okay, so there you go. That's that way. One thing I am going to do, though, is I'm going to save and quit. Let's give Luigi his due as well, and then we're going to take a look at... I want to take a look at that thing with the what was it? The Famicom version. And then we'll take a look at Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. Let's pull Luigi out. Hey, Goomba, kill me, please. Okay, here's Luigi. Hi. Let's go. Okay, alright, if you're wondering why that happened, I have the NES controller where now I have it set to B and A is the jump, so I don't have running going on now. He does still have the same properties, by the way, in this version. It's not like the Lost Levels case where it's something different. I'll show this idea. Here's Luigi's picture going on down here. Look at that. Yeah, there's good stuff. It's like, yeah, here he is, just standing there that way. Okay, I just want to make sure, because as far as the thing with the D-pad, but alright, there we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show Luigi getting fireballs, which actually I can't, now I realize I can't show him getting fireballs. So I'll tell you what I can do. We'll do something different. I'm going to turn off both these controllers, then say where are the controllers, who's playing this game. One controller's connected, no controllers are connected. That's 2 controllers, but I need to make sure that's off. Have 1, none. It says, where are your controllers? Just hit A button here. 2. L and R when ready. Try to. Or no, hit A when ready, sorry. There we go. Oh, right, in this version you also have, right. In this version you have, you switch players, when you complete a level. It's not like the NES version or the arcade. Yeah, or the arcade version, we have to wait till the other person dies. So, you don't have to wait as long when it comes to the other player playing. There's something to keep in mind if you're playing this game 2-player, alternate with somebody and say like, hey, I want to play this game, I don't want to wait. Alright, but here's Luigi going on, at least if nothing else. Just because I want to show the fireballs going on. It kind of goes the same way as far as what he's got. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is, yeah, unfortunately let me get him showing that way. Oh, I ran off that. Yeah, because I do want to show, Luigi going. If nothing else, give the whole look as far as what that's all looking like. And also show the great art as far as it, because I also like the picture of Luigi that way. And by the way, I know when I played Lost Levels this way, when I first played through it, I did play as Luigi. The higher jump to me was something that was actually very useful. I don't know if I'll play it that way when we get to that game, but I will for this. Or I would for this, as is the case. So fine, Luigi, we gotta jump here. Yeah, just walk into the Goomba as far as what that is, and then we'll look at that thing with, Famicom receives the disk system version. I don't know if it is. For some reason, I don't think it is. I don't know why. Okay, so Mario game over. So quit Mario game over as far as that. So, yeah, Luigi, let's have our method, and then we're going to go on as far as that. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, in this case, I am intentionally killing myself. Just to show that idea, because I think that's something really neat just to show with all these little things that has going on. And also the nice lighting thing back there of the lanterns. Actually, some really good details here. Hey, there you go, Luigi. Good job. Actually, that one thing I'm going to do also, I'll do one last thing, which is turn this off, turn this off. I'm going to show off level 3, because I do want to show the night sky. Oh, no, I only have the one controller set. Should be off, right? There we go, swap places. So at this point, since I opened up all the worlds from doing the warp, we're playing the show, I swear to God. I'll go here. By the way, when it comes to the files in this, they are dependent upon how many players you set when you first started. So for that file I did before, the one we just ended playing around with, you will have 2-player only when you go into that, and same here for 1-player only. But yeah, look at this. I love how this looks. So the night sky saying, what can we do with the backgrounds that way? Having the nice shining stars with the water going on, but also the idea that it is kind of like a wintry night, you know? Talk about your art direction really enhancing stuff and also showing more going on with this animation of the Koopa shell doing the spin. Also, I'm gonna see if I can do the one-up trick here. I think you can do it in this version. I just wasn't able to do it in the other one. Also, you jump on that, you get the spring sound from Super Mario World. Just get that sound when you jump on the Koopa shell to do like. Okay, so let's try this. I don't know if I can do this. Because you're telling the physics, as you're kind of maybe realizing, yeah, the physics there is different. I don't know if you can do it in this version. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But alright, there you go. So let's take our leave as far as that. Give us a nice peace sign, Mario, on the beautiful sight of the castle at night in the snowy sky. Okay, so there you go. That's that. And the next thing we're going to show is... Let's go to Famicom, or Family Computer. In this case, I'm swapping off controller once more. I'll select this. And since I'm switching controllers off and on this way, that's what you're seeing that pop up. But alright, we're set. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm gonna ask myself that question, because yeah, I do have the Japanese apps for Switch Online. As I said, the way to do that is if you have a Switch Online account of any kind, if you have another email address, you set up a free account for it, then you have your default language into Japanese, you can go into the Japanese store, download the apps, and then using the other account that you pay your Switch Online cost for, your Nintendo Classics as it's going to be now, Switch 2, you have access to all the Japanese stuff. And there's some stuff on here that is not on the US side. And you also get other things like some of the Fire Emblem games. Here, that's Chrysalis, but they call it Godslayer. Not translated, unfortunately, but that being said, they're there. And you get to see the Japanese box arts, as is the case. And also, for some of these games, you get the Famicom Disk System version. You get that of The Legend of Zelda. So it does sound a little different. You also get that for Metroid, which means the Metroid has a save feature as far as running it this way. The sounds are also a bit different based on they are, and there's also loading, but it's not necessarily that bad because it's loading from the disc. And for Super Mario Brothers 2, yeah, this is Super Mario USA. This is what happened, because for that one, just as a brief primer, they didn't give Nintendo didn't give us the US Super Mario Brothers 2 this one because of how insanely hard it is. So they said, we'll take a game called Doki Doki Panic that was based on a license. Let's rebrand it with Mario. We'll sell it to the US market, but let's also sell this game back to the Japanese market because this game had enhancements over the Doki Doki Panic game, including the fact that there was no run button in that game. This one there is. So it's technically the better way to go. But with Super Mario Brothers here, this is it. So yeah, look at that. This is the idea of what it was looking like, whereas on NES, it was showing the box art kind of looking more of just the graphics within the game. And I think most of the stuff from NES for US was looking that way. I don't think there's anything really on here that was represented that way. And nothing here that's not that's not Japanese release or that doesn't have that element on its graphics or for the box. Well, okay, Tetris. Because Tetris never came out on NES this version of Tetris never came out on Famicom in Japan because they had different versions. One of which I believe is in Tetris Forever, which I'm getting in about a month. We'll show that game eventually too, I promise. But as far as Super Mario Bros., let me answer my question with this. I don't know, it seems like it's the NES game. Then again, let me see, do I have a save state down somewhere? No, not really. You know, fine, let's take a look at that, and then we're going to swap off. And it's going to require me cut the feed a little, but the show's not going to go out. Because I do want to show Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. I do think that's a great game, and a great version. Especially against a lot of odds maybe it had, and looking back thinking, well, is this a way you'd want to play this? I think for some of the extras it has, it absolutely is. And I'll show that in just a minute. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's the same, and I don't know, as far as I know, I don't think the Famicom Disk version of this game has differences with its audio that I know of. Unless chat you know, or I'll indicate by the time we edit, I'll say, hey, Lonely Gooba's video probably goes into that. He probably will mention The Famicom Disc one, I'm pretty sure. It is technically a different version, so I would think that would count. But yeah, it is mostly the same, even the case that it's basically in English. I don't know, maybe they... Actually, you know what? I'll also game over on this one just because I want to see. I don't know if I've actually sat down and played this. I mean, it's the same. You're seeing it. There's nothing really different about what's going on. Which I'm kind of surprised about. It's one of those things you'd think, well, there would be, like, Japanese text or something, which maybe, for all I know, there is. Oh, actually, you know what? I said, I'll know if this has it if I do this, and then... Okay, I'm getting better at this trick. Also, you have to walk enough to get over here. I mean, I think it is the same. I'll create that as far as this, just to have it. And then I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to the castle, because I want to see something. I can get game over. I mean, we're close to the castle. I may as well, you know. And I'll show Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, and that'll be the end of the show. But I'm gonna give a little time to that one, because we've got some interesting stuff in that game to cover. And it is also the most feature-packed version that I'm aware of Super Mario Bros. It might be the definitive version in some ways. I don't know if I'd say in every way. And I also say, maybe hot take time, but when it comes to the redos of the old Super Mario Bros. Games from Game Boy Color, which is only that one, and then Game Boy Advance for the other ones, this is the most feature-packed of all of them, with the exception of Super Mario Advance 4, and you get the e-reader stuff going on for those cards. Out of the box, though, it's absolutely going to be this one. And at the time, I judged Super Mario Advance 4 very harshly, saying, wait a second, why can't we have this stuff available in the game itself? Which is amazing, as we showed. It's like, it's awesome. We'd love to have had that here sooner, but at least we have it here now. The case that, yeah, Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on Game Boy Color has tons of stuff to it. And they're only asking $30 for that, the way Game Boy Color operated for price. Okay, no, it's still same case, where it's like, our prince is in another castle, so... I don't think they made a mistake of saying, like, hey, swapping the ROMs. Of saying, hey, we're gonna run... Japanese, oh no, English for Japanese. And yeah, they don't. They're all the Japanese ones when it comes to Switch Online. That is, unless it wasn't released there, like with Tetris. Or that one. Is it? There's a Tetris on Famicom. Which is not the one that we got. And also not the other one we got, the two-player one that Tengen made illegally. And released illegally. And yet people say it's better than the NES one that Nintendo made. Which is the irony of all ironies. Not least of which because there's simultaneous two-player multiplayer. But alright. Okay, so there we go. So, yeah, it looks the same to me. Okay, so there you go. That is our look at Super Mario Brothers. But that being said, I'm going to turn this baby off briefly as far as this. I'm going to close this. And when we're done with Super Mario Brothers Deluxe, I will also give our final thoughts, or the final thoughts as far as my case on Super Mario Brothers, all these versions, also the game itself, and talk about its lasting legacy. So, Switch, we had a blast with these, but you're going to be going off now for the next time we're playing a game on Switch. I'll remember when we get to schedule. But yeah, in the meantime, getting up. I'm going to be swapping out the HDMI cable from Switch into the RetroTechTV, so we're going to run GameCube now. Glad I'm able to do this. Also, I'm going to turn down the audio because this one gets way louder than the other ones. Well, I might turn it down to 2112, which 2112. Oh, no, 2112. Sorry, I guess I have the Rush album on the mind. Okay, let's turn on the GameCube. Also, whilst I'm doing this, it's going to say, hey, by the way, you have your internal battery dead. Let me swap this out. I don't think they consider this a collection. I hope the hell they don't. They don't. Okay. Okay, so we're not going to change our system settings. I'm turning that off as far as the Switch controller because I don't need it. Pull out the GameCube controller. Yeah, I'm using the Game Boy player to play Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. Also, let me show you something. You're probably wondering how the fuck did I make that happen. I will tell you how I made that happen. We planned the show, I swear to God. I didn't do that on purpose. So here it is. All right, this came out on May 10th, 1999 for the Game Boy Color. Is wonderful. Also, I'm going to change the settings on this. Hit the Z button. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to change this to frame 20. I'm going to zoom it in so it's going to be full screen. That's good. Filter's good. We got that set. Hit Z. Hit start. There we go. Okay, so we're going to talk about this because we do have the original game. May as well show that part of it first a little. But there's also challenge mode. There's versus game. There is Luigi Head. We'll talk about Luigi Head. There's Big Boo. Okay, what's he doing here? There's the toy box, the album, and the records. We'll talk about those as we go. Chad, if you have any memories of Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, hit me with them, and I'm hoping at some point this gets Switch Online release because there are so many interesting things in this. This is not a wasted release. This would not be a waste of time saying, let's give us this one, because there's some really cool stuff that is only in this. Even to this day, they didn't necessarily think maybe bringing some of this stuff back. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at original 1985. You have 3 save slots now as far as what they are. But this piece of music that actually, to me, sounds almost like the start of the opening of the theme song of Family Guy of, it seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. It's like the same thing. But anyway, I got my save file here. You can then select level individually when you have everything unlocked. Same also as the star courses. You can go star courses as you want. We'll go to 1-1. Also, you get this world map. We get this beeping sound going on as far as, I guess, a little prelude on music to get you set. And it also saves lives as you go along with this. So I have 124 lives, or 125. Oh, 124. Also, hit the select button. You can switch between Mario and Luigi at will on this version. So I'm going to show Luigi. He does play the same. So here it is on Game Boy Color. Probably also thinking one thing. Wait a second. What's going on with screen crunch, maybe? There's a little bit of that. If you get up and down, you can scroll the screen a little bit. Cover your view. Also, it looks like you can go back a little, but it is going back only for the purpose of getting yourself situated. Also, you get a skid sound effect for both characters. And Luigi, by the way, plays exactly the same as Mario in this. There's no difference in attribute. So it's a little scrunched in, but it's also something that it actually is, the resolution of it actually works pretty well, so it's not something where you get the sense that you're gonna lose too much. So, question on, does screen crunch a factor in this? And the answer is a little, but it's also something that, when it comes to playing this thing, it's not bad. At least I don't think it is. Chad, if you disagree, tell me you disagree and we'll get into it. But this is a surprisingly smart way of running this. Also, to pointing out for this game, this is a Game Boy Color dedicated game. You need a Game Boy Color to play this, or you need a Game Boy Advance in order to put this in, or a Game Boy Player like we have. And it's mostly one-to-one. Some of the music sounds a little different as far as what it is, but it's based off of NES, and yeah, there you go. Oh shit. Yeah, pretty basic, and you get the whole game. You get all of the levels, all 32. Yeah, okay, you're right, it's 32. I should have mentioned, yeah, how many levels in this damn game? 32. So you get your portable fix, because remember, this was the first portable edition of Super Mario Bros. You could play. Normally you'd have to be at home before you could play it. Also, the trick for the fireworks is still in effect. 1 through 6 as the last digit, you get that set, and you get 500 points that way. And you see him going also, I'm gonna go through the whole world to show this. Worth pointing out though, this game does fix the minus world, so you can't go to minus world in this one. Or as Nintendo Power said when they were asked this director, they said, can you go to minus world? And they said, no, you have to think you have to stay positive. So yeah, in that case, I can't see up there, but you know what? It's not a problem, because in all honesty, it's not something where, with this game, I don't think you necessarily get blindsided when it comes to enemies or things like that, even though it is the same resolutions, really, as the NES game. And also, I think because of the fact that zoomed in, you can kind of run backwards. And initially, when I first saw that, first I said, oh my god, you can go backwards in this game. No, you can't, but it just looks like you can. But that helps with the purpose of the playability, and you can kind of look around to see what you're doing. So it does help, honestly. Whoa! Oh, whoa! Okay, Okay, so still same idea. But yeah, with all those lives, we're not getting game over anytime soon. And also, Luigi's sprite's a bit different as opposed to before, where he had the white jacket and the green overalls. Now he's the green overalls and the, I guess, the forest green overalls as far as how he looks. So it does bring that into line if you're saying, hey, he looks a little different when they went different designs of him later. And same also when you get the Fire Flower. He does have green that way, so that actually, in that case, they took his Super Luigi sprite and said, fine, this is kind of a look of what that is for the purpose of him doing, you know, the Fire Flower stuff. Also going down here is the same as far as how it is on the NES. They just scrunched in a bit, but I don't think the screen crunch case in this thing is that bad. I don't think it is that bad. I was able to complete this whole game multiple times on the system. I also get the sound coming out of the pipe in this, unlike on the NES. Except in that case, I, died. But that's fine. I will show off the way that the world goes. So yeah, first part of this release that they did right. They ported this really well as far as how it went. They also still go to Warp Zone, but just no minus world. That's the only aspect here. So that's the first test. If you want to have this game on the go before the Game Boy Advance version came out, this is the way to do it. Because initially that was the thought. I think, well, alright, I have this on NES. I might have Super Mario All-Stars. But I don't want to wait till I'm at home to play Super Mario Brothers. I want to play this on the go. I want to play it on a bus ride or a car ride or something like that. Or on a plane ride. Now you can. I mean, nowadays you can use Switch or Switch 2 when it comes out next week saying, I can play Super Mario Brothers portably anyway. But also that evolution of how we got to this point, you know? And I'll tell you this, above anything else, when it comes to your real estate case, it is more the vertical perspective that is going to be a case where, fine, I'm not seeing as much, but the game gives you those view options, which is very smart. I can imagine them not doing that and then get a sense of, oh, you have to make blind jumps this way. In this case, no, I don't have to. Like, I don't see anything. Like, if I can't see that, usually intuitively say, let me look down. Press down on D-pad. Like, perfect. And it works great. And also because you have saving, and also because it's a case where you get a game over, you do not have to go back to the beginning of the world, so we'll point that out. You go back to the beginning of the level you completed. So it's not completely nerfing the challenge either. You do still have to do these things. In my case, I still have to, you know, make sure I'm avoiding, you know, not falling off. Also, I guess to go into that, when it comes to the way the physics work, it does feel a lot, mostly like the NES game. I don't really get the sense of really much of an appreciable difference. Except for the fact I'm just constantly dying here. That's my own fault. I mean, it does feel different a little, but it's something that... I'm not making it look this way, I guess, as far as that. But... It feels right. It feels like, okay, this is not a foreign concept. Maybe one of those things, if you ever played Sonic Mania, as an example, it's going after the Genesis physics set, which it is a pretty dead-on representation of. But if you go back to some of the Genesis games, it feels... maybe not exactly the same as those, but it's so close, it doesn't really make much of a, you know, a factor saying, oh, I can't play this thing. Which I think is important. Admittedly, yeah, we can't see the castle there, but that's okay. But also the idea, you're also seeing when I was dying, it's something that I can also jump right back into the level really quick. Okay, so here we are at the castle. And they also did add animations there for the purpose of the lava and also water in 3.1. But in that case, I saw that, I got nervous, and Luigi said, fine, I'd rather die, sorry. Yeah, just me and my 118 lives, or how many lives I had as far as when I died. Everything you need to see is set, so, I mean, because they got the horizontal view right, it's not like Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, I mentioned that one, which is that it's so zoomed in looking like the Genesis game, but also they didn't take into account the screen. And you can't really look in other directions that way, and also the way the technical aspects of that game went really were awful. Alright, we got him. Also, you have animations for Toad now. And they do the thing where they rack up the score. Okay, fuck me, no they don't. Also, when you get to the end of the level, you basically bounce on that, like Super Mario World, and you get it. Okay, awesome. And when we show also Water World, and then we'll go to, I'll go to the other extras in this. That is what you're also going to be buying this game for, along with having this portable. The extras are so cool, and so unique, and the kind of thing you'd think, do I really want this? And then you get them, like, yeah, you do. And as I mentioned, you're wondering, how can I tailor this game of saying, you know, one of the taglines of our show when I booted the damn game up? You wait, I will tell you how. Or if you played this game, you know how, but I'll also explain it specifically if you haven't played this. And if you haven't gotten this version, I think even if you, like, I don't know if I want to play this on Game Boy Color, what's the point of it doing it now? The extras are absolutely the reason to buy this. Because there's no other re-release of this game anymore that has those available. The only other release of it was on 3DS Virtual Console, where it sold for $6. But since the store that is shut down, you can't get it anymore, and it is not on Switch Online as of this recording. I'd love them to add it. I really think that, because this was a question when the Super Mario Advance games came out, or find the ones that weren't for, and that was what extra to add compared to... Oh, alright, also you get a different sound for the trampoline here. I forgot about that. So good thing I showed that. And I do understand that perspective because Super Mario Advance 1, which is based off of Mario 2 USA, it has stuff with its voice acting that's unique in that it has voice acting. It has a new boss. It has the Yoshi eggs and the red coin challenge you can get later when you beat the game. Let's see. It has the rotation effects in terms of its graphics that none of the other versions had. But then compared to this, it seems like that's kind of small potatoes. And same case with Super Mario Advance 2, that being a Super Mario World, where it's kind of straight-shotting the Super Nintendo game. It has some extra animations and things, extra music. They give you a failure sting and a failure animation when you fail the bonus game without getting extra lives. They give you a tracking system, which is actually very useful in the sense of saying, hey, finding all the dragon coins. They do give you a sort of kind of reward when you get them all, sort of kind of. That tracking system helps you keep track of all the exits you didn't get, especially if it's a case where there's that one Force of Illusion level where you have to enter, no, is that the one? The level in Super Mario World where you have to... Oh, no, I remember now. It's the Star Road levels. We have to get the hidden exit, but you also have to get the exit that takes you back to the star you came from, and those are really easy to miss and forget. Like, I have 95 exits, where's that 96th one? So, in that case, it lets you track that better. Okay, and you can save anywhere you want. Hit that, and boom, you're set. It saves your lives, it saves your current level you're on, and all that stuff. But let's also take a look at some other stuff. Let's take a look at the challenge mode. Now, this is really cool. What they do is they give you every level in the game, and they give you challenges you complete. And you get that bar down there. When you get it filled completely, even though I've gotten all the medals on this, when you get it completed full, you get something else. To this day, I haven't done this. This is, by the way, the same card I've had of this game since 1999. So yeah, in this case, it's been, what is it? 26 years now. Actually, 26 years a couple weeks ago, as far as how it is. But yeah, you have your levels here with a couple medals. I want to show that. I'm going to show one. Same case, you can play as Mario and Luigi. Let's look Mario. Yeah, you have a target score. It shows right there. You have red coins, and you have something else. I'll show that as we go. So they changed the level design a little bit. Also, let me show dying quickly. So you see that nice red coin. That's cool. Let me show dying. You get one life, and basically it's like, yeah, missed. You have to do it again. Not that it makes much of a difference, but yeah, the target score, by the way, is 32,000. Thinking, how the hell am I getting that? Oh, there's one of the red coins. You have to really think very creatively here, because there's some levels where you have to use the Koopa Shell trick in order to get tons of points, and They require you to do that for some of these things, even to the point where you kind of have to avoid using the star. Also, take note of where the lives are. If you hit that, it's not a life anymore. It's 2,000 points. You have to kind of think about how you're playing this game differently. Also, you can't take the warp pipes because... Also, you have to hit those 10 coin blocks. You have to get 10 coins out of them, of some of them, in order to get some of the red coins. They're kind of hidden. They make you have to really rethink these levels that you know inside and out. And also, in some cases, you have to be careful because, yeah, I got to make sure that I can hit them off that way to get enough points, but then also say, hey, I can get everything else. Get that for points. Get the red coins here. Because I don't want to bust that, because if I do that, I can't get up here and get that coin. Also, you saw one other thing. There's a hidden block hidden in every level. It's right here, this level. It's a Yoshi egg. Yeah, we'll show that. So fitting as far as Gem Knight 96, you're showing the Yoshi wave going on in the beginning because, yeah, that's a fact of the game. Yoshi's in this. And there you go. That is the end of it. But also, here's the other thing. Now you have to use the trick of making sure you get the fireworks or make sure you hit the top to get the 5,000 points. So they actually give it much more of a purpose now. I didn't get enough points, but that's fine. I'll show a point case going on. At the end, you come to the castle and get your results tallied. You get coins. If you get all 5 of the red coins, you get a medal. You get the target score, which my highest score, by the way, here is 42,100 points out of the 32,000 target. Then you get that medal, and if you get the Yoshi egg, you get this. There you go, you get Yoshi. I believe this... I'm gonna say this is his first 8-bit appearance. That's not true. Yoshi on NES was that case himself. But the idea of thinking, like, what are they gonna do with Yoshi here for Super Mario Brothers? And you get that great music as far as the end. Okay, I wanna go 3-2, I'll show you why. Yeah, going, how the hell am I getting 85,000 points out of this? How do I get 106,000? Let me show you. Jump on this, run! Yeah, right there I got 32,000 points. You need to use that method of the bulldozer method, they call it, to make that happen. Also take advantage of the fact that the coins are worth 200 and get as many as you can when it comes to that. In that case, I'm killing that thing, but I'm also gonna do this. Not all of the 10 coin blocks, or fine, give me more than 10 depending. Oh yeah, shouldn't have done that because I want to make sure that I can get those point scores. So it makes you rethink how are you going to play Super Mario Brothers, and for that I love it. Also be careful that, yeah, that one ran away. There we go, so I got 70,000. I do need to get 9, 8, okay, oh yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Alright, it's not, because I didn't go fast enough. I didn't find the Yoshi egg, I do want to show a score going on. I just did this so long ago, it's that I got all these high scores. Okay, 2-2 I didn't. I think in 2-2's case, I just gotta make a move. I can't really do much else. Make a move, get coins, find Yoshi if I remember where Yoshi is here. But like, yeah, how the hell am I gonna find him? There's a way. I'll show them a little bit. Because when you get one of them legitimately without, you know, searching for it, you know, fine. That's a good case of it. I made the point, I think, as far as what that is. I'll show you what goes on with that. Okay, here's the one thing I can't show versus game. There's 2-player race for this game when you play. If you use the link cable with another player who has the game. But there is a 1-player variance that's here. We'll show that in a second. I'll just show this. Luigi. Super Mario Brothers is Super Players. This is Super Mario Brothers 2 Lost Levels. For the most part. There are things that are missing. For one thing, putting Luigi out, you do not have different physics for this one. It's redrawn it in the Super Mario Brothers graphic style, which... I'm also gonna try and see if I can't do the one-up trick in this. I don't know if I even can. Oh no. I guess I can't now. Got trapped him on that. Yeah, in this case, yeah, you're looking at Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese version. It's in here. The things that are missing, it's worth pointing out, though, so it's not a 100% perfect port, is, it does not have World 9 when you beat the game. Even if you don't go through warp zones, you can't get World 9. And Worlds A, B, C, and D are not in this. So it's not exactly 100% the original game as far as that. But you do have this, and I guess at this point it's also worth pointing this out, which is that you do have the smaller screen resolution for a game that already is really hard, and since you don't have the ability to have Luigi have different properties for himself, so he doesn't have the bad traction and the higher jump here. He plays exactly the same way Mario does. That can make it a bit harder. But it's also a case that, in a sense, even though it's not 100% that way, you're kind of getting the second game as an extra. You get this, by the way, if you beat... what was it? If you beat... I think you beat the main game in order to get this, as far as it... Yeah, and you're also seeing right away, I will briefly show this level, and then we'll go on as far as all the stuff in this collection. Yeah, where are they doing in the second level? In the second level in this... You have to make that jump specifically. Yeah, they're not screwing around even as early as the second level. And I think I'm just going to be done as far as that. You do get this great dreamy music, 8-bitified, of the water music from Super Mario Brothers. But yeah, in that case, also when you get all those set, you can continue from any level you want. And then you take your top score, of course. So yeah, it is a nice extra, even if it's not exactly a full replacement of Super Mario Bros. 2. They packed in another game, kinda. Okay, so I'll show this one. This is you versus Boo. This is the two-player version of, or the single-player version of the two-player mode they offer. Also, I'm gonna do one other thing. You're seeing these different colored Boos. You're seeing a red one, or magenta one, or a fine burgundy one. You're seeing a black one. I'm gonna erase these are my best times. This is like a time trial case as well. I'm gonna erase the ghost in here. And you hit the select button to choose if you're small, big, or Fireflower. It doesn't necessarily make a difference because Boo's gonna run. I'm gonna show each of these levels. This is a race against Boo. With this great piece of music. And you hit those blocks with the tongues on them, and they block the way. And he goes along, he'll do the laugh. Right when he does that, as far as he finishes that laugh, those blocks split. Or flip, I should say. And they block your way. And there's variants of this dimension for single or for two-player. This that's kind of similar, but also some of the original things. Actually, I've never played it in my entire life because I do not know a single person. I don't think I've ever known a single person in my entire life who's ever had this game, which is shocking because this game sold like 4 million or so units on the Game Boy Color. It was very popular. And rightly so. This game is awesome. If you've not played it, get this. Oh, shit. No, you motherfucker. I made it. Also, one thing I do want to show, I want to do a little faster in this one, so... What'll happen is when you finish the level, the Boo will run at the same time that you ran. So, when I finished the level at 188, I believe, on the clock, he'll get there 188, so you basically have to beat his best time. And nothing you can do to impede him, you just have to keep running. Kind of a little of an obstacle course, and it's a unique concept that I don't know if any of the other Mario games really kind of took this one again, which is too bad because it's neat. Oh no. Yeah, when you go fast enough, he will change color. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen the green one. Because he can, I guess, okay, so you can go from white when you normally have it, green, which I didn't know he did, red, and black. Black is the highest you can go. There's also other levels I will show off Yeah, I want to show one that has a different case of its block. There we go. This is one of the ones I did years ago. Let's see how I do on this. If you can't tell, I played the ever-living hell out of this game. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, after Warp Zone, there is something here. So it is like revamped versions of some of the levels you know and love, but are designed around this race concept. And also, if he gets too far ahead of you, he'll be up there on the screen. But he got to the end. Of course, he's doing the tongue thing. He's like, yeah, I got here. Fuck you, Luigi. Yeah, fortunately, Luigi loses. I think it's this one. Yeah, these are on timers. So in this case, he will not screw with you, but what you have to do is you have to make sure that you're ready when the timer goes down to nothing. But if you die, you also instantly lose. Also, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this, because it does take the character you last played as... Oh, no, I don't want to hit Z. I want to hit Y. Hit that, quit, and pull out Mario. So if you want to change characters as far as this is how you do it. And also you go to the castle, in this case they don't play that great music, and they also do not have the fire-ups, but they have the spike balls. Also, I think in this case, yeah, look, Bowser's still here. I'm gonna erase this ghost, actually. I'm gonna look at it. Okay. Oh, crap. Let me erase this. There's a default time he will have when he gets through this, but in this case, I'm gonna just keep running. Oh no. If you listen to the audio, you'll be in good shape. No, I don't want to have that flipped, because otherwise I can't get up there. Yeah, it's most fun. In that case, yeah, screw Bowser, just run. You do still have to kill him at the end of this. Alright, let's take a look as far as this one. Yeah, chat, I don't know if you've ever seen this or played this as far as this release. And also these things where you have to jump on the little trampolines here. It's almost like a combination of the trampolines and the donut blocks. Yeah, Boo is definitely, you know, being a trickster on this one because... Yeah, he left me in the dust there, although, as I said, I've played this game so much. I've gotten the black Boos mostly on everything. The only cases where I hadn't were really cases where it's almost impossible to do it, or... So in that case, I guess I haven't gotten it everything. But I came so damn close. A lot of the ones that did. But in that case, yeah, sorry, Mario lost. Also, yeah, let's show what's going underwater. Underwater's a little different because how they do this underwater. They flip them so those blocks will go and they're gonna be spike balls. She had new assets as far as how this is, and also there's even new mechanics to it when you do the versus version of this, from what I've seen. And items underneath the water, yeah, don't see that much in this franchise, do you? Whoa. So far going okay. Oh crap, stuff to die. You know what? That one's close enough. I think we can do this. And also, you're probably wondering also, as I mentioned earlier, you have your selection being Super Mario or Small Mario. In fact, you know what? I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this. You're thinking, why does it matter? Why don't you just be big every time? Maybe it sometimes behooves you based on how the level is set to say, you know what, let's do small. Maybe it puts me more at risk, but also means that especially under here, I have more room to maneuver, saying, okay, I can't, if I bounce into one of those blocks, am I necessarily going to be in trouble going backwards into the spike balls? And the answer is maybe not, depending on what's set. So there's actually a lot of strategy here. Those are cases I mentioned you have to pick up the items as far as what they are. But I don't think there's one of them. So a really clever case and something I'm surprised that, with the exception of maybe Super Mario Bros. 35, but even then it's not exactly the same as this. Or wasn't, anyway. I can't think of another Mario game that does this, and it's something where it's actually a really cool concept. Oh, that does mean, by the way, as you're hearing, there is a castle underwater. In fact, again, racing this ghost, we're gonna see the castle underwater. And it doesn't matter as far as that, because it'll be something where I'll keep going. Also seeing that attention to detail where Mario's legs are kicking, which I don't know if I really ever noticed that even in the NES version. So talk about recontextualizing a classic and really giving it so much more life, along with giving you the game as it was in a unique way. I mean, I guess it's not completely the way it was, in the sense that it's a little different with the screen resolution and all that stuff, but my god, they definitely did quite a job on this game. Yeah, for me, this is a Game Boy Color essential, I will just say that right now. And not expensive. I've seen it's like $20-something as far as it now. Which is about how much it cost when it came out, a little less. Even at 30 bucks, this thing was totally worth it. I was saying, so they charge 60 for this thing, I totally think it's worth paying that money for. Alright, so there's Green Boots. Yeah, he's looking sick from the water. And the other cases, yeah, let's go outside as far as the night. He said in that case, yeah, unfortunately Mario's dying. Sorry. I'll show the last one and then we'll look at the other stuff. Okay, this is so unique, and this is a mode I put tons and tons and tons of time into. Oh, crap. Fine, I'll show a little more than that, because I just walked in the first pit I hadn't died. I mean, above anything else, I'll tell you this. If you're one of those people who loves to memorize levels as far as that and get a sense of what's your best routing through one, this might be the first case of where Nintendo maybe officially acknowledged that, when you really think about it. Alright, almost there. That was pretty close, actually. Alright, so that's Us versus Boo. That's pretty cool. You also have other things. You have records. These are your rankings through the game as far as what they are, and also everything you did in the challenge mode. Also, yeah, you can use the Game Boy printer to print them, but I do not have the Game Boy printer set, or I don't have one. I don't have it anymore. You always use the infrared port from Game Boy Color and trade your records, by the way, with another player. Also, that goes to this. This is the album. You get this great piece of music here. These are kind of in-game achievements before the concept of it, really. And basically little things you get when you do specific things. Just to give a sense of the ones we're not going to see. The first one, I'll pull this out, and I'll have a link list item to this as well. In a second. I have to find where it is. I know I brought this up. Okay, so... there are 5 awards here. I'll show the ones I got. Oh no, I gotta hit A, not B. There's the Bowser Award. You get that for finishing the Star Course. You have to beat all of them for having that. You get the Mario Award. You get this for beating the main game. You get the Yoshi Award if you complete the Lost Levels stages. You get... oh no, if you can print any of these things, you get a Game Boy printer. You get the Peach Award if you get all the challenge medals. I think there's a glitch with one of these things, though. I will show that. The only one I don't have here is the Toad Award. That is... this one. If you get this, you have to fill... let me show this. You have to fill that bar at the bottom. You have to beat the total score times on all of these missions, and you have to have a high enough score in order to fill that bar. If you do that, you get the last of those first awards here. That's the Toad Award. The next one, as far as the next page, are these. There's this fireworks display. You get the fireworks running as far as any level. You get that. This is if you find a one-up block and get the one-up out of it, specifically. The vine is if you find one of the vines and get to a bonus stage, like we did. The picture of Peach kissing Mario. You beat the game. You get rescuing Peach for that. This is Mario doing the peace sign. You get all the high score medals. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Here and here, this is supposed to be getting all of the gold, or all of the red coin medals and all of the Yoshi egg medals. But I think they're glitched because for some reason I don't have these, and you saw on the screen over there, I had them all unlocked, so I don't know if there's something else you have to do or to make them happen, or if it's something where maybe there's a known exploit for that, or maybe it's a case where if I get this one to fill that bar out, it didn't give me the other two. It gave me this one, but it didn't give me either one of those two. As far as these two, there's the trading picture you have to do with the high score trade with the infrared cable. And the other one is the versus picture. You do that by going through and playing the versus game. Since I haven't done it, I haven't gotten a case of that. And as far as all these are actually pretty self-explanatory. These are the characters of the game as far as the enemies. There's the Goomba. You get that for killing a Goomba. You get the Bloober. You have to kill the Bloober. As far as that, you have to use the Fire Flower in order to do that. That's Lakitu. You have to knock him off his clouds to kill him. You basically kill all these enemies, but remember, you can't kill them all the normal way. But it's only these 9 you have to kill. You can't kill the Potobos anyway, so they're not factored here. So Cheep. You have to beat the Cheep. That's for the fucking Hammer Brothers. There they are. Beat the Hammer Brothers. I think you only have to beat one of those, I think, for that. There's the Bullet Bill stomping on that. All right, you get the words going on with that. There's Koopa. You topple a Koopa Troopa. There's Spiny. Use fire. So yippee, you defeated the Spiny. And lastly, the Buzzy Beetle. So yeah, he's looking a lot darker as far as what that's looking like here. There you go. You get that for those. And then you get this. This is one big picture. There are two halves of this thing. This is you blaze the first 4 Bowsers. What that means is you have to go and kill all of the first 4 Bowsers in both Super Mario Bros. 1 and 2 Japan with Fire Flowers. You have to kill each of them. So on Worlds 1, 2, 3, and 4, you kill all the Bowsers that way. With Fireballs, you get this. The one on the left is for Super Mario Bros. 1, and that's for 2. And then there's one for the last 4. So for Worlds 5, 6, 7, and 8, you get this. There you go. You're wondering, where's Luigi? Why is he not there? Because I got half of this one. But there are 2 of the Bowsers in Lost Levels that I can't get. And I just want to point out, based on how the level design of that goes, you oftentimes have to hold your Fire Flower across multiple levels. Regardless of the way this screen layout is, it's really hard, so I've actually never done it. And that's the last of the album cases. As mentioned, print them out with the Game Boy printer as well. And then next is the toy box. Alright, there are things you unlock here as you go along. I'll show this one later, but first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show Yoshi. When you unlock one of those Yoshi eggs that I showed you in the challenge mode, you get this option. It means that it's a roulette. If you're like, where's Yoshi? So you find one of them legitimately, you can't, totally cheese them unless you look up where he is for one level. Hit the A button on that roulette. And it'll stop on a level and it'll give you a screen. So basically, in that screen there, that's a hint of where Yoshi is. So on World 6-4, when you're going in challenge mode, he's there. So at that point, you basically jump around those areas till you find where the hidden egg is. And you keep doing that in order to find all of them. And there's a little bit of a roulette. So yeah, an interesting way of getting a bit of a hint of where you have to go. And if you know the level design of Super Mario Bros. Well, you might be able to differentiate, okay, where are you going for each of these levels? I'll do a couple more. And you might get repeats. Okay, so in World 1-2, you have to go where Minus World Pipe is, basically, or find the pipe out. So he's gonna be right there. And for 5-2, he's over there, so if you do remember where that aspect is, you'll be all good. Next thing I'm going to show is, I'm going to show fortune telling. Yeah, you have an option of fortune telling. You pick any 5 of these cards. Chat, I don't know if you have a preference on which card you want to see on this baby. Tell me if you do. But if not, I'll pick one. And as we're pointing out, depending on how this goes, you'll get your fortune told. So yeah, it's a little bit of a preview, I guess, to Taboo the Sixth Sense from Rare for NES, as far as something we can show. I know Meg said I have that game. It's kind of funny for what it is. But depending on the luck you get, I'll show this a couple times, you actually, if you get extremely lucky off of this, you get 10 up. So then you can put that towards playing in either the Lost Levels or in the main game. Actually, no, I think it's only in the main game as far as how it is. So, for the purpose of this, Chad, if you do not have an element, I'm going to go with this one. Extremely lucky. Awesome. Okay, and never mind, it's 5 up. And I guess... No, it's a 5 up. My mistake. For some reason, I'm trying to remember what 10 up is. Oh, I'm thinking Yoshi's Island. Never mind. Alright, so I got the first case, and they give you a little random, fortune cookie perspective. Soothing music soothes the soul. That is our show. I love the music, for sure. The case of getting extremely lucky. I'm going to show as many of these as I can, but I'll keep going. And they randomize where these are. Lucky. Feelings shared will be understood. Okay, perfect for our show, so it seems like they're talking about Super Bowl Game Saturday here. So we get Luigi on the lucky case. As we're pointing out, you can also print these pictures if you want, as well as the fortunes. So yeah, this game leaned heavily into the Game Boy printer for the purpose of that. I don't know if there's any game aside from the Game Boy camera that leaned more into it than this thing did. But you can keep doing this. You're like, hey, I want to get those 10 lives. Just keep going, keep pulling cards, you'll eventually get it. Lucky. Imagination is a wonderful toy. Yep, that indeed it is. Lucky. Old tunes bring new fortune. Yeah, that's a metaphor for this game here. You're getting really lucky tonight. Okay, now we're not. I said to say we're getting lucky. Change old habits, yield new success. Okay, I don't know if it's a case of me saying fine so constantly or and again. I got off the and again part of it for the show, although there's reasons for that. I don't know if that's it or what, but either way, that's what they're telling you. So the game is making sure, giving you important life lessons. I'm extremely lucky again. Victory in a race may wash pain away. Yeah, I guess he's saying go play with you versus Boo again. Fair enough. Oh no, I want to just keep hitting A. Okay, chill habits yield new success. We had that going on. Unlucky. Okay, kick shells may bounce back. So in that case, it's also a hint about how to play the game. Let's try another one. Alright, good friends bear good news, except the weird spacing over there for the purpose of that. Also, if you do it more than once, you do not get the 5 lives again. You only get the first time you pull it. Or the first time you pull it when you first come into this option. No. Well, when you first boot the game, I believe. Although I think you can also turn the game off and on again and keep getting lives. I think. Alright, keep hitting A. Then I want to show each of them. I know what they are, because it's extremely lucky, lucky, very lucky, unlucky. I don't know if there's a very unlucky. But I'm going to show off all these. Flying Koopas cut short success. So in that case, it's the hint of that. And I do love the extremely unlucky music. Very lucky. To create music is to create joy. So yeah, all of you budding musicians out there, you're doing God's work. Beware pointed enemies. Yeah, good words to live by. So yeah, Bowser's giving his 2 cents on all this stuff too. Very lucky. Active bodies breed active minds, so make sure you exercise, kiddies. More on music. I do like these original pieces of music. Again, not in other cases of Mario. Keep your head up, you find what you seek. With a fire flower, you beat Bowser. Okay, there you go. Fine, yeah, you can kill him as well, so there you go. Makes you feel better, for sure. Help all in need, not just a friend. Alright, there you go. Now is the time for patience. Okay, to anybody who's saying, hey, I'm dicking around with this thing, I guess. But no, I don't think people are saying that yet. They're saying we're doing. And I think, honestly, I might have shown them all, but I'll pull one more. Seek out the one who thinks of you. Yep, there you go. Or seek out the ones who think of you. Okay. I should show this one next, but I think I want to show this. This is a calendar. It's a daily planner. You're probably wondering, how far back does this go? Let me show you. Yeah, you have a calendar, I swear to you. It goes back to 1 AD. So if you want to have, your calendar going on from year 1 AD all the way, January 1st of 1 AD all the way up to December 31st of the year 3000, going to your Futurama cases that way, that is in this calendar. Okay, and by the way, it always defaults to, let's see, 1999 for May. Because I mentioned that's when this game came out. There's also things on notes, I'll show that in a second. Yeah, you can do marks as far as you basically go anywhere here, you hit this, add a new date to your book, you can have up to 10 in the book, anywhere you want. Put something down, you can enter something you want. I'm going to remove this mark though. And I'm going to erase. I'll show some of the stuff I have on this. Because in the case that, you want to have your daily planner. Like, I don't want to use a Palm Pilot. I don't want to use a notebook. I don't want to use, something else saying, my phone. Like, I could use my cell phone saying, let me put a note of, like, my appointments here. It's like, no, let me pull out my Game Boy Color. I'm going to have my notes for, actually, something is real on August 5th of 1999. Dentist appointment today, 11:45 a.m. I did literally put that into this game when I bought it. So in that case, I had this game for quite a bit of time. And it's like, wait, the dentist is coming up. It was summer that way. Before I went back to school, I need to go to the dentist. So I was like, let me just put this in to get a sense of that. Why not? And other stuff as well. So we have September of 1999 on the 6th. Pokemon Yellow version was delayed to October. Yeah, it was delayed to October. It was supposed to come out September 6th. So they said, no, it's coming out in October then. And since it's been in Pokemon, since I had that for case of Game Boy Color, and that was the first Pokemon game I bought. I played Pokemon Blue. So this is the one I was wanting. It was like, yeah, they delayed that by a month, so I had to wait. Also, on the 19th, my mother's birthday, get her a gift. So I was like, alright, fine. At that point, I'm saying, I remember my family's birthday. I remember my mother's birthday. It's a case of something like that. You can't forget that kind of thing, But also, for other things, I have stuff here, which is, September 9th. Inherent Knock's birthday. I mentioned my brother, so they've got another important birthday, remember. November 12th, 1999, that's the day Pokemon the first movie opened, as far as when that came out. I did go on day one. It's not as great anymore as when I first saw it, and also the other Pokemon movies that came later were better, generally speaking, but case of it was a case of me looking forward to it that year. And then getting to December, Christmas Day, of course, December 25th, and of course on December 31st, 1999, Y2K starts today, remember that, at midnight, also my birthday, which is true, it was my birthday as far as that. Yeah, Y2K was of course coming up, and people were like, hey, what's tech-wise gonna do? Is it something where everything's gonna fail out because of the fact of rollover of, if I talk about the minus world case, the fact of rolling over of numerals, if you're only having two of them, it goes to 0 zeros, and I think it's 1900 instead of 2000. Well, that was all you got, all this stuff that said there was Y2K compliant, or they did reprogramming of things to prevent that from happening, because I thought, like, hey, it's going to cause all problems with, like, the banks and the stock market and things like that. It didn't. It was also a case of saying, hey, if that's coming, got to remember what Y2K is going to be, the idea of that one. So, yeah, early 1999 case of itself, getting ready for that. And other stuff going on as far as that into the year 2000, and actually I will also go to one other year. Let's go to today. Let's see if we got something over there. Why, I do. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I like for you to laugh your ass off, I guess, on this one, which is a good case. It's like, yeah, I don't know if you knew this game did this. Or for that matter, if you've ever played Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, thinking, well, wait a minute, why do we need this? Okay, I did put this down today for the purpose, Super Bowl Game Saturday, Super Mario Bros. Show. I did put that on purpose. For the purpose of today's show, saying, May 31st, 2025, there you go. So I can put a note in. I can put the whole schedule of the program into this, or for a couple weeks I could, because you can only max out at 10 of these. So I could say that, on September 7th, or no, June 7th, I should say, sorry. June 7th, we're doing Res Infinite at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. I should probably pull this out as a reference when we get to schedule Actually, there's great music as far as the case of it, so maybe I will. But there you go. That's an interesting thing about it. And you think, well, why do I need that in my Super Mario Brothers port? But you know what? I'm kind of glad they put it in here. I really am. And it's something that maybe the thought of, maybe as a young child, the thought of saying, getting to that point of, I'm old enough to do stuff. I have played this. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if did you necessarily ever use the feature for that? But it is funny to see that. It's like, oh, wow, like, really? We're gonna do this? Why not? This game goes all the way, and that's what I love about it, for sure. No question. And now we'll go in the question mark room. Now, for this one, you actually do get rewards as you play across the main game. Because for each of the toads that you save, you get pictures of things, or opposite of that, and also you get for Princess Peach. I'm going to show this starting. Yeah, if you're wondering how I do this, when you beat the game, you get this perspective of the scroll of Princess Peach doing this, or the picture of Mario from the Game Boy camera, or what I selected, which is the Super Mario Brothers box art for US, or Super Mario Brothers since 1985. And you're wondering how to do this, go in there, just enter it. Let's just put this in, why not? So there you go. I can totally do that. And when you boot the game up, it will show whichever one you pick. Also, one other thing, I did erase this off of what it originally is. You're seeing these things. I'm hitting nothing on these little hash symbols. Actually, what those are music notes. You can actually you can transcribe music into this, and it'll play it on the intro. And it defaults, by the way, when you beat the game, it plays music of, like, the theme of Princess Peach, it plays that on its own when you go in, so you can actually program that in, and I do have one of the aspects of it here, and also if you hit start here, when you have that music, you can do it, but I will show one of the other ones that has that. Okay, so this is hello. You can basically put in stuff like this and type in words. Basically create a comic with all these pictures of things. Or the way I used to joke this way is that you can only have one of these written, so unfortunately the idea of this is you have to run the game with printer, which I can't do because I don't have one, and I don't have it connected. If I did, I could connect and you hear the printing going out. Maybe I should just get one for that and show at some point, because why not? It's hilarious. Assuming those things don't cost tons of money. But anyway, the way I tend to do it, I just would read this almost like a comic book of stuff. And I know in the manual of this game from Game Boy Color, it does show, like, today's my birthday, and, like, it's like, today is her birthday, or something like that. The way I read this is I just read this perspective of something saying, like, Mario, at your service, princess. Mario, I have something I have to tell you. What is it, princess? You can tell us anything. The princess is trying to tell you that she's evil. The princess is evil? Yes, sadly, it's true. Whoa, the princess is evil. I'm evil, too. I just came up as far as that way for it. But you can basically type in anything you want as far as that and print it out. Basically tell a story that way if you want to. And get banners. You have stuff like an ancient cell phone. Name card. And you put name on card, and there are the pictures, or there's the music notes, by the way. You put the note down there, which is in the ABC section, and it'll select I'm trying to think about how to transcribe this. When you surround it by notes, it plays it based on the ordering of what it is, and you basically type in the notes of A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and then you add the accents to them of the up and downs here, or you add flats and sharps, and basically doing pitches on that. This is by default, so it does have the stage clear music from Super Mario World for the purpose of this. It also stuff with favorites, and again, printing out on the Game Boy camera, or printer, I should say. The camera was not a factor in this. Cutting out saying, hey, you have like dice case of being able to make this stuff for banners to print out your way. Also this for like the Nintendo logo, question mark, arrows, I guess this border that has the piranha plants, and I guess the nippers. I don't remember what those things are called. Perspective, like going from the beginning of Grassland over to the castle and all that stuff. Like this one does not have, Game Boy bag. Right, that's something I put in as far as that. For the purpose of that, never mind. I'm trying to remember. Also stuff with Nintendo 64. Okay, I can't print that. I was trying to see if I have something written down here. Only for Nintendo 64, so yeah, it's a Game Boy Color game. But they're hawking the Nintendo 64 of Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, and Bowser. There's the only for Nintendo 64 for a Game Boy Color game. So get in or get out, but not on this console. Okay, next is you have like these sprites for the characters and things. So, and actually kind of is like a little bit of an animation of going left and right. See him jumping and then dying or crouching. Then the Koopas, the Koopa upside down, and the Goomba, the Piranha Plant, the Bloober, and the Cheep Lukidu, and the Spinies tossing out the Buzzy Beetle and the Spiny, the Bolt Bill, and the Cannon. Yeah, you guys, the what are they? The Hammer Brothers, and all that stuff. And I don't think there's anything. That's just printing. Banner, Game Boy, Nintendo 64, or NES, because NES port for sure. Super Mario Brothers. There's Get In or Get Out. I knew it was in this game somewhere, as far as how it is. And then more sprites of characters. So there's Toad, there's the clouds, there's the item block, there is mushroom, flower, star, the vine, and the cloud, the flagpole, the flag itself. So you can pretty much print out the entire deal as far as what it is, and then put them on sticker paper. The pipe, the glitchy trampoline, I guess let's put it that way. Full case of pipe going in direction that way and connected, and then Toad there. And I think that's everything there. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Yeah, that's it, okay. So yeah, that is the idea of it, of what they're giving you. So yeah, you're getting a metric ton of game in here. And it's really cool stuff. So you're getting the full game, you know. They do have the way it lays out when it comes to the screen. And it's just tons more. And fine, the only thing I can't show is Versus game, because I do not have another copy of this game. That being said, if I know somebody else who has one, I was like, can we please show Versus game, please? I'd love to show that as far as what it is. Yeah, that's the idea of Super Mario Brothers Deluxe for the Game Boy Color. And there's all the awards and things like that. Alright, so I think with that, I think we're going to be pretty much at the end of this, I believe. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to, yeah, let's go back to 2025. So wait a second. 2009, 2029. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's the idea of what this is. So, alright, that's that idea of Super Mario Brothers in so many different ways. As I mentioned, we looked at NES, we looked at Versus Super Mario Brothers, we looked at Super Mario All-Stars for Super Nintendo, how they represented this, and Super Mario Brothers Deluxe here. What a ride. Go into final thoughts that way in chat if you have other ones you want to go into on this game. Feel free to indicate them, we can definitely mix it up more. Yeah, this game is a classic, and it's something that an unlikely game, thinking that this is the game that could basically revive an entire industry, really, as far as console gaming. That I'll say, I think if this game hadn't come around, I'm almost thinking that maybe the way this would have went, it would have been mostly PC gaming. Maybe it would have been that one box concept that Trip Hawkins had the idea of, or maybe the thought that like PCs tend to be, and that aside of operating system stuff like Mac OS and Windows and Linux and things like that, it is mostly a case where anything from PC, you can buy any PC to store something. As long as you have the OS to operate it, you can run it. Maybe that was something gaming was going to do for consoles, if not for the NES's success and everybody else getting in and want a piece of that pie. But then again, maybe we're also kind of coming full circle that way, because nowadays we have the Xbox systems where a lot of Microsoft stuff comes on the other consoles. We have Sony who's saying we're putting stuff of ours on PC. Nintendo, who's kind of not doing that, although there's stuff of theirs they do put on other places, such as, well, a lot of mobile stuff they do, like Super Mario Run. They're not exactly directly involved with Pikmin Bloom and Pokemon Go, but they are kind of connecting that it's part of their franchises, sort of, kind of. So they got that going. I mean, there was the rumor or mistake, whatever that is, saying about like Xbox Play Anywhere. They were listing Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. Like, wait a second, they're not porting that to that. Microsoft, they're owned by Nintendo. They're not going to put that on the consoles. And I don't know if Nintendo's going to get in the case of saying we're going to put our stuff on the consoles. And of course, Danger64 mentioned this when we did our last part of Shadow Hearts Covenant, saying, hey, console exclusives things, where nowadays it seems like it's almost seen as something that people don't like. Like, I don't know, I don't want to buy a console just for a new game. Fine, even if it was something like Mario Kart World or something like for the Switch 2, like, I don't want to buy that. I'd want to have it on PlayStation or the Xbox or something like that. And I know the thought is that because I guess I grew up this way, and a lot of people did, the thought that when it came to their own franchise, like, they're not going to go away from that. You're not going to get Donkey Kong Country on the Sega system. You're not going to get, Sonic on Nintendo. Then Sonic went to Nintendo because Sega said, we're leaving the console market and we're going to do software. Like, okay. And then the case of Microsoft saying, we're going to put our stuff on every other console. I mean, there's still the rumor they're putting Halo on Switch too. We haven't heard anything about that. But they're putting Gears of War on PlayStation. That Gears of War new version, Gears of War Reload, that's coming out in August on PlayStation 5. Forza Horizon 5 is on PlayStation 5. Like, okay. All these things are going, and then Sony's saying, all right, we have our baseball game, the MLB The Show game. It's on everything. It's on Switch. It's on Xbox. And it's on PlayStation. And it's on the PC. And even stuff of theirs, specifically of Sony's, is on PC. The Modern God of War games, they're on the PC. We have Horizon Zero Dawn. That's on PC as well. Death Stranding, I know, is a case where I think it was something Sony initially had. Then it lapsed as far as, I guess, ownership or something. If they're involved in publishing it, which maybe I'm wrong about. And it's on PC, and then it's on Xbox Series X now. I was like, okay. So maybe that thought of what that was going to look like, but of course led to the console war of the 1990s as far as Genesis Super Nintendo, but I guess that was happening still as it goes with how big NES was, and not that Super Mario Brothers was the only game that was making that happen, but one of the big ones, for sure. There's something to be said about the fact that the thought of just a 2D platforming game with these two plumbers going after the Koopa King, saving the princess, it clicked. People liked the idea. They said, this is unique. This feels like it's this magical, strange, but really interesting idea that backed it up with really great gameplay and a great presentation to itself, including the music by Koji Kondo. I didn't talk about his credits of stuff. He's done a lot of things like Punch-Out, the arcade version, Golf, Devil World, Soccer, Legend of Zelda, Volleyball, the final level of Pilot Wings on Super Nintendo, Yoshi's Island, Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Star Fox 64, Super Mario Odyssey, and many, many more. And yeah, this is the one that started a dynasty as far as it gave Nintendo, I guess, even more of an identity than they had in the arcade with stuff like Donkey Kong. And even getting a sense that just the person who started as Jumpman said, we can do other things with him. He becomes a villain in Donkey Kong Jr. Because he's like, yeah, Donkey Kong gave me trouble for me, kidnapped him. But like his son says, no, I'm not going to let my father get kidnapped. And then while Donkey Kong went off his own saying, I'm going to teach my son math in Donkey Kong Jr. math, and then get pesticides shot up to my ass by this guy named Stanley in Donkey Kong 3, Mario saying, Mario Brothers, Mario and Luigi, they're doing plumbing as far as that arcade game, and then this, and then from there, the floodgates open. We got Super Mario Brothers 2, Japan, then 2 for us, then 3, Super Mario World, and in many other cases, as far as it spun off to hundreds and hundreds of games, the franchise is still going strong 40 years after this original one. Although if you're going to say Mario's debut, he would be 44 as far as this year. But for this game, it's 40 years. And yeah, definitely worth giving its due. If you haven't played this game, definitely play it. It is an important game. It's still a fun game. It's held up very well. Question, how long was the game from 40 years ago going to really hold up? But yeah, it still is a lot of fun to play. As fresh as it was back then. Maybe it's more primitive than some of the other ones. There might be other Mario games you like more, and I get that completely. Other cases where maybe you like the 3D way going more than the 2D way, or vice versa. Cases where this is where it started. It's a very important game for it, but it also is a great game. It looks, sounds, and plays great. And if you haven't played it, it's on NES. It's something you can get that pretty affordably as far as a cartridge, because they made a lot of copies of it. It's available on Switch Online to play, and in Switch 2's case when that comes out next week. If you're going to be one of the lucky souls to be able to get your hands on that thing, it is available on Game Boy Advance still, with the Game Boy Advance Classic NES series release. Super Mario All-Stars on Super Nintendo and Wii, it's available that way in the 16-bitified edition. You can download Versatile Super Mario Brothers from Switch, as far as that, for $8 off the eShop. Have a unique way of looking at that too, seeing like the arcade case of that stuff. And Super Mario Brothers Deluxe here on Game Boy Color, about $20-something on Game Boy Color as it is. Maybe Switch Online release, I think would be nice to see it because of all these extras, all this weird stuff. Like, I told people this idea of what this game offered. Like, what? But like, it has like a day planner. It's like the fortune telling thing. So that's what makes this such a unique thing. They said they didn't have to go to this degree. They just port the main game and call it a day. They do that great. but let's give you even more. It's a metric ton. But yeah, and I'm trying to think of other cases as far as where it's been ported that I didn't mention already. Yeah, it'll still be ported on every other Nintendo console going ahead. I mean, you can't get the Virtual Console versions anymore because those stores are shut down from Wii, 3DS, and Wii U. But they were there. It's not a Nintendo 64 original Game Boy. It's the only case as far as seeing that. There's other ports. I'll like for you to provide a link showing other ways you can play this game from Lonely Goomba going into that. There's at least some maybe more preferable than others. But either way, yeah, you got a lot of ways to look at this great game. Next time we come back to Super Mario Brothers franchise, I think we should look at US 2. I need to practice and prep for Japanese 2, because what I'm going to do is, for Japanese 2, when we get to that one, I'm going to use the Famicom version off of Switch Online. I'm going to have a save state that has the game beaten 7 times, and we'll go through the main game once, and I will show off Worlds 9, and then Worlds A, B, C, and D. If I have to use rewinds on some of that stuff, I will do it, but I will do what I can as far as getting the prep on that one. But I think I want to do Super Mario Brothers 2 next, as far as this, because we've done 3. We did this. We still have to do World. We haven't gotten that one yet. I think Nocturne might have called dibs on that. I'll talk to her as far as that when she's on the show in a couple of months. And 2 would be a second chance, so actually I might be doing that in August, maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna get a sense of that as far as open show for our second chance. I gotta get a sense of that. And if you don't have a preference, chat, I might want to show off. Actually, I might do it the same way as this. I'll pick one version to go fully on, and maybe show some of the other ones. But then again, I also do want to show Super Mario Advance from Game Boy Advance for the extra stuff it has. Maybe play through it that way. I don't know. If you have a preference, chat, let me know. I'm not gonna just like commit saying, oh, it has to be one of these now. But that's gonna be the idea of itself. And yeah, there you go. We are ending, or we just ended May of 2025. So in this case, yeah, we got to turn the page over to this. We'll go in Mark case. In this case, I'll have a visual representation for the first time ever for the purpose of talking of the schedule we have. So in this case, you can see where we're looking at for it. So I don't have to actually look on the PC this time as far as the purpose of it. But thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. I had a great time with our 40th anniversary celebration of Super Mario Brothers. All of you, of course, in the best chat on Twitch, make it possible by adding your insights, adding your memories, and everything you got. Thank you so much for everything you do for the show and for joining us for this great journey that we go on every week because of stuff like this. I love doing this just for the purpose of kind of going into everything you have to say, everything I have to say, the case of it, and just coming by and just having a nice relaxing time for the end of the week. And a great case for that for sure, as is, and all, of course, the stuff you'll want to see. And you've got stuff you'll want to see coming up as it is over the next few weeks and months. And since I'm not drained from playing 6 3/4 hours of Title Legends 2 like I did last week, but that being said, I had a great time playing that game too. I'm going to go with the full schedule this time. Last week we're abbreviating it, but this week we're not abbreviating it. We're going to go the whole way. So, let's talk schedule. Next week is going to be our second chance, and it also technically is going to be a viewer request, because Electors, I know you requested Rez, which we played 2 years ago on this weekend. You're looking on the screen here. I had the audio problems. I felt horrible with that. I'm sorry that happened, but I said, you know what, we can justify a return to this. I know you mentioned Res Infinite. We're going to be playing Res Infinite. We're playing on the PlayStation 5, so we're going to look at it again. I'll do mic pulls to make sure we avoid that bullshit when it comes to the audio. In fact, I'm doing it now just because I want to avoid it now. Unless it's happened. Yeah, because you never know. Sometimes it goes hissy as far as the way the audio is. Like, wait a second, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the best show I can. Now that I know how to deal with it, which is going to be, I'll pull the mic. Or if I get a new PC for that, if it doesn't do that, but that's going to be maybe down the road case. We're fine as we are for now. So next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 7th, Res Infinite for the PlayStation 5. I will be showing off the full game again, but we also will be going into Area X. That's the new mode that they added, which runs on Unreal Engine 5 on PS5. It's also on PS4 and it's on PC. As VR mode, I'm not of the VR method to show it as it is. We'll play the game as it is specifically. That way we'll go into more memories on that great music shooting game from Q Entertainment, or fine, they were known as Resonare. Back in the day, they were known as United Game Artists. There's Tetsuya Mizuguchi's arm of Sega. that made this for the Dreamcast initially, and then came out in the US on the PlayStation 2 in 2002. And then Q Entertainment, they branched off. They put that on Xbox 360 with Res HD. Then that got a version with Res Infinite, and we're playing that new version on PlayStation 5. So it's going to take an already beautiful-looking game, a work of art, no question, as well as a hard game as far as running the game. But since I played it before, I ran through the game again a week or so ago. I think we're good as far as that one. To give it another look and go into more of this terrific game for sure. That's going to be next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 7th. June 14th, we're going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Part 3 of Shadow Hearts Covenant. It's been a while since we've come back to this. For Crusader 64 and Kazuma 22, by the way, happy birthday, Kazuma 22, to you today, as is the case now. They will be back for our next adventures of Yuri and the Gang, seeing what's going on with that. We've reached Disc 2. We've got another beef of a part, running really long parts for that to maximize the play of it. Also because we didn't have a show of it last month, as was the case. So we have more for the purpose of that on the 14th. Then on June 21st, come back to Sega CD. We've not played a game on this in a long time. And part of that's because my tech was not set. My Sega Genesis wasn't working, so my Sega CD was not working. My 32X is still not working correctly on that setup. I have to look at that more. Not that I have a whole lot on 32X, but still, I want to make that set. And it's not, I don't think it's a problem with my 32X, because I put it onto Nocturne Sega Genesis and it was working okay. So maybe something with the way the connectors are going, or something, I don't know, but that's either way. Sega CD is working fine. So I got my Model 1 Sega CD ready and raring to go. So after 3 years, it's been over 3 years, so we played Mickey Mania on that. The next game I've got for you on Sega CD is one I've mentioned a couple times, one I found a copy of a couple years ago. And it is an FMV game that is another really interesting one that does not get talked about. I didn't know much about it until I got Sega CD, and people said, what are some of the best games on this? And one of the best games on this that are not $1,000 like Snatcher. I love Snatcher, but I played of it emulator-wise, but Konami had one re-release of that one, but it costs so much money. But of other stuff that's really great that doesn't, Road Avenger. Now, Road Avenger is the only US port, by the way, of an arcade game from Data East called Road Blaster. Not Road Blasters. That's something else. They changed the name for the purpose of the Sega CD version to avoid that, and I guess maybe think, well, would they get sued by Atari Games for that one, for the purpose of that release. But it is a anime first-person driving game that is QuickTime event-based. The setup of this game is you're driving, you just got married, a group of gangsters crashes your car, you make it out alive, your wife doesn't. So after you heal yourself and get your car souped up, you're going to hit the road and you're going to take down the gangsters who killed your wife. So you're basically going to be moving left and right, you're going to be turboing and braking. It's a question, of course, if you like aspects of full motion video cases of itself and QuickTime button games. It's actually one of the most forgiving ones as far as QuickTime buttons, but it is going to be a little bit of a challenge still. And as far as the Sega CD version, is one of the earliest games by Wolf Team. That, of course, being a company who is now the arm of Namco that makes the Tales of games. Back then, they were making games like Ernest Evans, they were making games like El Viento, they were making games like Soul Feast, or Soul Deist, it was called on Sega Genesis, and they made Road Avenger. And it is one of the best games on the console. It is really interesting seeing what this is. It's Sega CD as anything in terms of its full screen, kind of pixelated and washed out, but even by that standard, it is pretty impressive to see this thing running. And animation from Toei Animation Company involved, so some big bona fides going on this one, and maybe a case where it might be even better than the arcade version that's based on. And been ported on other things. It's on Saturn and PlayStation in Japan. But US, Sega CD is the only place we got it. And we've got it for you on September 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the week after that, we're not going to have a show. Well, not live anyway. I'm going to be off. I'm going to too many games. So for the purpose of that, I have 2 shows set for this that are going on the YouTube site as premieres specifically, and I have to have recorded them this way because I actually can't show them to you live on this program. The Wolf Among Us, that is the Telltale point-and-click game from 2013, and some later episodes of 2014. I love that game so much. I mentioned this. How can I show this to you on the show? I said what I'm going to have to do on that one because of the visible nudity in the game and the fact that I can't pause. Or I can't censor the nudity of pulling the guide up on 360 or on Xbox One. It pauses the game. So I'm going to have to record this off screen. I did record it off screen. I have all 5 parts recorded. They will each be one part. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have that part 1 on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, exclusive on our YouTube site, and part 2 on 28th. It'll be going up then. So we're not going to have a show that weekend live, but on the YouTube site we will have those for you. One for Friday, one for Saturday. And that's because I'm putting all of them in the 5-part. I'm putting each part into to their own, so it's 5 parts for that game. As far as the other parts, we'll get to that in a sec. But then going into July, we're going to have a Friday show. It's going to be on 4th of July. We're going to be having a lot of fireworks, probably outside where I'm at, but also in-game because we're playing Desert Demolition starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Came out on Sega Genesis 30 years ago from Blue Sky Software, that being the team who made World Series Baseball, they made the Vector Man games, they made the Jurassic Park games for Sega Genesis, they made The Little Mermaid, and they also made the canceled Superman for the PlayStation, which was canceled because the Nintendo 64 game that was totally different was very badly received, understatement of the year, and also because Titus ran out of the license, so the game got canceled. It's since been dumped, as it was the case in a mostly finished state. But before that, they made an underrated Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote game, and with the idea of us saying we want to do more stuff with Looney Tunes on the show, and also the revival of Coyote vs. Acme, which is coming out next year. I said, let's play this game, celebrate 30 years of that one. It's an underrated platforming game, late era for Sega Genesis. It definitely gets you in the mood for Roadrunner and the Wile E. Coyote, and you can play as both of them. We were going to be playing as both of them. It's also a game that's not going to be that long, worth pointing out. And I do need to have a Friday show for the purpose of that, because I'm got stuff going on Saturday. And it might also be the case, this is going to be a little bit question of the week after that. I think this is going to be on July 11th. For our second chance for July, we're going to go back to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from Konami. We played the arcade version a while ago, but I said we could show it again with better audio tech, so I'm going to be using Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection for the Switch to show that, and as a little bit of a bonus for that, I'm also going to show off Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game from NES. It is in that collection as well. Take a look at the collection too, just to get a sense of what's in this thing. Why is it well worth your money if you've not picked it up? And give our take of looking what happened when you took an arcade game like that and then brought it to the home. So I'll look both ways. As far as that, I think it's going to be on July 11th. I'm pretty sure, but if that changes, I'll let you know in the coming weeks and months. Week after that is going to be on July 19th. Elect first your review request for July. Space Invaders for the PlayStation. We're doing it then at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know you want to see that game. I want to make sure I was going to be set to do it. We can do it. We are going to be able to do it. Looking forward to more Space Invaders goodness. We looked at so many games in the franchise already between those 2 Title Legends collections. We looked at 6, as is technically, as far as that. So we got the 7th, and going to show a lot of great evolution from Majestic 12, who was in Title Legends 2 from last week. We have it going that way. And July 26th, that's going to be the next part, Shadow Arts Covenant. Chasm 22 needs this day, by the way, so it's going to have to be July 26th. Crusader 64, that's going to be the idea with him. I'll talk to him, he'll understand, he'll get a sense of that. Then we get to August, where some is up in the air as far as dates, but I'm going to be off on the 9th, so we're not going to have a show this week. This week, though, I don't know if I'm doing Cho Jim and Earl then. That's going to be the viewer request for August, either way, on the request of AJ42. I might put in Super Mario Bros. 2 here somewhere. I don't know when I'll put this in as far as what that is. We'll have Shadow Arts Covenant part at some point. We'll find out in a couple weeks as far as when that is. I'll float that. As far as an open show, as I mentioned, that might be Super Mario Bros. 2. I think we have to start Scooby-Doo Night of Our Frights then. As far as for the PlayStation 2, that's on Dolly Finn's request. So I guess I'm going to have to be squeezing in more than one viewer request. I might be doing that as one show, so if that's the case, I'll have to scope some stuff on that one in order to get a sense of when I'm doing it. If I do it, I'm probably going to hold that to the end of the month, I think. And then get to September, we have something this weekend, don't know what. Don't know if it's going to be the Friday or the Saturday, that's a question. We're not going to be here on the 12th or the 13th, so I will have part 3 of The Wolf Among Us on the 12th. 13th, part 4 on the YouTube site. I'm going to start Medieval at some point. I'm laughing to this request. We're coming back to Croc. I know Croc has been a case of that hang, and I talked to Nocturne about that. We have the physical version of the PS5 version coming in this month, is expected, from what the email said from Rocket Games. She said that would be enough case. I think she also saw there's codes for stuff to unlock all the levels in Sega Saturn's version. Might show it that way and then show off the other one as far as basically that'll be our combination of the finale of that game and our second chance for the purpose of September. And then getting into October, no show for Saturday the 4th, so finale of Wolf Among Us is going on the YouTube site then. Every other week we'll have Medieval. I have to start that one, I think, in September at some point. So I'll have the finale of that at some point. Shattered's Covenant is probably going to be either on the 18th or 11th, I don't know which. Elect first on your request, we have Mega Man 7 as far as our second chance. That's on October 25th per your request. Nocturne will be able to do this. I talked to her. She's all set for that one. And then on Halloween night, we have Castlevania Chronicles for PlayStation review request for October. And then getting into November. So we're gonna have the show on Halloween night. Nothing on the 1st, but we got that. We still need another part of Shadow's Covenant. It'll be then. Otherwise, I'll figure what we're doing. Second chance of Shadow the Hedgehog on the 15th to celebrate 20 years to the day of its release. Using the Xbox version to show off the extra hard mode. This is what it's called. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. 22nd is our annual Disney show. That's going to be for Pinocchio for Super Nintendo. And on the 29th afternoon, we're going to start that. This is the Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2. We got tons and tons of games going on for our big gaming feast. As mentioned, Limbo being one of those as far as we're going to show. I'll have Fez. I will have the Fancy Pants Adventures. I will have Sega Rally Online Arcade. I will have Penny Arcade on the Rain Slick Precipice of Darkness, Volume 1. That's the one I can show. As far as what I got, I'm trying to see if I can show Jet Set Radio. I gotta do an audio test to get a sense I don't get content flagged on that one. Actually, this might be the first show in a month I will not get a content question on. I think when I go to the YouTube site, unless I realize, wait a second, no, I'm getting content questions. On Super Mario Bros. How? I don't know. We'll see. Super Mario Bros. 3, I got one. I still don't know how the hell that happened as far as the end credits of that game. But either way, we'll get that sense. And yeah, that's coming up for that as far as it. And then December, I don't know what as far as what we got, but I'll have under the view requests another second chance and more stuff as we get to the end of the year and then get to 2026. Another great year as far as Super Bowl Game Saturday and more stuff to come as far as it with what we've got going on. All right. With that is the end of our 40th anniversary celebration of Super Mario Bros. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us every week and coming on this journey with us. Adding to the journey in a way, making it your own because of the idea of what you have to provide, what you have to offer, what you have to say to yourself in cases where, as is mentioned tonight, or has been mentioned tonight, in cases of wanting to do streaming, in that case, finding your own voice. And I think the idea is that you definitely can find your own voice. It's going to be something that I know anybody can find for themselves. And what do I want to do? How do I want to handle it? In cases where it's not me necessarily doing a great service and telling you that. Just being honest above anything else and saying, what did I do to do this? Just for the purpose of saying, hey, I just want to have a fun time, do what I like, show my love of gaming, and express that in the way that I think is best for myself, for anybody else out there. What do I want to do? And also, in the case, you all out there helping me figure what is the best for myself. Me discovering that because I didn't know what it was. All of you helped me get to this point. I can't thank you for that enough. And for everything you offer to the show, and for all your viewer requests, keep them coming. We will get to them, I promise. And with that, thank you so much for everything. My gratitude is never going to cease. Thank you to everybody tonight. Good night to Alec First and to Gemini96 and everybody out there in the best challenge Twitch. You absolutely are the best challenge Twitch. I always promise that. So with that, have a great rest of your night. Have a great rest of your weekend and a great week coming forward. I will see you on, since I have this, I can actually do it for the purpose of visual representation. If you like this idea. I will see you on June 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week for a second chance of Rez using Rez Infinite for the PlayStation 5. Until then, keep being awesome as you always are. Have a wonderful night. I will see you next week. Take care, everybody.